Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone, in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8. Meep? Am I supposed to take it home? I thought. What? Didn't your dad tell you? The priest answered the phone, and I thought I told him to come pick it up. Maybe I wasn't clear enough, or maybe he misunderstood me completely, but she's here to eat the watermelon, not to take it home. Besides, a small basket on Rika-chan's bicycle won't hold the watermelon, and it's too dangerous for her to ride while holding it in her hands. Mion, why don't you help Rika-chama take the watermelon? There's no way she can ride her bicycle while carrying it. Meep. I can hold the watermelon. No, that's too dangerous. If something happened to you, I wouldn't know what to say to Oyoshira-sama. Mion will help you. Okay, I will. I'll go say hello to the priest, too. No matter whether she rides or pushes her bicycle, Rika-chan's hands will be occupied, so I'm going to carry the watermelon. The sky is turning auburn in the sunset. The cool breeze feels good on my sandaled feet. The plastic bag I'm carrying contains the watermelon, and also some small bags of rock candy. If her mother finds them, she'll take them away, so we decided to eat them before we got to her home. We opened the bags and enjoyed the rock candy. Rika-chan isn't an exception. Whenever kids from our neighborhood come to our house for errands, Granny gives them some treats. Actually, that's a pretty common rule here in Hinamizawa. It's funny, but sometimes when parents aren't watching, siblings will fight over who gets to take the circular notice to the next house over. So these bags of rock candy are like tips for them. Of course, she doesn't normally give out this much. Usually just a little piece of it. Granny is being extra nice to Rika-chama. I feel bad getting all this candy. Don't worry, Granny loves you. You should just thank her and put a big smile on your face, that's all. Do you get lots of treat? I used to, but at this age they don't give me any. If they did though, I would probably feel as though I was being treated like a little kid. Meep. I'm being treated like a child then. Ahaha, that's okay. Enjoy it while you can. When you become as old as me, you won't get any, even if you wanted some. As we talked about ordinary things, I noticed Rika-chan seemed a little sad. What's wrong? Whenever I run errands, I get candy as a treat. But Satoko doesn't get any, even if she comes with me. I can think of so many reasons why. Not only Satoko, but everyone in the Hojo family is being treated poorly in Hinamizawa, and the Sonozaki family are the ones who instigated that. The two dam supporters have died in an accident already, but the malice against the Hojo family is still going. It's directed against Satoko and Satoshi, their children, and the aunt and uncle who are taking care of them. The big fight between the Hojo family and the Sonozaki family at the exploratory meeting started all this, but that was the Hojo couple, and it shouldn't have anything to do with the children and their aunt and uncle. But the idea that the Hojo family are traitors evolved on its own. Therefore, anyone bearing the Hojo name is to be treated poorly. The aunt and uncle weren't dam supporters, so over time the attacks toward them should have stopped. But they're rather odd, and they keep having trouble with their neighbors. They don't follow the community rules, they don't do their community duties, and they spray pesticide while their neighbor's laundry is still hanging outside. They often get into fights, and with the other villagers, they'd be hated even without the dam. Therefore, the Hojo family continues to be treated poorly. But none of that should have anything to do with Satoko and Satoshi. Satoko and Satoshi are often depressed at school. I tried to leave the conflict between the two families aside, but I wonder how they really feel about that. From their point of view, I'm just another member of the family that keeps harassing them. I don't want any of that at school. That's why I try to be their friend while we're there. How can we get that to extend outside too, instead of staying in the school? That'd be pretty difficult. The Hojo family made enemies of the three families. They were branded as traitors, and that's still considered the truth. It wouldn't mean anything if one person suggested to end the hostilities, an end to the hostilities just because the events around the dam are history now. On the contrary, that would just put them in the same position. Unfortunately for Satoko and Satoshi, the only thing they can do is wait patiently until the issue withers away. All I can do for them is provide an oasis until that day comes. So, how long do they have to wait? I don't know. The dam conflict lasted for several years. They were branded back then, so it might take years to clear up too. Do you mean they won't be forgiven until they become adults? Will Satoko have to live out her childhood going through that? That's pretty miserable, isn't it? Me? We are their friends, aren't we? Sure. They're my friends. We're all buddies. Then isn't there something we can do to help our friends? What exactly can we do? Even if the Sonozaki family declares the dam conflict is over, so the Hojo family are no longer outcasts, that won't solve the problem. It's not that simple. In the first place, Granny hates the Hojo family and won't suffer their name to be mentioned in her presence. It's not a matter of someone forgiving another. It's a matter of very complicated ties between the people in this village. It's absolutely terrifying to have them as your enemies. Everyone knows that very well, and that's why they maintain good relationships with their neighbors. However, if you make enemies out of them, you'll have to face the consequences. That's the unwritten law of the Japanese community, and the Sonozaki family is a part of this unwritten law. Now the Hojo family are outcasts, not even the Sonozaki family can overturn the situation. So even if it's an issue of Hinamizawa, we can't do anything about it as Hinamizawa residents? Unfortunately, that's probably so, yeah. If there's someone who can help Satoko, that person must be someone who has nothing to do with the village. But there's no one like that here. Are you saying someone from the outside has to come help her? Like Rika-chan says, would a knight in shining armor from the outside world ever come here? Would that person bring in a new wind into this village that has been filled with stale air for hundreds of years? No way. Keiichi Mabra, by the way. That's just wishful thinking. Time will solve the problem someday. Until then, I have to be their ally. I can't think of anything else I can do for them. As Rika-chan and I crunched on our rock candy, we can only pray that people will forgive Satoko and her family sooner rather than later. Rika-chan gently broke the heavy silence. I know. Eh? I know someone who has absolutely nothing to do with the village. Will come here. From the outside. That's right. The dam conflict is over, so it'd be great if more people moved into those lots that are for sale. Wouldn't it be fun if a family with a kid our age moved in? Yep. Eventually Rena's family and eventually Keiichi's family. He will come. I know. And we'll break this evil practice alongside him. That will be the first key to one of the 3 locks that have us trapped in the past. Eh? What's this? Are you talking about a novel or something? Rika-chan says some odd things sometimes. When she talks that way, she seems so mature. I even start to doubt she's really younger than I am. The unreasonable antagonism towards the Hojo family. Will there be someone from the outside who will shatter our traditions? The Hojo family is well known for going against the whole village during the dam conflict. Both the husband and the wife were rather aggressive, and they fought a fierce battle, especially against the Sonozaki family. Although the whole village treated them coldly, the husband and wife didn't really care, and kept on fighting. In a way, they were extremely strong-willed people. I'm sure their children had to go through a lot because of them, though. Satoko-chan and Satoshi-kun were treated coldly by the villagers as well. In addition to that, Satoko-chan and her stepfather didn't really get along, so their stress levels must have reached their limit. Because I'm the director of the local clinic, a rather respected member of society, people usually tell me a lot of things, so I was aware of the treatment they were receiving even before I met them. I met Satoshi-kun first. Satoshi-kun came to the clinic because he felt ill from too much stress. He must have thought he had a cold. When I examined him, he even told me that. But hearing his repeated sighs, and by seeing the exhausted look in his eyes, I knew right away it wasn't just a simple cold. Medication would heal his symptoms, but that'd only be a temporary measure. The only way to truly cure him would be to change his living environment. But that was easier said than done. He was surrounded by tangled and complicated relationships with the village and his family, so just resting for a few days and taking some medication wouldn't do. Time was the only thing that could ease off the cold treatment from the villagers, but we were talking a very, very long time. That's why I felt I had to be their first ally in this village, so I could rescue them. I couldn't do anything about his stressful environment, but I could try to diminish the anxiety. So I thought the best way to teach was to teach him how to vent his stress, and playing sports is the best way to do that. So I asked him to join the junior baseball team that I coach. As a researcher, I devote most of my time to Hinamizawa syndrome, but I too need to do something else to relax. I used to play baseball, so I decided to coach the local kids team. After a while, the children of Hinamizawa started their own baseball team, and somehow I became their coach. Doctors can't provide health just by giving medication. You need a sound mind and a sound body. I believe health can be maintained through sports as well. But our team needed more people, so I thought of asking Satoshi-kun to join. Being a bookworm, Satoshi-kun wasn't interested in playing sports. He wasn't sure how joining the baseball team would help his situation. I didn't need to go on and on about athletic medicine to explain why sports help people become healthy. I just wanted him to experience it himself, to realize how great it feels to play sports. I think he realized it gradually. He was reluctant until the very end, but he attended all of the team activities and games. As I saw Satoshi-kun slowly regain his liveliness, I realized my plan worked. However, if Satoshi-kun was under that much stress, then Satoko-chan, who lived in the same family climate, must have felt the same way. Unfortunately, I didn't think of her back then. So when Satoko-chan was carried into my clinic as a patient, I regretted doing nothing about her, even while knowing the situation. As Satoshi-kun recovered under my guidance, Satoko-chan was left alone in her stressful environment. Also around that time, there was an incident bad enough to make Satoko-chan collapse. That was, of course, her parents' death. The day of the Watanagashi festival was a very uncomfortable time for the Hojo family because, although it was a village festival, it was also a day to celebrate the victory over the dam construction project. It's understandable that they would plan a family trip around that time so they could leave the village. Satoko-chan's parents fell off the cliff at the park they were visiting. It happened on such an unlucky day. Because it happened on the day of the Watanagashi, people said it was the curse of Oyoshiro-sama, and people labeled the Hojo family as one that was cursed by Oyoshiro-sama. The parents were given the cold shoulder by everyone in the village, so with their parents gone, Satoshi and Sato should have been freed from that, but unfortunately the accident happened on the day of the Watanagashi. That's why the members of the Hojo family continued to be shunned. Satoko-chan was the only one who was at the site of the accident. Satoshi-kun didn't go on the trip because he had an event with the baseball team. Therefore, the police mainly interrogated her. The detective Oishi suspected an act of organized crime by the village, so with Satoko-chan as the only witness on site, he drilled her with questions. She was as stressed as Satoshi-kun, perhaps even more, so of course she couldn't take it. During the interrogation, she began to wheeze and gasp for air. The anguished look I saw on Satoko-chan's face when she was carried into the clinic was very, very tragic. It broke my heart just to imagine what she had to go through. Coach, is Satoko okay? Yes, don't worry. She's a bit confused, but only temporarily, that's all. May I see her? She's finally fell asleep, so I'd rather not wake her up just yet. Let's just let her rest for a while. Maybe it's a good idea to have her stay here for a few days, too. Don't worry, I'll take good care of her. Thank you. I know Satoshi-kun is a great big brother who truly cares about his sister. He empathizes deeply with her. In other words, Satoshi-kun's worries and stress were reflecting Satoko-chan herself. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but while Satoshi-kun was, of course, sad about his parents' death, he may at the same time have been a little relieved that they were gone. His sister wouldn't have to be driven into a corner anymore. Unlike Satoshi-kun, Satoko-chan didn't have the social skills to get along with her stepfathers. So, putting her mother aside, I was certain that losing her father, the greatest cause of stress in her life, would bring great change to her home environment. But I couldn't believe what happened next. The two were sent to live in an even worse environment with their aunt and uncle, although at the time I was rather optimistic, thinking this new environment would be better for the siblings. Oh. Did I... Was that always broken? Am I being punished for clicking the wrong thing out of order? Well, we're testing that. Yep, it is. So am I fucked up? Like, am I being punished for this? Like, can I still use this in the future? So... Satoshi-kun is a good brother who takes great care of his sister. He went to visit Satoko-chan straight after school and kept encouraging her to get better every day. Without even hearing Satoshi-kun's stories, it's obvious to me that Satoko-chan never had a good relationship with her stepparents. She especially didn't get along with her stepfather. Satoko-chan even called a child abuse hotline once. Not only that, her parents ended up dying in an accident, so she just wasn't able to withstand all that damage. Satoko-chan is still very young, so everything must have been horrible for her to go through. Fortunately, she has a wonderful brother. Emotional wounds are hard to heal, but nothing heals those wounds better than love from family members. I'm sure that one day Satoko-chan will be able to smile again. She's still in shock, but when she talks to Satoshi-kun, she smiles a little bit. Oishi from the police department keeps requesting to see her, but I think I need to protect her for just a little longer. While he's passionate about his job, I wish he'd be a touch more sensitive. If he reminds her of her parents' accident, her emotional wounds will start to open again. That's the one point I worry about with Satoko-chan. I heard someone knocking on the door. It was Takano-san. It doesn't look right wearing a nurse's uniform like that. She's a licensed doctor, so she should wear a white coat and act like one. Maybe this is fun for her, but I think she might be insulting the real nurses. I didn't say anything, though. I don't understand what she's wearing wrong about it. I feel confused. I don't know if there's a proper way that it should be that's different than that. I'm not familiar with... Dr. Yuri, may I talk to you? Oh, yes. Well, Satoshi-kun, if you'll excuse me. Ah, sure. Hello, Satoshi-kun. Please keep Satoko-chan company. She's always alone, so I bet she's lonely. Okay? Oh, no, that's not true. Okay, Satoshi-kun, you're in charge. I got up and let Satoshi-kun take over. Did something happen? Not right here. Let's go to your office. Hee. Takano-san smiled meaningfully. Usually, smiles bring happy feelings, but when it comes to Takano-san, that's rarely the case. Are you sure? Yes. The initial test results show there's a possibility she's at L3 or above. We need to keep her here and run some more tests. The results aren't in yet. From what I can see, it's very possible she's at L4. Takano-san's eyes sparkled in a weird way. There's a reason for that. For us, finding patients in the terminal stage is a valuable boon to our research. In fact, as a result of dissecting the murder suspect from last year, we've made great progress in our research. In other words, we finally managed to isolate the pathogen. We also discovered that when the host dies, the pathogen melts away within a few hours. Once that happens, it's undetectable. That's why we never found the pathogen when we performed autopsies. Our research made a lot of progress after that. What we found in the past year has easily surpassed what the late Dr. Takano found in decades. We're now studying the nature, the effect, and the symptoms of the pathogen, as well as treatments and the vaccines. In other words, a living specimen who's at the terminal stage and is a necessity for our research. However, we rarely find a patient who's gone that far, who's reached L5. Hinamizawa syndrome once created huge numbers of L5 patients, but today it doesn't have such potency. Because of that, we have to secure L5 patients, or patients who are close to reaching L5, as quickly as possible. Satoko-chan possibly qualifies to be that next sacrifice. To keep this strange disease a secret, we can't let the patients who may be at L5 go. We have to run more tests first. Then we'll figure out what to do next. In any case, Satoko-chan seems so calm. Her behavior is nothing like the man from last year. Initial tests are in error sometimes. We'll have to wait for the results of more detailed tests to determine how serious her condition is. Okay. Let's admit her for observation. Please let the staff know to get things ready. That sounds like a formal answer, but if the results come back positive, that will be a green light for her dissection. I don't know Satoko-chan that well, but I've known her brother Satoshi-kun through the baseball team for a long time. How could I dissect the apple of Satoshi-kun's eyes? I can feel scary images flashing in my head for the first time. Hee. Don't worry, everything is already taken care of. She smiled as if telling me that the dissection is already being prepared for too. Is it just her who's smiling? Am I smiling like her too? When I dissected that man last year, I did feel guilt beforehand, but once I started, it was like I was in paradise. All the pieces of the puzzle that were left by the late Dr. Takano fell into place, and at the same time they didn't. How exciting it was, knowing that we are the first ones to take the first steps to solve a mystery, that is. I don't even know how to explain this feeling to those who have never experienced it. There is no way to describe it with words. The only thing I can say is that even a year later, I still remember it vividly. So if the results show that Satoshi-kun's beloved sister is to be dissected, can I control myself? Can I stay calm? But that means I'm a failure of a human being. I know very well that the Hojo family was treated poorly by the villagers, and I know what Satoko-chan had to go through. Also, I know Satoshi-kun loves his sister, who is his one and only blood relative. How can I dissect? What was that? What was this? That said something else for a second. 24 minutes in. Okay, I'll have to pause it really fast, maybe at like 0.2 0.25 speed. But that definitely said something. How can I dissect Satoko-chan using my research as an excuse? I didn't feel much guilt for the man from last year, but I feel unbearable guilt towards Satoko-chan. That means what I did last year was very sinful. I don't care if a stranger dies, but I don't want Satoko-chan to die. That's not right. All lives are equally precious. I try to convince myself that he was a violent murderer, but maybe he only became that way because he was at the terminal stage. I don't know anything about him before he became deranged. Maybe he was a model citizen who was worthy of respect. Unfortunately, became ill and ended up doing what he did. Maybe he was a victim himself. Kind of reminds me of Dr. Erie's dad from the previous part, just like my father. Oh, yeah. I know more about Hinamizawa syndrome than anybody. This disease makes people act in bizarre ways, without those people realizing it. So when the people at the terminal stage do such strange and violent things, one should be sympathetic. I already knew that back when I decided to go down this path. I should have remembered it sooner, but I only did just now. I've finally realized what sinful research I'm working on. Satoko Hojo's detailed test results came back. The results say L5. She's at the terminal stage of the terminal stage. It's actually a surprising result. In last year's case, the patient was extremely deranged. According to Takano-san's records, he complained about itching coming from the lymph nodes all over his body and wanted to claw at his throat, just as the late Dr. Takano mentioned. But Satoko-chan isn't displaying such symptoms. Even in late Takano's data, throat clawing is said to be a characteristic symptom of terminal stage patients. However, not all patients experience that symptom. Besides, emotional expression is very different in each person. Even if it's the same emotion, one patient may express it rather violently and another may express it calmly. There's no way of knowing by just looking at a person. But Satoko-chan's detailed test results say that she's at the terminal stage of the terminal stage, L5. In other words, she may be feeling what the man from last year was feeling. It's just that she isn't expressing that feeling in the same way the man was. Hinamizawa syndrome affects the frontal lobes of the brain. It stimulates the most primitive emotions, doubt, very strongly. As a result, terminal patients are trapped in delusions and paranoia and end up committing horrible crimes. Satoko-chan seems to show improvement when she's exchanging friendly words with Satoshi-kun, but there's a paranoia stirring inside her that may put her in a deranged state at any moment. I can't let her leave the clinic like this. However, if things go according to the manual, I will have to make a decision on her dissection. My decision will only be a formality. I can't actually refuse. Takano-san appears to be already working on the dissection schedule. That plan will then come to me. Would I feel the same way while dissecting Satoko-chan? Would I be able to experience that trance once again? No. The question is, can I fight the temptation? As I pretend to question myself, I'm letting Takano-san prepare things on her own. By doing so, am I passively agreeing to Satoko-chan's dissection? If possible, I want to save Satoko-chan. I don't want her to be a sacrifice for this research. I don't want to dissect her. Then, what about the man from last year? Do I only care about the lives of the people I know? If I don't dissect her, do I let her live and leave the clinic? Do I simply wait for her to become deranged and commit a horrible crime? And then she'll end up here, just like the man from last year, and I'll end up dissecting her anyway? The man from last year was dissected alive, and kept that way for several months. With his skull left open, he wasn't allowed to die for several months. He was kept alive, just for our cruel experiments. I don't want to do that to her. I don't know what to do. Even debating and agonizing over it is leading toward consent to her dissection by elimination. I guess we'll just have to keep her alive, and an excuse being that we want to keep her alive so we can test, experimental medicine for suppressing it. And maybe a vaccination. I was half asleep, so I didn't even hear the phone ringing nearby. After a while, I finally realized the phone was ringing, and a ringing phone means there's some kind of emergency. It's 2 in the morning. Who would even call me at this time of night? Hello, this is Erie. I'm sorry to bother you, Dr. Erie. It's Takano-san. She's never called me for a personal reason. At the institute, she's ranked just below me, so she's basically responsible for running it. So for her to call me this late at night, it must be an emergency. Sorry it took me so long. Is it true that we have another terminal patient? Yes. I was hoping to find a living specimen, so this is perfect. Hee. I initially thought that she'd abducted someone. The man had already been moved to the research area in the clinic's basement. Having been tied down to the examination table, he's struggling against his restraints, but more as though he's deranged than actually resisting. I can't even understand what he's saying. He sounds angry, sorrowful, and like a child throwing a tantrum all at once. It's obvious that he's not in the right state of mind. Anyway, let's put him under anesthesia. He might kill himself otherwise. I wanted to observe him a little longer, but I guess I have no other choice. One of the staff with a white gown got the anesthesia ready. Even a normal person would struggle to escape a restraining table in this suspicious room, but this man's behavior is at an abnormal level. I'm sure Okanogi-san and his friends from the Mountain Dogs are the ones who captured him. Capturing a man in this state of mind couldn't have been an easy task. According to Takano, she ran into this patient on her way home from the clinic by accident. She brought him back here, tested him, and the result came back positive. Of course, I have no intention of just believing what she's telling me, but there is no question that this man is at the terminal stage, and a live specimen is exactly what we need to research the syndrome. Who is this man, anyway? Hee. He had something wrapped in newspaper. What do you think was in it? That was... Ugh, what is this? There was something wrapped in a bloody newspaper on a tray nearby. Looking at the blood-drenched paper, I can only imagine there is something gruesome inside of it. Yet Takano-san looked like she wanted to surprise me with something interesting. Oh God, this is awful. It's a bloody right arm? The man on the table still has his. The right arm doesn't belong to him, so who does it belong to? I am used to looking at things like this as a doctor, but the horrible cross-section makes me want to look away. It wasn't done according to a medically acceptable method, that's for sure. It was obviously done out of cruelty. Judging by the situation, we can assume this man cut off this arm. Hee. So he's the culprit behind the body dumping that's been occurring in the neighborhood? At that point, there was no way of knowing who the right arm belonged to, but the next morning the dismemberment murder of the damn construction site director was reported, and they mentioned that his right arm was still missing, so we learned who the arm belonged to. This man has a criminal record and he's on probation, yet he committed another crime. I bet he dismantled the body in order to hide it. I'm sure it depends on the circumstances, but he'll get more than just a few years in prison. Hee. So, you won't hesitate to dissect a scumbag like him, right? Who knows? Maybe he was a scumbag before and became violent due to the syndrome, or maybe he had gone straight but became violent again due to the syndrome. The former is one thing, but if it's the latter case, it's not his fault. That's why Hidemizu syndrome is so terrifying. We can't tell if the syndrome is the cause of the crime or if it's simply a problem of human nature. But what causes a defect of human nature in the first place? That was precisely Erie's area of research. Hate the crime, not the criminal. Can criminals only be corrected by punishing them with imprisonment? If a person commits a crime because of a mental disorder, but then gets a treatment, he is corrected. In other words, there are no crimes in this world. Only patience. awaiting treatment, without anyone else being able to understand them. In medieval times, patients with mental disorders were said to be possessed by demons, and they were either confined or killed. Centuries after, they were finally acknowledged as mentally ill people who needed treatment. Perception can change with time. Even if they are called criminals now, maybe after several centuries, those criminals will be acknowledged as patients who were entitled to appropriate treatment. Explaining crimes through illness instead of malice. That's my life's work. Hinamizawa syndrome is a strange disease that can support my theory. Solving its mysteries is extremely important to me. To solve those mysteries, I need a medical sacrifice. It's an extremely sinful thing to do, but there's no way to unravel this without it. The Erie Institute was authorized to take such drastic measures if necessary. That's why I was asked about it so many times when I accepted the position of director. And finally, the opportunity is here. This will be the first step of our research on this strange disease. But even now, I am a little hesitant. I've opened up human bodies in many surgeries. What I'll be doing on this man is something very similar, but there's also something that's very different. What I did before was part of treatment. I did it to save the patient's lives. I did it so the patient can have a better future. But what I'm trying to do here isn't treatment. He will die at the end of it. His death will be far from humane. I'm going to violate nature and force him to stay alive, while I open up his living brain. Director Erie, are you listening? Sorry. Could you repeat that? I believe it's best that we submit the dissection proposal to Tokyo and request their assistance. He's not only alive, he's also in the terminal stage, so he's an extremely important specimen. We must conduct this dissection very carefully. That's true. You're right. Let's do as you say. I think we'll have a few days before the dissection, so I want to run some reaction tests once he's off the anesthetic. Do you think that's safe? Even if he's restrained, we don't know what will happen. We finally have the opportunity to test a live specimen. We can't only look into his brain. Takano-san's unusual cheerfulness made me feel odd. Maybe her reaction is normal. Maybe I am the one who's not reacting normally in this situation. I'm here only for the research, so I should be excited to have the opportunity to perform our first live dissection. But I'm still hesitant. How can I call myself a researcher? Researchers of the past were brave enough to cross the line, and that's how they accomplished many things. I've seen many brains. I've operated on them. I've lost some patients too. But I never thought anything of it because I knew I did the right thing, even when my hard work was denied afterwards. If it pained me to think of that, then I just need to advance the field of medicine to ensure their deaths weren't wasted. That's the true form of those advancing the field of medicine. Yet, why was my heart tormented so much just by changing the name from treatment to dissection? Does it mean I'm not man enough to emulate those great men of the past who opened the door to new medicine, that I don't have the power to develop new advances myself? I guess the main difference is this. This is where it's not even just we're acknowledging the person as a human. Because even if you're a veterinarian, if you're doing, a surgical treatment on an animal, you're still doing it with the animal's best interest in mind. You're doing it with, empathy and consideration for the patient's well-being. And so whether it's a human or an animal or anything along those lines, the question is, do you have empathy and actually care about the thoughts and feelings and consent and the well-being and the actual life? Whereas the dissection thing is one, you're actually causing more damage than you are help. But more so is this. It's a lack of empathy. A lack of care about the pain or suffering or well-being. You're treating and again, this applies to a human or an animal, but you're treating them as an object, as just something to be used and discarded, rather than a living being that actually has, emotions and feelings and can feel pain and, the value of life and death. Hey, what's the matter, Director? Are you feeling okay? Takano is pretending to be concerned about me, but she knows. She knows I'm still hesitating, and she's telling me that I should be ashamed as a researcher for feeling that way. I shook my head to clear it of sleepiness. Remember the resolve that brought me here to this day. I already have blood on my hands, but if I stop now, their lives will be wasted. Those who shed their blood can only rest in peace once they have become the cornerstones of great research. I shook my head once more and reminded myself that I'm a researcher. No, I was just thinking. Takano-san, please make some arrangements with Tokyo and let me know when it's done. Okay, understood. Hee. This is really exciting. The least I can do is my best, so his life won't be wasted. If he bleeds, I can't waste even a drop of his blood. After scolding my staff for their indiscretion of discussing the dissection with such excitement, I returned to my office. But yeah, what was like the broken picture frame thing? Like, because I clicked things out of order. Can I not get the good ending now? Everyone's gonna die at the end of the story because... We'll go here. Make an extra save. We'll close this. We will return. The medicine. I don't know what to say. I want to say something, but I can't think of the right words. I can only sigh. Uishi-san, I've been looking for you. The section manager asked me about the wanted poster. Be quiet. This is a place of rest. As Kumagai barged into the room, the old coroner quickly snapped back at him. Sorry. The section manager asked me about the wanted poster for the suspect. Can you talk to Komiyama-kun about that? I need to speak with the coroner here. Could you tell him I'll be right over? Okay. Kumagai ran out of the autopsy room. With the same haste he entered in. Lively, isn't he? The old man would have slapped him for making such a fuss. You probably should go back too. The air in here isn't for the people who aren't used to it. You're right. If I slack off too long, I might get slapped as well. Ha ha ha! Here in Shishibone, all the hoodlums cross the street when you pass through, yet he's the only one past the future who's ever punched you for splitting your sumo wrong. He really was a merciless man. I think he punched me more than my real father. Doesn't matter if he was your real one or not. If you looked up to him in the same way, then he really was a father to you. My real father passed away in Nagoya. He was unlucky. If he wasn't given the order to move to a plant in Nagoya, he wouldn't have died in an air raid. If he could have rode it out another half a year or so, then the war would have been over. I was sad, of course, but I was grown up enough by then that I didn't cry into the ground like my mother did. But people feel sadness in different ways. For some people, it comes out all at once as an overwhelming wave, but others feel sadness gradually, over a long period of time. Or both. They might do both. I think I was the latter. When he was alive, I only thought of him as annoying. In my mind, I even cursed him. with questions about why he avoided the draft, and I thought my feelings toward him would always be the same. Then the war ended, and I saw families and friends being reunited with joy as they came home from the front. It finally happened. I grieved for my father's death. Japan was filled with people who were sad and full of despair. I knew I wasn't the only one whose life ended up that way, but I remember I was very, very heartbroken. After the war, the nation completely changed. As a policeman, the environment I worked in went through sudden changes too. In order to forget my sorrow, the only thing I could do was devote myself to my work. At the time, I was in charge of busting people for buying rice illegally. I conducted spot checks on travelers at major train stations, and boy did I find a lot of them. There was fairly a big black market in Gogora, and a lot of people came from as far as Osaka to buy it. After the war, Japan faced a chronic shortage in food supply. To those ends, the nation instituted a food rationing program by signing the Food Control Act, but the rations the government provided weren't even close to being enough to feed families. Therefore, people had no choice other than buying food and supplies on the black market. The government hardly had enough food for rations, but there were somehow plenty on the black market. The dealers there sold it at outrageous prices, and some of them became quite wealthy. The Sonozaki family made their money through that black market, but that's another story. The government didn't bother arresting these dealers, for, with their money, they were able to buy off the top members of the police department. Instead, they decided to go after the people buying the goods, and even confiscated the rice they bought by selling everything they owned. Yeah, I remember that. Wasn't there a prosecutor who starved himself to death? Yeah, there was. The prosecutor who vowed not to eat illegal rice starved to death. Wasn't it in 1947? That was horrible. He, a public prosecutor, proved it himself that people couldn't survive by adhering to the law. That prosecutor had grown tired of the government charging people with doing whatever they could to survive, and he proclaimed that he was never going to buy black market rice again. In 1947, he starved to death when he was only in his mid-30s. The law prohibited people from buying black market rice, but that was the only way to survive. In that case, was the Food Control Act a bad law itself? Yes, it was. The death of the prosecutor was seen as a desperate message to the government about the injustice of that law. We rounded up people with bags of rice and lined them up at the temporary inspection point next to the station. It was like a military tribunal. We inspected their bags and confiscated everything they bought at the black market. The women all cried. They sold everything owned to buy the rice. They pleaded that if we confiscated the rice, how would they feed their starving children? Doesn't make sense, huh? Yet they forbade you from going after the sellers, so it was absolutely unfair from the view of the people. Everyone was on edge. If they heard a police inspection was set up at the next station, they'd jump off the train and run. We were aware of these people, so we set up several officers near jump-off spots in order to capture them. I remember chasing after women carrying several kilos of rice on them. That was when I first met the old man. Man, I was surprised. Remember my father? He looked exactly like him. I really thought that maybe my father had miraculously survived the air raid in Nagoya. I was chasing a man who was running away from the inspection point. There was no way for him to run with a heavy bag of rice on him, so either he'd get arrested with the illegal rice or escape by ditching the rice that he bought by selling all of his belongings. In other words, if a person is being chased by the police, that person can't provide his family any rice to eat. Of course, I felt guilty about that. I knew people had to buy the rice to survive, so we had a tacit agreement to let those who ditched the rice and ran get away. So I always thought the same thing as I chased them. Please throw it away. I didn't want to catch him, because I didn't want to hear him crying and pleading in distress. It was then that the old man showed up. He looked exactly like my dead father. I was dumbfounded. Then all of a sudden he punched me in the head. If a father disciplines you as a child, you lower your head in apology. I was so happy to see my father alive that I couldn't hold my joy in. The old man said, "Let him go." When I heard his voice, I realized he wasn't my father, so I thought I'd arrest him for assaulting a policeman. But a young man like me who'd barely grown any hairs yet was no match for an older man who used to fighting. Yeah, He sure taught me a lesson. He gave me a good scolding in the middle of the street after I was all beat up. Nyahaha! Who would even listen to him, right? But something struck me then. I kept seeing my father in him. All I could do was listen. Yes, yeah, he was a ruffian, but he showed his guts. Like a real man. That's what made him such a great guy. You don't see men like him nowadays. He was a true example of a man from the good old times. Despite my age, I still needed a father. I needed someone to look up to and to show me what makes a man a man. When I think about it, I really did have two fathers. The old man was a father, a brother, and my best friend. But now here he lies with his head, body, arms, and legs all dismembered, and his right arm hasn't been found yet. He taught me how to be a man, how to enjoy alcohol, how to play mahjong, and with that right arm, he gave me a good beating when I did something wrong. But that right arm is still missing. Do you have any suspects? Yeah, of course. I swear I'll find the old man's right arm and pay them back for what they've done to him. They're running Hinamizawa from the shadows and inciting this collective crime they call the damn protests, the Sonozaki family. I declare war within myself. I already know who my enemy is. A group of boys are playing baseball under the powerful sun. The sound of cicadas makes the heat stand out even more, but to those boys it's just another kind of cheering from the crowds. Of course, they go through training exercises to build stamina, but the boys don't actually like such routine activities. What they look forward to the most is the free game after practice. The school in Hinamizawa. One of those. Pick one. You can't say both at the same time. That's not how words work. Hinamizawa. Okay. Is actually borrowed from the Forestry Service. The schoolyard is made of gravel, so it's not very appropriate for playing sports on. As I burp into the microphone. Compared to that, the grounds of the school in Okonomiya are properly maintained for athletic activities, so the kids grow even more energetic when they come here. I have like a big fucking gallon of water here. It's delicious. Kids from Hinamizawa really don't care if the ground is made of gravel or not. The other instructor is watching the game, so I decided to go get some drinks for the team. Coach, where are you going? I thought I'd go get some drinks for everyone. Do you mind helping me, Satoshi-kun? Oh no. Not at all. Satoshi-kun decided to come along with me. Sometimes kids don't like what grown-ups choose, so I'm glad he agreed to help. Satoshi-kun and I got in the car and headed to the grocery store nearby. Manager, how is Satoko doing? Well, she's doing fine. Although it's an extremely slow process, her emotional wounds are healing. I think we should let her rest for a little longer. It's natural for Satoshi-kun to be worried. Satoko-chan has been in the hospital for over 2 weeks. Of course, he doesn't know his sister has Hinamizawa syndrome. Not only that, she's almost at L5. She could become deranged at any moment. He believes she's depressed because of the shock of their parents' accident. He came to the clinic every day to cheer his sister up, but Satoko-chan has become emotionally unstable and was showing some dangerous symptoms, so he called off the visits. In fact, Satoko-chan is not doing so well. The L5, the stage Satoko-chan is at, is a very abnormal one. The man from last year who was at the same stage was acting so abnormal that even a drug addict in his final stages would have turned and ran. There's no guarantee Satoko-chan won't fall into the same condition. When we performed the autopsy on the man last year, we learned the true identity of the syndrome and gained a great understanding of its mechanisms. We even discovered some important facts that may lead to the development of a cure. However, we have yet to find a method of actually curing the disease. So if Satoko-chan becomes unrecoverable, we may have to dissect her, just like we did the man from last year. How can I tell Satoshi-kun about his sister's situation? All I can do is make vague comments and lie to him that she's recovering. What if she becomes much worse? That would make me an unforgivable liar. The tiny bit of a conscience that remains in me hurts. If it's okay with your clinic, can she stay there a little longer? Why are you saying that? I thought he wanted her to come home as soon as possible, so I'm a little surprised. Well, actually, Satoko doesn't get along with her aunt. I heard she didn't get along with her parents, but she can't get along with your aunt and uncle either? Satoko-chan doesn't open up to grown-ups. Satoshi-kun has told me about their family background. Their mother's constant remarriages wounded her children deeply. Satoshi-kun was able to overcome it, but Satoko-chan was too young to be able to do that. That left her traumatized, and she now has the tendency to distrust or dislike guardians who aren't related to her. Actually, nobody would like a guardian who isn't related to them. It's not just Satoko-chan, but usually people try to deal with that even if they don't like it. I guess Satoko-chan's not capable of that. Our uncle isn't home much. Besides, even when he is, he's either sleeping or watching TV, so he's not the problem. But our aunt really goes after Satoko. Why doesn't she like her? I can guess why. Satoko-chan's parents were damn proponents, and because of that the villagers considered the aunt and uncle part of the Hojo family and ostracized them as such. Moreover, they passed away suddenly in an accident and left 2 children behind, so I guess there would be more hate there than gratitude. If she had been obedient like Satoshi-kun, everything would have been fine. But Satoko-chan can't be that way. She shows that in her attitude and in her expressions, which leads to her and her aunt having a big fight. I've told my aunt about Satoko's situation, but she just can't understand. I think you're a great big brother, Satoshi-kun. You're the one and only relative Satoko-chan has left now. Right. I feel that way too. Satoshi-kun said that with a slight hint of a sigh. He doesn't say it, but it seems Satoshi-kun has grown tired of having to cover for Satoko-chan every time she and her aunt fight. He's a good person as well as a good big brother, so I'm sure he'll do anything to cover for his sister, but that's a very exhausting thing to keep doing forever. Satoshi-kun was already doing that when their parents were alive, and eventually his mental equilibrium couldn't handle the strain. He grew sick, and he visited my clinic. I thought his circumstances might have improved after their initial cause. His parents were gone. But it seems that things were even worse than before. I understand. I can't release Satoko-chan if things are like that. Her symptoms may return again. Don't worry about the hospital fees. I'll make sure Satoko-chan truly recovers. While trying to pretend I'm listening to his request, I feel a little disgusted at myself for making such selfish excuses. I'll make sure Takano-san is working on her dissection plan as we speak. If that's possible, that'll help me too. What? I mean, if Satoko-chan stays in the clinic a little while longer, then I can relax as well. That's all. What do you mean? As soon as Satoko comes back, I know she'll get into fights with my aunt again. Then it's back to those days of constant fighting and screaming again, and I'll probably get dragged into it too. So if Satoko-chan were hospitalized for a very long time, that would be the easiest on me. But when I think like that, I hate myself. Satoshi-kun? Satoshi-kun is a great big brother who always sticks up for his little sister, but that doesn't mean he doesn't feel burdened. To think things like that, what a terrible big brother I am. The more I think that way, the more I hate myself. Satoshi-kun said, sniffling once. His expression was one of anguish, as if truly feeling his own sin. His desire to be a model big brother is putting himself under greater pressure. I feel bad for Satoko-chan, but I also feel bad for Satoshi-kun in a different way. As someone who knows the both of them well, I feel that I must be their ally, since they don't have anyone else who cares about them. Don't worry, I'm still going to remember to go check it 24 minutes to see what that one thing was about, like what was almost typed in. Because I feel like that was something that like normally you would have no way of knowing, but you know, here at Lunar D8 Studios, we are recording, so... I'm gonna go stretch my legs for a moment, and maybe grab something to drink other than water out of the refrigerator. I will be back. Enjoy the great music. Again, I want to say it again. I am quite the big fan of good music in anime and video games, and I am very, very pleased with the music of the soundtrack. Not just of this visual sound novel, but also of the anime itself. But then again, there's most games I try to pay attention to the music quite a bit. And I would like to say most of the time I'm actually pleased with the music of like probably 95% of games. Like I'm at least okay with. I would say at least half I think are awesome. So I don't know if it takes away from the compliment when I'm like, oh, that's... It'd be like, imagine if I go to a place and there's like 20 different pies and I taste each one and I say, oh, 19 of these pies are delicious. I mean... Does it... does it really take away from my compliment to the pie? Like, I like different pies. I mean, I like apple pie. I like cherry pie. I mean, I can't say I really like sweet potato or blueberry. I mean, pecan's okay. There's various cream pie stuff that's at like Walmart, like chocolate and stuff like that. I would say, honestly, if I really had to pick a favorite pie, pumpkin. Pumpkin pie is good. Though I probably put more whipped cream on it. Then again, we all know I'm fat. One day I will be fat. One day. Though I do have to be careful working out because, 1, I tend to get hurt easily. 2, I take forever to recover. And 3, well, I do manual labor. And not only do I need to be able to do my job and not be injured, but there's also certain things I do require a bit of strength, but also they require a bit of dexterity and... I don't know. I don't think... Focus, alertness, and muscular control and coordination. Like, there's a degree of skill. Well, not necessarily skill. It's a degree of... coordination? I don't think that's... It's just there are certain things I do that I'm having to move things in a certain way to where if I'm not like alert at all times, or if like, say if my muscles were too sore, not even like injured. Let's say if I try to do a bench press and I'm not even that I injure anything, but rather I'm just like, I'm too sore. There are certain things I work with that, you know, if I don't pay attention to what I'm doing, I could severely injure myself, if not die. So, and as is, I usually tend to get hurt a little bit there anyway. And I also do have to occasionally, granted I don't spend much time on a forklift, but there are sometimes I do have to drive on a forklift. Though there are sometimes I have to like, usually it's moving like pallets or small bits of construction materials around. But there are sometimes I have to go and take a dumpster across a field into a place to dump it. And part of that requires going up and down a slope in a forklift. Sometimes in the rain or the snow, which honestly makes me feel like I'm gonna die. And there's sometimes like you're driving on an uneven slope sideways in order to get these. Occasionally I have to move these one things of the construction material. That's the best way to describe it is you have a steel cage that is open-ended, that is, I would say, 12 feet tall and 10 feet wide and 9 feet long, and it usually gets stacked full of stuff that's loose and can fall out. And so moving that is, driving with that's kind of awkward. And also there's sometimes the stuff in it will like fall out and almost hit you in the forklift. So that's concerning. And of course there's times I have to work with hot materials. There's sometimes I use a reciprocating saw daily. I've also repeatedly strained my elbow and my shoulder, constantly hitting myself in the shin with stuff. And of course, there's several times I've gotten hit by machines or equipment where I've gotten like bruises. Heck, I know there was this like thing I was talking about, the coordination thing. There was a time a machine kind of like just didn't exactly behave the way it was expected to. So I wound up getting like a bruise on my right side of my chest for like half a month. Then again, there was also a time a piece of construction equipment hit me on the left side, so that was at least a bruise for a week. I know about a month ago I had like this one thing that weighed like 180 pounds smack me on my right thigh. Thankfully somehow did not leave a bruise there, but that I couldn't feel my fucking leg for half a minute. But the main point being is that, one, if hypothetically if I were to like do too many push-ups, and even if I don't injure myself, if I'm too sore from it, one, I'll have less energy to do my job. Two, I might not do the job in a correct way, which could lead to me getting injured. On top of that, there's also the fact that some of the things require a bit of precision in what I'm doing. So like I'm moving things that are moving at a pretty decent speed where I'm having to direct them with my hands into a certain spot. And if I do that incorrectly, the stuff I'm messing with becomes damaged from that. So obviously I have to be careful about that. So obviously if I were to I'm gonna just like fucking throw caution to the wind and just like work out and lift weights all the fucking time. One, first off, it wouldn't work. That won't build muscle. That won't make me stronger. Because, yes, you do need to lift weights to get stronger. But you also have to recover. And one, pushing yourself too much, too often, you can't recover from, and it makes you miserable. You have to find some sort of balance. And I'd say, what's the correct balance? The answer is, listen to your body. Obviously, if your body heals faster than mine, or recovers, or builds muscle faster than mine, well, good for you. You can do more, but it's been over a year now, but it's September 6th, and I remember it was either late June or early July of last year, so over a year ago. I was walking on the bike trail and I was lost in thought, and I walked too far, and I went for 23 miles during a heat wave, 100 plus degrees Fahrenheit, with a very hot sun, no clouds, no sunblock, no water. Pretty sure I had heat exhaustion, heat stroke on the way back, and dehydration. And here's the thing, I was so badly sunburnt, and I'm pretty sure I could have died and just passed out on that fucking trail. It was not safe walking that far like that. And, well, my neck is still discolored from that sunburn well over a year ago, so my neck might permanently be the wrong color. It's so I don't know. It's the back of my neck. Beyond that, I was limping for 2 weeks. Thank God I wasn't working at that time. Otherwise, honestly, I don't think there's any job unless it was some sort of sit-down job or something that I'd be able to do. And I've been working like manual labor shit all my whole life. But it's just there's certain things I do require a bit of precision. So obviously if my arms are too sore from lifting weights, well then I won't be able to do my job correctly, at which point I wouldn't have a job anymore, and then I would just be homeless and die. So effectively, one, I need to not work out so hard that I injure myself, but I also need to not work out so hard that I'd be lasting soreness, because then that would lead to me not be able to do my job correctly, which means either I would not be able to do my job well and probably eventually get fired, or I wouldn't be able to do my job well and it could lead to me getting seriously injured or dead. So obviously all that's bad. And obviously, again, with the job thing, if I wind up not having a job and I can't pay bills, well then I'm homeless, starved, probably get thrown in prison or something for not being able to, keep working. So at the end of the day, it literally boils down to if I do too many push-ups, I will die. But it's still good to do push-ups. But I have to be mindful that if I do too many push-ups, I will die. So, and the whole point is I'm trying to get stronger and not die. I might have depression, but I don't want to die. Anyway, I said I was going to grab a drink. I'll be right back. Pretty sure my back's going to be a bit sore. Yep, it is. I hope you guys can hear me on the microphone. I'm probably also going to pee. I'm back. By the way, you guys know the cereal called Frosted Shreddy Wheat? I have a box of that downstairs. Apparently there's a limited edition where it's pumpkin flavor. So whenever I try that, as long as I remember to, I'll let you guys know. But yeah, my drink. I decided last time I was at Walmart to get a coffee in a can thing. Let's see. It's called Mocha. Where is it? Mocha Draft Latte. La Colombe. Coffee Roasters. Draft Latte. Established 1994. Mocha. Cold brew of milk. Frothy and creamy. 160 calories. 120 milligrams of caffeine. Ingredients. Reduced fat milk. Coffee. Water coffee. Cane sugar. Acacia. Alkalized cocoa, Gallon gum lactase, natural flavor, nitrous oxide, sea salt, and vitamin D3. Okay. It has somehow 10% of your daily need of potassium, and 20% calcium, 25% vitamin D, 2% iron, 7 grams of protein, 7 grams of fiber, 15 grams of sugar, 25 carbohydrates, 11 grams added sugars, 15 milligrams cholesterol, 4 grams fat, 2.5 saturated fat. Okay, that's odd. Real ingredients. We're roasters and brewers. We use the highest quality ingredients to craft delicious coffee drinks. Frothy and creamy cafe taste and texture perfected in our cafe since 1994. Let's see, there's a date on the bottom. It would have been best by February 10th of 2026. This is definitely before then, so it should be best quality? I don't know. Do I have to shake it at all? I don't think I need to shake it. I'm gonna like lightly tip it upside down and back a couple times. But that's all I'm gonna do. I don't think I need to shake it. Okay. Let's smell it. Yep, definitely smells like a mocha coffee. It's okay. Okay. Back to this, which... Okay. Did we get his decision, though? Oh, come on! But at least it's not like double broken. I'm pretty sure he's dead. Oh, come on! Welcome to the Watch Looter Fuck Up. Again, is there a downside to this? Are we getting... I feel like I want to check Google on this. Like, but I don't know if Google would even understand what I'm trying to ask. Let's... Fine. Apparently I need to do something, so... Fine. Fuck. This is... Why would you set it up this way? This is stupid. I don't even know if I... Load... You know, a professional would edit this out. But I'm not a professional. I'm not editing fucking shit if I don't have to. Fucking hell, this pisses me off. I don't like having to do that. And why would you design the game this way? Now I don't even know what I've done yet. Because now I'm confused. So now I don't know what I have and what I don't have. So there's any possibility I'm just going to fuck up because I don't know what I'm doing now. Because I don't know what I've already watched and what I haven't. Exactly. See? Fuck. Why would you design the game this way? Why would you do this? And now this feels confusing. Not that it wasn't already. God damn it! Why would you make this game this way? Like, it was an interesting idea at first, but then it's like, okay, I'm like, oh, there was a thing that did a thing, and then I'm like, oh, hopefully that's not a punishment, and apparently it is, and it's like, great. Now I don't even know what's going on anymore, and I feel confused. I feel so confused right now. I don't know what's anywhere. Like, I feel so confused right now. Like, this literally is so confusing. Apparently he's not dead. thank you. But it's just, am I the only one who feels frustrated at this? It just, I feel frustrated and confused. Drink some of my coffee. Because if there's anything that helps frustration and confusion, it's caffeine. Okay. And we're going to save at like every freaking thing. Because more than likely, we're going to fuck up at every fucking turn. My ear itches. And even then, like, from what I was trying to look at for a little thing, which I still didn't find a clear bit of information, but there actually might be a clear, concise, chronological order. Like, I could, like, it's enough to ask me to not, like, ask something. Like, obviously, there's, like, okay, you need, in order to get this one task, you need to have this other thing in order. Like, you can't have Satoshi worried about Satoko being hospitalized if she hasn't been hospitalized yet. Obviously. But there's also the concern about, oh, you have to have the thing about Jiro Tomataki before then because that would have happened a year before. And which is, no, you're asking too much. That's too much. Asking. You're too much. I honestly don't know. But it's just the way this is. I feel so confused. Okay, hopefully this is... Thank you. And obviously if that one's working, then the one before it should be fine too. And if not, then I can at least remember that much from loading the previous save file. It's just, I don't like having... I'd be okay if it just said, you chose that order, go to the next thing. That's fine. But I don't want to, like, be punished for it. Drink some coffee while we... Glad I had it refrigerated. I imagine this would taste terrible if it was warm. Okay. And everybody like, oh, it's detecting you exiting out and saving. Like, okay. If you're going to care that much about the game, then I might like have to like have everything written out ahead of time. And it defeats the purpose of just playing the game to enjoy it. Okay. I mean, I think he's dead. I'm pretty sure he's dead. Isn't he the guy who got... And again, now it's all like, oh, it's all fractured. Like, come on. Fuck. Oh, why not? And again, now it's shattered. I'd reload. I'm like, I don't like having to do this. At least I think I've got all the things again. Okay. We've already done this one, so we're at least getting back to where we were. We're just gonna drink some coffee. Definitely got a flavor to it. As it should. I mean, it's coffee, but you guys know what I mean. Save. 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 Close fragments. Okay. Maybe? No, it's not. Okay. I'm glad I'm able to do this, but it's confusing about, like, am I loading? Am I saving? What's going on? Like, the game is detecting you to reload a save 500 times. I don't see anything to click. This maybe? No, of course not. And of course now that's broken. Is there an achievement for just breaking everything and just fucking up? Well, no, there's some things that are perfectly fine. Like, and it's like I feel confused. Am I saving? Am I loading? It's confusing. I don't like having to do this. Maybe? No, of course not. Load. Collect. And it's just, I feel so fucking confused. Let's just make sure nothing's fucking broken. Okay. Okay, well, this leads to this, and this. Fruitays are alive. I can't do this one yet. I mean, that's what we just clicked on. Maybe? Maybe. No. I'm running out of options. Load. Like, what? I'm running out of things to click on. And oh, come on! How is that one not ready? How is that not a thing? It should be fine. It should be fine. I don't understand. I don't like having to reload it all the time. It shouldn't be like, oh, it's broken now, haha. Like, no. It's like, I don't know what. Okay, that's the one with. Okay. Maybe? Okay, there's something. That very night, the head of the Furude family, the priest, gathered his wife and Rika together for a family meeting. In Hinamizawa, it was tradition for the three families to gather and discuss the village's issues. So it was hardly unusual for the big families like the Sonozaki family and the Kimiyoshi family to have meetings beforehand to sort out opinions among themselves. However, the Furude family had lost its branch families, so there were only three of them left. So until that day, they had never had a family meeting at all. What is it? You're being so formal. Is it about the dam construction? The dam was the most important issue in the village at the moment. The wife naturally assumed the priest wanted to talk about the dam. For him to gather all of them together like that, it must have been a huge decision he had to make. Perhaps he was going to talk about joining the pro-evacuation camp. No, it's not about the dam, but it's about something extremely important which concerns this village, and perhaps all the ancestors of the village too. The Furude family had served in the priesthood of Oyoshiro-sama, the guardian deity of the village, for generations. So for him, the head of the family, to start out that way, it must be something extremely important. Yet he said it wasn't about the dam, so what could he want to talk about? I married into this family, so I want you and Rika, who carry the true blood of the Furude family, to listen very carefully. You two aren't normal human beings. I am the reincarnation of Oyoshiro-sama, right? Rika, you shouldn't say such things, dear. Let's talk about things like that without her. She's heard enough nonsense from the elderly people at the village hall already. What she just said about her being the reincarnation of Oyoshiro-sama, that appears to be true. What? It's rather a long story. Please, just sit tight and listen to me. The wife had a dumbfounded expression on her face, not knowing what he was going to say, but Rika was completely relaxed, wearing her usual carefree expression. The priest started to talk after his wife calmed down. There is disease in this village that has been here for many years. It's a special disease, which only exists here in this area. Everyone who lives in this village has the disease. Not only the people who live here now, but all the people who ever lived here had the disease. What? But we're all perfectly healthy. I've never heard of a disease exclusive to this village. Calm down. As long as we are here in the village, the disease won't cause any problems. But once you move away from this village, that's when it starts to act out. Do you understand? How can you expect me to understand such a thing? I have no idea what you're talking about. It's the same as the curse of Oyoshiro-sama. Rika said it so calmly while her mother became frustrated. That's right. They say that when you leave this village, you're cursed. It's just like that. In other words, the curse of Oyoshiro-sama, which our ancestors have feared for generations, is actually a disease that only exists in this village. How could that be possible? We've left the village before, other villages too. Some have gone on business trips, and some even traveled to foreign countries. True, but that's probably because the disease has weakened over a long time, so it was going to disappear eventually. But the business with the dam disrupted that process. Everyone knew that during the dam war, the entire village was aflame of agitation. Such excitement and emotional instability makes the disease stronger. I still don't know what you're trying to say. What we thought was a curse all this time was actually caused by the disease? That's right. All the rules Oyoshiro-sama came up with were to protect the villagers from the disease, because if you look at it from a scientific standpoint, they're the rules for a quarantine. No way. Then Oyoshiro-sama is actually a disease, not a god. I mean, it could be both. How could that be? How can I explain that to the Furude family ancestors? Calm down. The faith in Oyashiro-sama won't change. The fact that Oyashiro-sama is watching over Hinamizawa will remain the same. It just means the disease producing Oyashiro-sama's curse was in this village since long ago, that's all. Oyashiro-sama is still our deity. It's just that we now have an understanding of what Oyashiro-sama was trying to protect us from. I won't accept that. How can I explain to our ancestors? This is a desecration of the Furude family's age-old traditions. No, this is a desecration of Oyashiro-sama. Who told you such a thing? This isn't acceptable. In the first place, can you prove such a disease actually exists? I can. What kind of proof? Who gave it to you? The people from the Ministry of Health and the National Institute of Infectious Disease Prevention. They've already found the pathogen, and they are searching for a cure right now. I saw the documents and the samples last week. The people at the Ministry of Health call it Hinamizawa syndrome. No way. As long as you lead a normal life, this syndrome is harmless. But once you go from Hinamizawa, or if you become emotionally unstable, it's easy for the disease to manifest itself. When the disease acts out, you can be possessed by your own delusions, and in the worst case scenario, you can go mad. They discovered this disease during the war. A distinguished scholar noticed that only the soldiers of Hinamizawa came down with the abnormal disease, and he has been researching it all these years. They explained some details of this research, but I'm sorry, they are too complicated for me to explain. If you don't believe what I'm saying, why don't you go listen to them for yourself? At first, I was indignant too, wondering how they dared to blaspheme Oyashiro-sama and spout such nonsense. The Erie Clinic was built to study the syndrome. It appears to be just a clinic on the outside, but it's actually a secret research center for studying the syndrome. Secret research? That's ridiculous. If it's actually backed by the Ministry of Health, why aren't they doing it out in the open? Well, I guess they can't. For example, think about leprosy victims who were misunderstood and exiled. They are still misunderstood and discriminated against, even today, in fact. Did you know a lot of the, I think it's bacteria that's responsible for leprosy is pretty common in armadillos? Not all armadillos have it, but just saying, it's kind of like, you know, rabies are exclusive to mammals, which still is kind of odd, because apparently there are seals that have rabies, which I don't know how seals having rabies works. And everyone's like, they're mammals, of course they can have it. But here's the thing. Rabies gives the afflicted a fear of water. Seals live in the water. So, it's like making a fish scared of water. That'd be fucking terrifying. It's like you're now scared of the thing you have to live in. If the whole country finds out about this and thinks that everyone in Hinamizawa who has contracted this weird disease can go mad at any moment, it'll turn into chaos. The Ministry of Health has taken that into consideration and is working on developing a cure while keeping the disease a secret. Don't get me wrong, though, they aren't trying to put us on display or anything. They are trying to eliminate the disease and free the village from it. It was a different story long ago when we were supported ourselves, but nowadays it's impossible not to leave the village. If a simple act of leaving the village can trigger the disease, you realize how dangerous it is for the villagers, right? I'm repeating myself now, but in recent dam protests, the whole village entered a strong, excited state, which is very bad for the Hinamizawa syndrome. If some villagers go crazy and do something horrible, it'll be all over the media. That's right. If that happens, it'll be too late. But how can I believe this? Are you sure we're dealing with people from the government? Are you sure you aren't being tricked? I don't blame you for not being able to believe it. They said we can come take a look at their facility anytime. I've seen it before, and I know that no mere fraud could have set up something like that. Even with the big hospitals in Gogura don't have such large-scale equipment. If you can't believe what I just told you, you should go to the research center yourself and ask questions. They can explain it better than I can. They said if their explanation isn't good enough, they can explain it to you at the National Research Institute in Tokyo, or even at the Ministry of Health's main office. Whether I believe it or not, how are we related to that? It is said that the Furude family inherited the blood of Oyashiro-sama, and it is also said that if a girl was born for 8 continuous generations, that the 8th generation girl would be the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. Meep. That's right. I'm the 7th, and Rika is the 8th generation. But what does that have to do with the disease? This Hinamizawa syndrome is caused by a type of parasite. Although they're very tiny, you can't even see them with the naked eye. They say there's a sort of leader among these parasites, kind of like a queen ant or queen bee. Are you saying that's the Furude family? It appears that the leader of these parasites is passed down through the generations only by people of direct bloodline to the Furude family. In other words, in the previous generation, it was you. And now it's Rika. Meep. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. Why would it be something as disgusting as parasites in the first place? Calm down. I'm not good at explaining things. Please have the experts explain it to you. According to them, studying this parasite leader is necessary in order to research the disease. No, I won't have anything to do with such suspicious research, and Rika won't either. I'm telling you to calm down. You know what, guys? That's the best advice I can give you guys. Anytime you're ever dealing with a hysterical woman, just tell her to calm down. It works every time. You know, without my facial cues, you guys can't tell I'm being sarcastic. They think that the Hinamizawa syndrome acts out when separated from the parasite leader, not the village itself. When you were little, do you remember villagers telling you that you had psychic powers? You were able to cure elderly people who got migraines after taking a long trip. That's the proof that you were carrying the parasite leader. The Furude bloodline has the power to cure people with the disease. To discover a cure, it's extremely important that we participate in their research. Again, check out my playlist called Hanyu, the Useless Goddess. I still say oxytocin is a very important thing that can cure the disease and have your condition go into remission. To discover a cure, it's extremely important that we participate in their research. If they study me, will the villagers be saved? That's what they say. And all the villagers are infected. Me, everyone else, Satoko too. Yes. Not only the people who live in the village, but their relatives in Okinomiya too. We're talking thousands of people. That's why the Minister of Health spent so much money to build a specialized research center. I object. How can you let Rika be a sacrifice for something that suspicious? I don't mind. If Satoko can be saved, I don't mind being a sacrifice. I really don't. You be quiet, Rika. I absolutely refuse. I'll go talk to them and refuse them directly. I won't let them kill Rika in some crazy experiment. Besides, Rika is the one and only heir of the Furude family. What if something happens to her? The Furude family would die right there. Don't you see that? You need to think more about our family. That's why the villagers call you an opportunist. After all, don't you think it's odd? The Ministry of Construction is trying to submerge the village, and the Ministry of Health is trying to cure a disease. What in the world is going on? The Ministry of Health has warned that this disease could be triggered by a change in environment, so they're actually trying to have the Ministry of Construction stop the damn construction plan. You really should go to the research center. Why would they build such a huge facility in a location that could be submerged? Hooah! Rika let out a big yawn. It was long past bedtime for a little girl like her. I'm going to bed now. Dad, please let them know I'm willing to participate, okay? Rika, you can't make such a decision without consulting me. Rika! Wait, Rika! Do. Okay, well that was something that was needed for a lot of other pieces. So yay! But real quick, before we do a save, I'm just going to double check to make sure none of the frames are broken. Because honestly, having to reload and save things over and over is extraordinarily confusing and frustrating. But mostly confusing. Like it puts me into a state where I'm just like, I feel really confused. Okay, save. Close. Fragments, okay. Maybe? Yes. The gathering place inside of the Furude Shrine is in fact the headquarters of the Onikafushi Guardians. Normally a shrine would be a calm and quiet place, but there are anti-dam signs everywhere, making it very obvious what this location has become. There are over 30 members of the Guardian here at the moment, and they are having a heated conversation about their plans for the future. Although this meeting place is on the Furude family's property, it's a community facility, so it closes at 9 p.m. Of course, sometimes the discussion gets so heated that it goes on past closing time, but meetings are supposed to end by 9. If a discussion ends early, they usually chit-chat until that time. That's what usually happens. Of course, they mostly talk about the dam even when they chit-chat. They talk about someone's mistreatment at the government office, or someone getting arrested unjustly, or complain that people at the dam construction site are too violent. Since it's idle chatter, the topics are slightly emotional, and because of that, there was a good deal of bad-mouthing the Hojos. Then she threw the circulation notes away. Can you believe that? That woman is crazy. Just the other day, she got into a huge argument with Makino-san's grandmother at the trash pickup. You know, the husband is rude too. He's so irrational. Ah, did you see him at the explanatory meeting? That was bad, huh? I can't believe they're still here. I wish they'd just leave. He said something about money. He has absolutely no shame. No. If you talk about being irrational, his wife is the same, or even worse. It must be hereditary. I see their daughter shopping quite often, so I used to say hello to her, but she never replied. Can you believe that? So I got tired of it, and I don't say anything to her anymore. Hey, their son always looks so depressed, doesn't he? Ha 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 ha. By now, the Hojo family has become the enemy of the whole village. Bad-mouthing the Hojo family was the greatest shared topic that anyone could easily contribute to. If he had known how powerful the three families were, especially the Sonozaki family, and if he had known Oryu-san's character, he wouldn't have said the things he did. The Hojo couples are residents here. Though they were never very enthusiastic about the council activities, they should have known what kind of person Oryu-san is. He could have imagined just what would happen to him if he talked to her that way. Yet he let his anger take over and voiced his unpleasant feelings. So most people think the Hojo family brought their isolation upon themselves. If they wanted to negotiate with the government regarding the money, they should have done so privately. Yet he was foolish enough to express himself at a public gathering like that. So not too many sympathize with the Hojo family. Ever since the big fight at the explanatory meeting, the Sonozaka family has looked at the Hojo family as their enemy and started to go after them. That caused the other pro-dam families to go quiet, fearing they'd be made into scapegoats too, and those who wanted to leave were bitterly forced to give up. Even those people started criticizing the Hojo couple, saying they could have gotten their compensation to leave if the two hadn't picked the reckless fight. Both the anti-dam and pro-dam people hate the Hojos now, and the family has become even more isolated. Moreover, the Hojos are both very aggressive. They should have stayed quiet at least until things settled down, but they didn't. That alienated the handful of people who took pity on them as well, so now nobody even says anything to them. All of that was immediately obvious by listening to the foul talk here and there at the gathering place. Rika always helps out by putting the teacups away, and so I'm sure she hears what they say as well. One of the Hojo family members they're bad-mouthing is Rika's friend, Satoko-chan. It hurts to think about what Rika feels while hearing that. As priest of the Furude Shrine, should I let this continue? Oyoshiro-sama is a god who makes peace between enemies. When the humans and demons fought, Oyoshiro-sama descended from heaven and mediated between both sides. As the caretaker of this shrine, I must do something before it goes too far. I'm sitting next to Oryu-san, who is spitefully disparaging the Hojo family. So that ass was talking shit to me. Who the hell cares? He'll be cursed, Oyoshiro-sama, that's for sure. The elderly people cheer her on as they listen to her speak. If I barge in now, I have a feeling it won't be a peaceful conversation. But I have to make up my mind. As the priest of the Furude Shrine, also for the sake of Rika's friend Satoko-chan, Oryu-san, don't you think you've said enough by now? Huh? What the hell are you trying to tell me? Well, I'm sure Hojo-san really didn't mean what he said. Isn't it a bit much for this kind of treatment to go on for this so long? Shut up! You heard what he said, didn't you? Weren't you pissed? He pissed me off. Shit! Shit! Oryu-san is the head of the Sonozaki family, the heir to the demons. She never forgives anyone who stands against her, so there's no way she would even listen to what I'm trying to say. Oryu-san and the others became furious and refused to listen to me. I also mentioned that the dam construction plan will be cancelled soon, so they should calm down already. I said that because the staff of the Erie Clinic told me that the government is putting some kind of pressure on the Ministry of Construction, but thinking that I'm being an opportunist. Soon, criticism of me began to circulate the room. After that, I realized that I have become branded as a fence-sitter. If the demons are willing to listen, then there's a chance to make peace. But how can I make peace with people who refuse to listen? I destroyed their mood, so I just have to give up and shut my mouth. Then I felt a little hand on my back. Rika? It's getting late. Why don't you go home? No matter how hard we try, we can't reach them. Rika looked into the distance while she spoke. The evil of this corrupted village is probably beyond the means of those of us living in that muck. But I won't lose hope. Surely, someone who will destroy this stagnation will arrive. Very soon, I know. Her eyes shone as if seeing a future that only the maiden of the Furude Shrine could see. Chimabra is super important. Save for like the 12th trillionth time. 6 trillion bottles of beer on the wall. 6 trillion bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around. 5,909,909,999 bottles of beer on the wall. 5,909,999. Okay, I already fucked up. You guys get the point. I'm also bored of that. Okay. God damn it! My God! Nail! What is it, Super Kami Guru? Maybe? Thank you. When researching Hinamizawa syndrome, there is something very important that needs to be discussed first. If something happens to the queen carrier, the village will collapse. In his article, my grandfather called it the most dangerous situation. According to my grandfather, the queen carrier dies. All the infected persons will go terminal within 48 hours. This may sound unbelievable at first, but research on the collapse of past local religions and group suicides around the world should indicate that there's some truth to it. Why do I want to look up like a YouTube video explaining, like, ant and bee colonies in the event of the death of the queen? Among all the mysterious incidents around the world, there are some that were caused by parasites controlling entire communities, very similar to Hinamizawa syndrome. By the way, I know there's some stuff in the anime where you actually have scenes of the Frederica Birkenstell alter ego of Rika time traveling in another dimension to save Mio Takano's parents so that she never goes to orphanage or ever even meets Hifumi Takano and actually just leads a normal, happy life. Though, to be fair, in that circumstance, the village gets fucked up. Because if you're not researching Hinamizawa syndrome, well then, the government will probably go through the dam construction plan, at which point, one, a lot of people would be separated from Rika, but also means that the parasite would spread at least as far away as the psychic link between her and anyone infected would be. But either way, it would be in a much more chaotic situation. Again, useless goddess Hanyu video. I suggest watching that. It's a playlist. Just click on playlist and you'll see it. Useless goddess Hanyu. Grandfather picked a few cases that are very similar to the syndrome and investigated them. As a result, he confirmed multiple cases of entire communities losing their minds after the death of a religious leader or founder, and finally annihilating themselves. He stated that, on average, it happened within 48 hours. It's clear that infected people are affected by the Queen Carrier, and the condition of the Queen Character is in fact affecting the entire village. Our statistics already prove that on weeks Rika felt sick and visited the clinic, we saw an exceptionally high number of visitors. Rika being sick with a simple cold had a massive impact. If something particularly bad happened to her, we'd be facing a serious situation within 48 hours. That's why the Erie Institute has to protect Rika Furude, the Queen Carrier. It's the most important mission of the Hinamizawa Syndrome Research Project. She's already agreed to help us in our research, but we have to be very careful not to put her in any danger. Also, we have to protect her from anyone who would try to harm her. Her life is equal to the lives of 2,000 villagers. But what if something happens to her by accident? The Erie Institute must prepare for that situation. That's why I worked on the draft of an emergency manual when the Erie Institute was first established. It's a precaution in case the Queen Carrier dies, or if infected people show acute symptoms due to the death of the Queen Carrier. This is an emergency procedure which must be followed within 48 hours of the mass occurrence of the acute symptoms. The final measures to prevent the damage from spreading to nearby areas. The plan uses gas, making it look like a natural disaster. My client, the Alphabet Project, took the responsibility of working out the details of the plan. They are used to dealing with things like nuclear and biological weapons, so they ended up being such a big help. There's no way I could have come up with a plan on my own to execute 2,000 villagers. Through a dummy company, the ground SDF has secured a closed quarry in the Higurashi region upstream of Hinamizawa. It's to be the secret storage base for the equipment we use in that operation. The equipment that sprays deadly gas that kills people as if they were falling asleep is stored here. In the case of an emergency, a special unit of the ground SDF is to use this equipment to destroy the village. However, preparing for the execution of the villagers itself is politically dangerous. So if I'm going to insist on them getting the equipment ready, I have to make them understand how dangerous Hinamizawa syndrome is, and also how urgent the need is to have a contingency plan. I have to prove the need of the plan by showing them enough data. So my files my grandfather kept intact come in quite handy. When the clients read my grandfather's articles about the syndrome, they were surprised to see how catastrophic things could be in the worst case scenario. In other words, if something happens to this girl, the Queen Carrier, all 2,000 of the villagers will become deranged. Is that what you're saying? Yes. There have been several cases similar to the Hinamizawa syndrome, where group suicides took place. In the case of the syndrome, we can easily expect extreme defensive behavior which results from deep paranoia. The result may affect all 2,000 plus carriers. From there on, we may face abnormal situations involving lawless violence and bizarre religious despondence. We must be ready to face such a situation by having a contingency plan. Otherwise, we'll draw attention from the rest of the world. We have to remember that we only have 48 hours to respond once it happens. Are you saying that if it happens, there's nothing anyone can do? Can't you treat everyone within 48 hours? That'll be impossible. We don't even have a cure, and the research center isn't capable of taking in all the villagers. How frightening to realize such a disease actually exists. The world is full of mysteries. Constant vigilance against worst-case scenarios supports our national defense, and is one of the ideas behind the Alphabet Project. Besides, our goal is not to use the plan, but it's vital to be prepared. Indeed, precisely as you say, I'd still like to look into strengthening the rules of approval authority behind applying the plan, but I understand the necessity to prepare our response for a worst-case scenario. Let's have the Urban Suppression Research Team run a simulation of the Hinamizawa suppression operation in the region. I think we should get it going as soon as possible. It's possible that the Queen Carrier Girl may be hit by a car and be killed at any moment. Thank you, Major Takano. Takano? We have further questions, so you can sit down. Thanks to a push from one of my backers, things were decided without too much of a problem. It took me almost all day to explain it to them, but it only took a short time to come to a decision. Nobody criticized, ridiculed, or tried to reject my grandfather's articles out of hand. In the files they're all reading today are the very same shameful articles those haughty authorities left their footprints on as they trampled them and my grandfather's heart. But they aren't ridiculing the articles. They are reading what was once rejected. It's nothing big at a glance, but in this moment my grandfather's research is being recognized for the first time. My heart is filled with satisfaction to see people discussing amongst each other while pointing to my grandfather's files and raising them as proof. I've worked so hard for this day. Grandpa in heaven, can you see this? Save. 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 Close. Continue. Okay. Maybe? Yay! The sound of not frustration. Furude-san, thank you for waiting. We just finished the last test. She'll be back soon. I hope she is able to help. Of course, Rika-san will help the whole village. I think we'll be able to come up with a treatment soon. We're still looking into the structure, but we're finding out how important Rika-san is to the villagers. People with more serious conditions can't stabilize themselves, but we found out if they get close to the Queen Carrier, they generate some kind of substance in their brain, probably oxytocin. By the way, if just Rika's death is what it takes to trigger the whole village, then what about Miyakashi and Watanagashi? Because technically she dies in both of those fairly early on. And we don't hear too much about. This substance has a calming effect, and it seems to have the power to bring their symptoms down. If we can produce this substance, it'll end up making for a powerful treatment. I see. Rika has that kind of power. Hee. You shouldn't be surprised. People say that maidens of the Furude family have the psychic powers to calm both souls and demons, don't they? Even before we discovered it, it was already recorded in the history of the last few hundred years. That's true. I'm impressed with how wise people were back then. Meep. The tests are all done. Rika, good work. You must be getting tired. She'd be like saying, oh, are you going to save my friend? Like, well, we don't know if we can. Like, and then Rika's like, hey, Dr. Yuri, I want to make something clear. Satoko is my friend. I care about my friends. And they're the main people I'm not dying for. So you fail to save my friend Satoko or decide to dissect her, I'll fucking slit my own throat. And you can watch this entire fucking village burn. Why don't you take this and go get something to drink? Oh, Rika's first beer. Meep. They took a lot of my blood, so I need to replenish. Rika took the 100 yen coin that was offered her and ran out into the hallway. I appreciate Rika-san's help. If she hadn't offered her assistance, our research wouldn't have progressed this far. Rika is very concerned about her friend with the syndrome. She said she wants to help because of her. Doctor, please take Rika's feelings into account. Of course, we're taking up her precious time every Sunday, so we'll make sure to get to the bottom of this. We may have to put her through some rather rough experiments, but I hope you'll understand. We'll never harm her in any way, though. She's such an important person. She's the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama after all. I wondered how people back then found out about this syndrome, and how they knew the Furude family were the descendants of the queen. I'm truly impressed. By the way, there's something I have to ask you. I would like to ask you for permission to collect her cerebrospinal fluid. Spinal taps suck, by the way. Also, there's a chance that we'll have to drill a hole in her skull to examine the inside of her head. A hole in her skull? Of course, we'll take every precaution. Rika-san is the one and only queen carrier. We'll make sure that she's safe. Her safety is our priority. Of course, since Rika-chan is a girl, we won't shave her entire head. However, we'll have to ask her to stay at the clinic a little longer, so we can keep our eyes on her. She can still receive visitors, of course. You're more than welcome to attend the examination. I'm sure she'll be more relaxed to have someone she knows nearby. Do you really need to perform this examination? Is it really safe? I can't absolutely guarantee her safety for either collecting the cerebrospinal fluid or for drilling a hole in her skull. There's always the off chance something might go wrong. Also, Rika-san may suffer some physical and emotional discomfort. Even if it's this important, we can't perform it without the parents' consent. Actually, I've already talked to Rika-chan about it. What did she say? She said that it's fine. I've explained to her the possibility of danger. But we still need your consent. Sometimes Rika truly believes that she's the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, so maybe she feels obligated to sacrifice herself for the villagers? What an impressive child. Could you please let me talk to my wife? She understands the situation, but I still need to explain it to her. Sure, of course. Please, talk it over with her. So this examination is an extremely important step in the process of stamping out the syndrome, right? Yes, it will solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome for sure. At least it'll be the first step. As I already explained, if something happens to the Queen Carrier, the whole community here may be in danger. In other words, it's possible the whole village could end up with terminal symptoms. That's right, according to the studies, within 48 hours of the death of the Queen Carrier, everyone with the disease will become dangerously sick. We must prevent that from happening no matter what. If something happens to Rika, the whole village will go insane. Yes. It's our job to prevent that. It might seem ironic that we have to put your daughter in danger, but this is the only way to stamp out the syndrome. Dr. Erie, I hope you'll succeed in that examination. As I said, there are no guarantees in medicine. Sure. Eri answered with a nod, interrupting Takano's vague response. I will succeed. I'll save Rika-chan, and the villagers too. I promise. Okay, I'll talk to my wife. I'll let you know our decision. Yes, thank you. After Rika and her father left, Takano started to laugh. What is it? What's so funny? Hee. Oh, nothing. I just thought it was amusing to get permission from both the patient and her parents beforehand. Rika-chan is going through something she doesn't have to. I thought I should, as a courtesy. I would have gotten consent from the man last year, had he been in a normal condition. Are you being tormented with guilt ever since you started your research here? What do you mean? This type of teasing was normal from Takano, but maybe she had gone a little too far. Eri made it clear how displeased he was to hear that. You can only research Hinamizawa syndrome by using living beings. You feel guilty continuing your work because of that. Those guilty feelings are a necessity. Whether it's a murder or dissection, the fact that you're taking someone's life is the same. Also, those feelings are important to at least keep, people in check from just going too far or crossing certain lines. And even I understand sometimes in medicine you might cross certain lines, but it doesn't mean you cross all the lines. Just because, okay, you cross this line makes it easier to cross the next line, but still, it should still be a hesitation at each crossing. So the whole point is it's all these extra hurdles. So that even if there are times in science where certain lines get crossed, there's still other hurdles in the way. It shouldn't just be okay, there's no lines at all. No. Something about ethics, We have to accept that, and at the same time devote ourselves to our research. That's an extremely impressive theory you have there. Hee. Then, Dr. Eri, how many times have you gotten consent before you cut into people's brains? Eri didn't think Takano knew about that. How many brains have you cut up without consent, using your selfish theory that people commit crimes due to mental disorders as your excuse? Hee. That is... Common sense changes with time. Back then, doctors didn't need to explain anything or get consent beforehand. I'm of the mindset that doctors should have consent of patients, and as long as it's not a health condition, as long as it's not some treatment for a gunshot wound or something, basically if the patient doesn't get the treatment they're going to die, then unless there's some pressing urgency, I feel like the bare minimum there should always be consent of the patient. But in some situations, maybe consent of the parents, or even just consent of friends. Because I do feel in some situations that even if the patient's, awake and lucid and in good condition, I feel like you should talk, even if they're in their 30s, you should still talk to other family members or friends. And also at the same time, if there's certain conditions of the person, you should make sure that there's not anything messing with their ability to make a decision. You're not going to let a patient make a decision under the effects of anesthetics or in too much pain, or obviously those two things cancel each other out, but I'm talking about a balance. Obviously you don't want the person under too much anesthetic that their ability to think is compromised, but also if they're too much pain they're also going to be delirious and not thinking correctly. In the same regard, you wouldn't ask a patient to consent to something if they're drunk. And especially if it's some major medical issue, I feel it's something that even if the patient consents to it, as long as it's not anything urgent that if it doesn't happen they're going to die, I feel even if the patient consents to it, I feel there should be a waiting period for it. If you're going to have cyborg legs for a patient that's in a wheelchair, even if the patient is fully consented, like, hey, I want legs, I can run around, well, they should still have time to think it over. So even if they should be asked initially, and if they agree, they should then be required to wait like a couple weeks. It's not like they're going to die of a heart attack if they don't have legs. The whole point being, yes, are they likely to change their mind? Probably not. But they need time to actually, I would say 2 weeks should be the bare minimum amount of time. But that's for the purpose of the patient's well-being. Because even though no matter how you look at it, if you could give someone like robot legs, if they don't have legs at all, but at the same time, and that's even if there was like 100% success rate, everything will be perfectly fine, and there's no complications, I think the patient still be required to have 2 weeks to think about it after giving consent, and then asked again. So technically the patient should be required to give consent twice. But obviously if they just lost their legs, I mean, you might not want to do it then because, they've been through something traumatic, so they're not able to think about it. But at the same time, if they're already in pain, why not do the surgery then? That way, they're not having to be under, anesthetics more than necessary. So obviously there's varying grade questions when it comes to that. But there's also the idea of, well, if with any surgery, there's always a chance the person could die, or there could be a complication, or there could be something wrong with the robot legs, or it could cause pain or an infection, or maybe like some issue in your nervous system or something, or cyberpsychosis, which obviously, yes, I understand it's a video game thing, but at the same time, I mean, it would make sense. I mean, like, there are people like making fucking brain chips and shit. I mean, imagine if you start putting like robot stuff inside a human brain. I mean, there's a very good chance that one, the technology itself, the physical hardware, could start interacting with the human brain in undesired or unpredictable ways. And two, the changes, like one, the actual hardware could be interacting with the brain in a way, but also the actual computer could malfunction, as well as the human brain could start firing chemicals in an unexpected way or change over time in a way that's not to be, as well as who's to say what the long-term effects of, the change in brain signals from that chip would be to a human brain. And I'm not even talking like developing cancer around the brain. I'm talking like changes to the mood or the personality of a person. It'd be kind of like saying if you had somebody suddenly be having, I don't know, some sort of drug. Let's say, I don't know. Can't think of anything. I don't know, an antidepressant or an antipsychotic or something. I mean, it's obviously worth mentioning that stuff could have long-term issues. Plus, some medications like that are things that, people, once they start taking, are basically, they have to keep taking forever. And if they ever do need to quit using that stuff, it has to be a gradual weaning process. It's the sort of thing that you can't do cold turkey. It could actually cause the person just to die. And if they don't die, it can cause extreme physical and emotional discomfort. But in general, I would say this. I think the general consensus should be to do no harm to the patient and to make sure that the patient is well informed and they're able to give consent and that they're not rushed or coerced or manipulated or pushed to do anything, that they're able to just make a logical decision. And in situations like that, I would say, unless there's a reason to have to rush, I think the patient should be required to give permission twice. Once when they're initially asked, and then they should then be required to wait a couple weeks even after they get permission. So basically, they should be able to give a written permission, basically a concession on how they feel about it. But they should be able to do that written concession twice. Because I don't think giving consent just a single time with that is sufficient for that. But I do feel like as science gets more advanced, that's amazing and it's a miracle. But at the same time, as we do have to be careful. I know that there's, like, sometimes we'll do genetically modified, food, and which that's good. We can make food better. But at the same time, there's always a possibility. Heck, imagine if you could do gene editing in humans to get rid of a type of cancer. You could save so many lives. Or maybe you could find a way to cure diseases that normally would just result in the person dying or suffering horribly. Maybe cure blindness. But there's always the possibility that it could have additional negative side effects. Now, I would say that isn't reason not to do it, but that is reason to at least be aware that there are other consequences that could arise. That if you suddenly make a new medication for people, you have to bear in mind that there could be some unforeseen effect that this chemical that is foreign to the human body could have that you have no idea, especially certain things that could occur either in reaction to other chemicals or to just long-term use. So I don't think you have to be concerned about the past. It'd be a problem now, but it was okay back then. So that's fine. But you feel guilty, and that's why you wanted to get consent from Rika-chan beforehand, and why you wanted to get it from him, right? That's not true. In the first place, the treatment and dissection are... Listen, boy. What you want is the stamp of forgiveness known as prior consent, right? What you want is some stamp of forgiveness, some deception to fill your heart so you can atone for your past sins. If you regretted what you've done, then you'd never get involved with brains again. Yet you're dragging regrets behind as you continue to deal with brains, guilty all the while. If you truly acknowledged your actions as a sin, then you would have refused to accept the appointment as director. Isn't that right, boy? I don't need to listen to this, excuse me. You must listen. The field of medicine is constantly won in battles against that era's ethics and social values. When Dr. Takano discovered the existence of the syndrome, the people in power at the time just disregarded their own ignorance and scoffed at his foresight. But he didn't stop researching until he collapsed. He believed that someday he'd be acknowledged. Even if it was after he died, he still believed in it. He could do that only because of how strong his conviction was. If it wasn't for that, he would have given up. A strong will is what keeps research going. Only the most determined can achieve a result. But you don't have that. You're a coward who still can't decide if he should be proud or ashamed of his achievements. How could you accept the position of director with such half-hearted determination? You knew from the beginning that this research couldn't be brought to fruition without adding further blood to your already stained hands. I don't know what to say. Maybe I am half-hearted. Then why don't you resign? You'll still have the obligation to keep things secret, but at least you won't have to feel guilty anymore. You may be my partner, but you're also simply a person who was requested by my client. Now that this research institute is fully developed, you aren't needed. If you don't even have the necessary determination to do research to begin with, you're an especially useless partner. I'll never quit researching. I'm not afraid of guilt or regret. My conviction is what will take me to the future. It's also what will take you to, taking a gun and blowing out the brains of Keiichi and all of the other main characters. Not even in a fight. You literally have them bound and gagged on the ground as you start taking a gun and blow out their brains one by one as they're watching each other and themselves get their brains blown out. I feel like at this point, I don't really feel like you've done anything that really necessarily crossed the line. Because even having that, thing as a backup, just in case, but it's the sort of thing that if you're a morally good person, you're like, we're going to try our best to find a cure because I don't want to have to do that, kill 2,000 people thing. But even then, you'd feel bad about it. And here's the thing. Having a conscience doesn't mean you don't have determination or conviction. It just means that you are fucking human. And you're at least thinking about the stuff. I mean, heck, courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the ability to act in spite of it. Same way with this. Conviction isn't that you don't think about things, it's that you think about it and you make your decision about to do. And yes, there'd be some situations where you decide that it's not a good decision. You know, you don't have to be completely stuck entirely into one path. But the main point is that, you know, as of this moment, you know, I really can't say I really condemn them. Obviously, there's some gray areas, but I would say there isn't like a definitive, like, hardcore spot. But later on, like, when she definitively decides to frame Eri for embezzlement, or disembowel Rika, let alone purposely choose to kill Rika in order to set off the emergency situation, killing the 2,000 people, in order to make a fucking issue of it for the sake of research and, you know, making a message. And for the sake of, you know, your own ego when it comes to the curse. But as of right now, you're not doing anything necessarily, air quotes, unnecessary or cruel. But eventually you're out just like murdering people. Then again, you're going to be killing Rika, but again. But I mean, obviously, Takano's had her issues in the past, which was very traumatic and horrible for her. And that's awful, and it's very, very sympathetic. You know, it's a thing that you would have every reason to feel sympathy for her on. Still doesn't give her the right to disembowel people or to blow people's brains out that are, you know, completely innocent and not a threat. So it's like, yes, it makes a little bit of an understanding where she's coming from, but it doesn't excuse her actions. It does give more leeway and a little bit of leniency, but it doesn't excuse it. And there's still lines that shouldn't be crossed no matter what. I guess the definitive, like, borderline, like, we're in the gray area. But the line that separates us, like, we're definitively not in the gray area anymore, is, you know, any of those things. Like, if you start just, like, randomly murdering people, or purposely choosing to use your fallback plan because you want to have all the people die. Or, and like I said, or, you know, framing Eri for embezzlement. But I would say one big thing is this is actually Takano's undoing. It's because that lack of empathy leads to something. For example, Rika is eventually going to be able to maintain the memories of Takano being a bad person because Takano agrees to Rika's request that she not be put under anesthetic or put to sleep during the disemboweling. Because normally, Takano was going to have Rika put unconscious for it and disembowel her in her sleep. I mean, she's still going to die and be technically getting killed, but, you know, she, air quotes, wouldn't feel it or be aware of her own death. Thus, you know, easing her of physical pain or emotional distress. For example, I'm of the opinion that it's okay and perfectly fine to eat meat. But I'm also of the opinion that, one, you shouldn't torture an animal. You shouldn't cause it unnecessary suffering. Like, if you're killing a cow, you should do it in a way that is as quick as possible and as painless as possible. You also shouldn't do it in front of the other cows. Otherwise, they'll be emotionally distressed and scared. Basically, all the cows should not understand that they're going to die, even up to the point that they die. And it should be done as quickly and as painlessly as possible. And while the cows are alive, they should be treated humanely and given as happy of a life as possible. Have food, area to run around, not be abused. You know, they should be treated humanely. And like I said, when it comes to the butchering process, you know, it should be done in a way that is as painless and as free from physical or emotional pain to them as possible. But I see nothing wrong with eating meat, and I find meat delicious. but I just think that the animal should be treated well while it's alive, and it should be killed as quickly and as painlessly as possible. But yeah, the main thing is this. If she had more empathy or morals to her, even when Rika says, no, don't put me to sleep, I want to be able to remember you disemboweling me. If she had any amount of, morality or empathy with her, she'd be like, no, even if you're saying that, I don't want to cause you that much pain, whether it's care about an actual random person, about suffering, or about caring about Rika herself because she's, actually knows her. That imagine, even if Rika herself is requesting it, if Takano had enough empathy where she's still willing to do the killing of Rika, and even the disemboweling, but she's like, no, I can't bring myself to do it to you with you actually feeling everything and being horrible pain and scared. I don't want to cause that to you. I mean, even if she didn't, call off doing it, she could still murder Rika. She could still disembowel Rika, but she'd still, be of the mindset that she's going to put her to sleep so she's not in pain or torment from it. If she had done that much, then Rika would never be able to maintain that memory to the next timeline. Which means Takano's undoing is the fact that she lacked that empathy. Because if she had at least had that basic empathy where she was not willing to cause that undue suffering to Rika, then Rika and Hanyu would never be able to maintain that memory, and they would never be able to defeat a Takano and the Mountain Dogs and Okanogi. That's impressive. However, though my determination may not come close to yours, I too have a will, and that's why I'm here. As you said, I already have blood on my hands. After I arrived in Hinamizawa, they got even bloodier, so I can't just run from my responsibilities. I'll probably continue to be tormented by my unatoned sins, but I won't run. I'll get to the bottom of Hinamizawa syndrome. That's the least I can do for all the people who gave up their lives for this research, and also for those who will give their lives from now on. Iri wore a determined look on his face. He appeared different from even a moment before, when he was baffled by Takano having brought up those painful memories. For a short while, Iri's eyes displayed his strong will, and then he turned around. We'll probably get consent for Rika-chan's examination, so please start preparing for it. Yes, I understand, Director. And here's the thing. Also, even if you legitimately didn't fucking give a shit about consent in this situation, you kind of have to get it, Takano. I'm pretty sure Rika's parents are going to notice part of her head fucking shaved and, the after effects of a spinal tap. I'm pretty sure they're going to be aware of it, at which point that's going to cause further issues for you. They got their consent the following week. Save. Okay. The lights came on in the meeting room as the slideshow ended, and all the auditors began to applaud, praising the Erie institution's dramatic accomplishments. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Wonderful. Wunderbar. To be honest with you, I wasn't expecting too much from this Hinamizawa syndrome research. I figured that even if there was progress, it should be 3 steps forward and 2 steps back every decade. Oh my, how impressive it is to achieve so much in such a short period of time. This is all thanks to you, Director Erie. Oh no. This is all because of the staff that supported me and Takano-san too. Don't be so humble. Hee hee hee. Director Erie is a genius in the field of neurology. After all, he's also produced greater achievements than any other doctor when it comes to the brain. That's true. Not many doctors as young as you have nearly as much experience on operating on brains. Congratulations, Lieutenant Colonel Erie. Now I can go back to Tokyo with my head held high. I'm honored we gave you something good to take back with you, Tomataki-san. By the way, could you please stop calling me Lieutenant Colonel? I just can't get used to it. I almost prefer Risa-san at this point. Ah ha ha ha. I bet you do, huh? Hee hee. You sure were a huge help. You're the one who secured funding for our research, even when we couldn't produce feasible results. We couldn't have done this without you. It wasn't any trouble, ha ha ha, but really, the results you presented today are just brilliant. Not only have you found the cause of the syndrome, you've also provided a clear path towards future research. We're looking forward to hearing more progress when we come again next time. I'm sure the Tokyo office will quit bothering us about cutting your budget with these sorts of results. Hee hee. After all, we nearly lost our budget for the canned coffee we provided to you all, didn't we? Boo-ah-ha-ha-ha! Tomataki-kun, make sure you report our progress to Tokyo well enough that they give us enough funding to hold a party. We've been getting nothing but the stick. It's time for the carrot. Ha 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 ha! We'll be the happiest if the carrot comes back in the shape of funding. Wah ha 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 ha! And with that congenial atmosphere, our routine audit was over. Erie was surrounded and being questioned by the National Institute of Infectious Diseases workers who had joined the auditors. Takano-san, congratulations. I can't really say this out loud, but all the progress I've seen tonight is thanks to your hard work. Hee hee. Thank you, Jiro-san. Jiro-san and I are the only ones here who know that strings were pulled in order to create the Erie Institute, so only Jiro-san can understand what I had to go through. But I've only just risen to the stage for my research. My opponent and I are finally in the same arena, that's all. The critical fight comes after this, and it should be getting even more exciting in the future. Ah! Aha! Ha ha ha. By the way, Manager Nakagawa told me to tell you that if he wants you to hold a presentation. Again, do you guys say presentation or presentation? In Tokyo. Even the alphabet board wants you to come meet with them. I guess they all want to hear this directly from you. Oh my, isn't having you explain enough? I don't think that's what they mean. I bet they want to meet such a pretty researcher in person, maybe. My, aren't you being silly, Jiro-san? Hee. Excuse me, Major Takano, there's a phone call for you from Tokyo. Thank you for holding. This is Takano. Hey, how are you doing? Koizumi-sensei, thank you for taking time to call me. Wahaha, you know, I heard you made a significant breakthrough, Mio-chan, so I had to call to congratulate you. Thank you very much. Yes, thanks to your support, we've been able to accomplish the first step of identifying the microbe that causes Hinamizawa syndrome. I see. Great job, Mio-chan. I'm sure Takano-kun is very happy in heaven right now. That's a little too early to say. My grandfather was attempting to go beyond merely identifying the cause of the syndrome. His work was about showing the possibility of human thoughts actually being controlled by parasitic agents in our bodies. Only when that is proven will his research be recognized for the great achievement it is. When we're able to explain all thoughts and religions with parasites, the world is going to be tossed into chaos. I feel like this is a holdover from her PTSD issues. Like her mind just trying to not like every time she laughs, like her mind is trying not to just completely fucking shatter from stuff in the past. But you know what they say about emotional problems? Suppress everything. Heck, most of my life I actually really did bottle up my emotions and not really talk to people. Then I'd say in my early 20s some things happened, and I was really sad. So I talked to some of my friends. I probably annoyed them. Well, I know I annoyed the shit out of them. You know. Heck. But then again, I guess I'm just that kind of annoying person. It's like, what happens when Lunar becomes emotionally disturbed? I talk to people. I annoy people. I listen to music, go for a walk, take a nap. Then again, in general, I like just going for a walk in general. Heck, I've always been the kind of person to go for walks. You know, I do like going to the bike trails. Even though it's usually the same bike trail all the time, and I don't even listen to music while I'm out there. I'm just like, either I'll walk there quietly, just listening to the wind and just enjoying the peace, or I'll talk to myself, sometimes for hours. Heck, like I said, there was that time I went for 23 miles, where I was just lost in thought. I just was thinking about a lot of things and talking out loud to myself, and well, before I knew it, I'd gone, and don't get me wrong, I was looking around me as I was walking, and I was enjoying the views. It's just, one, I was caught up in what I was thinking about, and two, I was just really enjoying the scenery. I just kept walking, and I was like, oh, look at that bit of the clouds, and look at that tree, and oh, look at this thing I'm passing, and look at that field, and look at this thing. And I was just like, I just wanted to keep walking. I just wanted to keep going. If time and physical condition weren't an issue, I would have just kept going and going. But eventually, let's be clear, as is, I barely made it back. Like, I had started that walk basically at sunrise, and I barely made it back by sundown. If I had walked any further, I would have been out there in the dead of night when it got dark. Then again, if I'd gone any further, I don't think I would have made it back. Then again, you guys wouldn't be having these videos. I'd just be dead. I would have just passed out and died in the middle of the bike trail. Maybe wolves would have eaten my corpse. So. But point being, like, if I had the power to teleport all over the planet, I'd be really lame. I would use it just to go places that would be cool to walk around, or maybe amusement parks, or just normal parks, like in different cities. Like, just, or all the different rivers. Like, yeah, I mean, it might be cool to go see lakes and oceans and seas and stuff, but I feel like I would just teleport to, like, all the different rivers in the world and just sit there and just watch the river flow by. Like, many people would probably be able to do all sorts of incredible, amazing, or entertaining things if they had the power to teleport. Heck, some people would rob banks. Some people would maybe be able to, like, stop terrorists or something. But me, I'm like, I just want to go sightseeing. I just, like, if I had the power to teleport, I would just, like, teleport all over the planet and just go, like, hey, I heard there's this bike trail in this one country. Boop! And then I would teleport there just to walk the bike trail. Or I'd be like, oh, this area of this Japanese city is supposed to be cool. And I would teleport to some part of Japan just to walk around the city and look at it. Which makes me sound really lame. Heck. In general, I always just liked to be able to walk around, and heck, there's lots of times I went hiking. I mean, I was in Boy Scouts and stuff. I will say this. My dad, well, air quotes, stepfather, he would always get pissed off if I had to, like, get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, or even try to get a snack out of the fridge. Even, like I said, when I originally graduated school, I couldn't. There was no places to move to. There was no apartments. I couldn't afford college at that time, and, well, there's nowhere to go. So, well, though, like I said, my parents needed help too. financially. So, I helped around the house. I was the only person who ever walked the dog. We had a family dog, and I was the only person who ever actually took the dog for walks. Or took her to the vet. That dog did die about 2 years after I left, though. Actually, a little less than that. I don't think they ever took that dog. I don't think they ever took her once to the vet after I left. Or took her for a walk. Then again, Dad never played with her once. Heck, his usual response to her was, "Move, dog, move, mutt." I don't think he ever called her by her name once. I think he only let her outside and put her on a chain outside to go to the bathroom when no one else could do it. It's funny. Man became a deacon, and yet he would still take God's name in vain, yelling at the dog. Cussing, yelling. Just be fucking pissed at her just for existing. Heck, at times if she barked too much, she'd be threatening to bash her head in, just like, "Oh, I'm gonna break her." Why do I feel uncomfortable saying it? But basically, break her skull in, cave her skull in with a brick. Hit her in the... never did that. And heck, he was even kind enough to bury her when she eventually died, I guess, of old age. Apparently she just went to sleep and never woke up, and I got a message from my mom after she was already buried. Apparently Dad had found the dog not living anymore and decided to go bury her. So okay, not what I was talking about. I miss that puppy. But main point is like this. It's just like, it felt like he was a bit disrespectful when it came to certain things. Like here's the thing. Like, he was a fucking drunk alcoholic till I was like 11 or 12. Then he immediately became sober and became a deacon of a church. And he was very overbearing about that. A lot. Throughout all of high school, he'd be getting up at 3 a.m. and he'd be typing out the Bible on a typewriter. I don't know if any of you guys remember what a typewriter is. So it's kind of loud. And it's like, but he's able to do that, but it's like, but if I get up to even have to go pee, that's a problem. Even after, like, I'm graduating high school and, I'm paying for any of my own personal bills, paying for anything I personally want. I don't cause any problems. I'm very quiet. Heck, anytime I was in my room, I'd be watching anime or playing video games with earbuds in my television. So I wouldn't even be making any noise. I made such little noise that if any point while I lived with my parents, if I had just died, it would have taken several days for anyone to even know that I was dead. Then again, even back then, even since I was a young child, I always had a tendency to lock my door and then barricade it and pile a bunch of things in front of my door. What can I say? I've had a degree of paranoia my whole life. Then again, I remember back on being like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 during those years. Like I said, both my parents drank back then. They argued and fought quite a bit. There was a lot of times I was the Binding of Isaac. I went and hid inside my toy chest. I think I probably spent a few dozen times doing that. Maybe for a couple hours at a time, just curled in a ball inside my toy chest. So, that was uncomfortable. But that's also like a really long time ago. mean, there's far worse things. Besides, it's like, heck, anytime I was at school, I got bullied a lot. I got bullied a fucking shit ton all throughout school for the most part. I mean, it eased off, like, in the last couple years of school. People were older, and they were more concerned about their future and also other stuff going on. Which I was glad people left me alone on that, but it's like, I got bullied a fucking shit ton in school. I got my ass kicked a lot for absolutely no fucking reason. Other than just everyone fucking hated me. So, yeah, it is what it is. But, yeah. And like I said, I'm at least glad my parents both quit drinking when I was like 11 or 12-ish. But I was like, just some... And again, I mean, I'm glad they quit drinking, but at the same time, it's just like, I don't know, kind of overbearing with the whole religion thing. Like, I believe in God, I believe in Jesus, but there's no reason why you had to be such a dick about it. And the other thing is this. You know, he'd be upset. And I'll say this, like, I had friends, but I had to go over and spend the night over their house. But, you know, I mean, aside from, like, on my 18th birthday, I had my friends over for, like, less than half an hour to go eat some cake in my kitchen. But aside from that, heck, I couldn't even really bring a date over or anything. I've already talked about him just being a bit odd on that, especially how hypocritical that is given his past, but especially since stuff that was going on even before I was born. But I'm just saying, like, one thing that's kind of odd is this. He'd be super pissed at the idea of, like, even if I was, like, pacing my bedroom, walking back and forth just a couple steps, and just talking to myself, and even then, I wouldn't be doing it out loud. I'd just be mouthing. I'd be using my mouth, but I wouldn't be making any noise. But he'd be annoyed at that because he'd be like, oh yeah, I can hear the floor creaking. Heck, even if I like try to do push-ups or try to do some sort of physical activity, that'd be annoying. Heck, I had a guitar later on, but I couldn't even plug it in the amp hardly. Like, even during the middle of the day, if I was trying to play it, not even plugged in, like just not even plugged into an amp, it's an annoyance. The more I talk about it, the more like I should just fucking moved out earlier, but again, I couldn't really afford to. But I'll say this. I kept living with my parents, I paid my own bills, well, anything I personally wanted, I helped around the house. I tithed like 15% of my paycheck before before taxes. I didn't cause any problems. I'd always treated my parents with respect and care. I'd never done anything wrong. As far as I'm aware, I don't think I've ever misbehaved, ever. Granted, I did get quite a bit of spankings and such things when I was very young, but that was usually nothing to do with me. You know, so that was just other things. But, and again, it's not like anything really violent ever happened, just but I'm just saying one thing that's kind of odd is I know a lot of times I like to just go for a walk in the middle of the day. Go to the bike trail, go somewhere, but I just like to be outside like that. But I mean, I'll say this, I enjoyed Boy Scouts, doing some camping, though I'll say this, as of right now, I never want to go camping again. I like my bed, I like air conditioning, I like being able to just be at home. But then again, I also feel much more, I don't know, comfortable being able to live like this than when I was with my parents, let alone when I was married. Jesus Christ. My ex-wife was a fucking psycho. Which again, even then, it took me a little while to process that, just because I'd gotten so used to just being in that environment all the time, and it was in such a sleep-deprived state, and I was just basically, living based on survival and trying to manage collateral damage, trying to just prioritize my son's well-being and trying to just keep my family afloat. But I guess one thing kind of odd in the past is that even though he felt annoyed at me making noise like getting up to go to the bathroom or something, if I wanted to get up and go outside and go for a walk, that was fine, as long as I didn't come back in right away. Because after all, you don't want to make the noise of going in and out of the door all the time. But if I were to get up in the middle of the night and go for a walk in the middle of the night, at like say 2 a.m., well, that's perfectly fine. As long as I don't come back for a few hours. But yeah, it's just, I feel like there was a bit like I'd get bitched at if I was even talking on the phone to somebody in my bedroom. Or just making any sort of noise or existing. But yeah, even though I paid rent, I paid tithes to the church, I helped my parents with rent, and it's like, yes, it's the amount I was paying them was less than it would be to rent my own apartment, but at the same time, it was a huge help to them, and financially, they would have been fucked if I wasn't there, and technically, it was the only legal way they ever would have been able to sublease to anyone, because it's once I was gone, it's just, okay, it's just an empty room, and you guys are not really able to use it for anything else. So at least me being there, it's not causing them any issue, not causing any problems, not costing them any money, and I'm paying them money for rent. So they're actually making a profit. So I'm helping them out, especially since they were struggling financially with things. But I don't know. Like, I remember one time in my early 20s, even though I'm paying like half the fucking rent, paying tithes, paying all my own stuff, not being a burden on them, I bring a date over and he's all upset, like, oh, what would God think? What would the neighbors think? What would the church think? And I'm like, it's like, what the fuck? So, that's the one thing. Like I say, what's it fucking matter if he would, whether or not he would approve if I wind up being bisexual or not, when he doesn't approve of me dating anybody, period. So, it's like, what's the point of criticizing me for one action if you'd criticize me for any action at all whatsoever? It's like, what's the point of being concerned? Like, if you have a fork in the road, like, okay, should you go left or right? Like, there is no correct path. You go left, you criticize for not going right. You go right, you criticize for not going left. Heck, at that point, you can even just make any out-of-the-ordinary decision. Like, you can go straight forward, just drive through the field, drive backwards, fly vertically up, dig a hole. No matter what choice you make, it's somehow wrong. At which point, it's not an issue about correction. It's just a person just wanting to bitch at you for the sake of bitching at you. I will say this. I love my mom very, 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 very much. Heck, 2 years ago when I had my bladder surgery, my mom came over here for 3 days and 3 nights with me. I really needed somebody over here with me, and I appreciated it. Plus, I enjoyed spending time with her. We watched the Conan the Barbarian, some Jackie Chan movies. I enjoyed that. I enjoyed spending time with her. Now, granted, I would have liked if it was under better circumstances. I was in a lot of pain and very uncomfortable. But I appreciate. Heck, I remember I have a lot of fond memories of sitting and playing Spyro 1 with her, and Mario 1 and Mario 3. Her playing with me when I was really young. Her reading me books. Like little stories like the true story of the 3 little pigs and Little Bunny Foo-Foo and stuff like that. And like little kids books back when I was, a little kid. Heck, at one point she got me this blue binder of dinosaur stuff, which I really liked and I really enjoyed, but eventually that, as time went on, that book is gone, which, I mean, it was a great book. I really liked the dinosaur books and stuff, but it's more so just a sentimental thing, because I feel like it's a thing between me and Mom. And heck, my mom would cook a lot of food, homemade back then. I liked my mom's cooking, and also anytime she was cooking in the kitchen, I would just sit in the kitchen and talk to her. So, and heck, a lot of times my mom would just spend time with me or be with me at certain times, and I appreciate that. She was there for me a lot of things and talked to me, and I mean, I still go and visit her here and there, and I love my mom very, very, very much. And I appreciate her very much. Heck. Back when I was like 11, I think. It's pretty young. Me, her, and Dad, well, again, my stepfather, were in a little blue Uzi truck. And it was starting into winter, and it hit a little patch of ice, and it wound up swinging, and, well, there's a car going straight into the passenger side where I was. Mom was in the middle. Mom leaned over me to shield me from the blow. If she hadn't done that, I probably would have died. But, yeah, we all three got knocked unconscious. I woke up first, and then Mom did. I could see her skull. Part of her forehead got cut open a little bit, and the skin pushed back a bit, so I could see the white bone of her skull, which that felt very, I felt a little freaked out by that, because I was 11 years old, and I was seeing my mother's skull, and I felt bad about that. But for the most part, that scar is almost entirely healed and barely noticeable anymore. But yeah, I appreciate that my mom did that. Then again, about a few months before that, my mom had actually tried to run away from my stepdad. Me and her left by ourselves. Granted, it's not like we had any money, and, she just... One of her sisters was down in the area of, Alabama, Georgia, Florida. We were going to go down that way. So just me and her just left, and we basically she would have had just barely enough money for the gas for the trip. I mean, there was a lot of issues between them back then. I could probably go on for a long time talking about that stuff in depth, but honestly, a lot of those issues are very, very personal. So I don't think I want to talk about that stuff. But that was a different time back then. It's a long time. It was like several lifetimes ago. But yeah, we made it. We made a few hundred. My mom and I. We made it a few hundred miles. We were somewhere in Kentucky when she eventually wound up talking on a phone. I think like a payphone or something. To my stepdad, and I guess after that she made the decision we'd go back. So, yeah. On the plus side, it was cool to see the Ohio River. Yeah, my mom got this little thing of Pez candies. Those are really good. Plus, I got to see quite a bit out through the side mirror, the window there, and I will say this. There was some music, plus just... I mean, it may sound silly, but I just enjoyed, even then, that bit of time with my mom. Even though it was perhaps not under the best of circumstances yet again, but it was just... I love my mom very much. And I have a lot of different times where I have memories of her, of things in the past, and every one of those memories is very precious to me. And yes, my mom is not perfect, and she's made her share of mistakes and said and done things that have hurt my feelings. But, I don't look at her through rose-tinted glasses. I don't ignore or pretend her flaws don't exist. I acknowledge everything that is wrong with her. And in spite of that, I still love her very dearly. She is very precious to me, and I love her very, very, very much. I remember she used to enjoy playing Robo-Warrior a bit here and there. Granted, this was back, when I was like 9 and 10 years old. She still technically has that NES. Dad won't let her hook up the gaming console to their TVs. So, but she does have a place where there is an empty room because they've technically moved a couple times, but one of my nieces lived with them for a bit, so that room's unused now. So she's able to hook up the old PlayStation in there because she has the PS1, PS2. So I hope she's enjoying that whenever she can. Most of the things are kind of awkward. Heck, not the Christmas before the last Christmas. So, okay, right now it's September of 2025, so it would be the Christmas of 2023, which would have been, I think, a few months or a couple months, 2 months after I had the bladder surgery. Dad had typed out he basically typed out 6 pages of stuff and printed multiple copies of it and had these stapled together packets that he gave to everyone in the family when we came over to see people for Christmas dinner, which was just him saying Christmas and Easter are evil and of the devil. So there's that. It's funny. Dad thinks that it's wrong for people to be gay, and he also thinks Trump is the literal Antichrist from the Bible. Not even hyperbole-wise. I mean, literal. He thinks Trump is the literal Antichrist from the Bible, which is concerning. But, I don't hate him. It's just there are lots of things I'm thinking about that bother me in regards to him, many of which I have not even hinted at in this video. Certain concerns and feelings I have about certain things, but again, I have no desire to have any confrontation with him. And I don't wish him any harm at all. Don't wish anything bad towards him in any way. I can't say I love or care about him. But I'll say this. I still wish him the best. And I hope in whatever he's doing in life that he's able to be happy. And I hope whenever the time does come where he dies that he goes to heaven and, that his soul will be happy and at peace and with God. It's just, I do have some feelings of resentment when it comes to certain things. And I do, to a degree, kind of feel he's insane. And I do also feel that he's the kind of person that if I were to argue with him, that he might become violent and try to hurt me. And I tend to just generally feel uncomfortable around him and feel like he just seems, I feel like he hates everyone and everything. I'm pretty sure he hates himself. I'm pretty sure he hates everything in existence. I'm pretty sure he hates his own home, he hates his own family, he hates his own wife, he hates his own children, he hates everybody and everyone. Pretty sure he only became a deacon because he cares what other people think about him and to avoid going to hell, and he thinks as long as he has pastor's approval, he has a golden ticket to heaven. I also think he only got married to mom, and the situation that was going on was to become a deacon because, well, very long, complicated story, but I'll just say, looking back at things, I would say I think, but I know. My mom and dad, technically both my biological dad and my stepfather, I don't think anyone in any of those I don't think any of them ever loved each other at any point in any way. I don't think there was ever actually any actual feelings of love between any of them. But, oh well, that's not my concern. It's just something I've been thinking about when it comes to that. But main point is this. The main thing I want to say is just, I love my mom very, 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 very much. And I appreciate her. Heck, if I had to say that granted, there's only a few humans on the planet I say I really do actually love, my son being one of them. But if I had to say there's one human I love and trust the most out of anyone on the planet, it'd be my mother. I love my mom very much, and she's very precious to me. And I appreciate her very much. But I should probably focus on this stuff here. His work was about showing the possibility of human thoughts actually being controlled by parasitic agents in our bodies. Only when that is proven will his research be recognized for the great achievement it is. When we're able to explain all thoughts and religions with parasites, the world is going to be tossed into chaos. Hold on, I'm gonna stand up for a second. Ow, my back. Ow. Okay. I'm back. I should drink some more of that coffee. Wahaha, how interesting. I can just imagine how those religious big shots will react once they find out their leaders are parasites. How interesting. I just wanted to check my headset. I would love to see that. I won't die until you show that to me, Mio-chan. Please, don't say that. Do look forward to it, though. I'll make sure that this research will spread shock throughout the world. Then the whole world will finally realize how great my grandfather was, and they'll be fighting each other to read over the documents he left behind. Only then can I say that I've repaid my debt to him. I'm a little envious of Takano-kun. I don't want money, I don't mind getting rid of half of what I have. I just wish I had a grandchild who would carry on my legacy. Thank you so much. Those words mean so much to me. I do remember in the previous chapters this guy mentioned he does have sons, so they're bound to have children, so you're going to have grandkids eventually. By the way, I sent you a present. It's a nice bottle of wine for you to celebrate with. I don't know your address, so I sent it to the clinic. However, they told me they're having a difficult time importing it, so it may take a little while. But when it comes, please have a party with the people who helped you. Celebratory wine? Well then, I wonder what expensive sort of drink Koizumi-sensei will be sending us. Oh, well, it's not that kind of expensive. Don't you remember Mio-chan? Takano-kun used to keep a particular bottle of wine. I remember. That's right, my grandfather kept a certain bottle of wine. I don't know if he bought it himself or if someone gave it to him. but he treasured it, and he always said he'd opened it when his research finally gained recognition. I was a child then, so I don't even remember what brand it was, but Mr. Koizumi would know. He went through all the trouble to find the same bottle of wine for this special occasion. For the first time in a while, Takano felt the same sunny warmth she experienced during her time with her grandfather. Let me assume it's Frederica Birkenstell? Thank you very much, Uncle Koizumi. I like it when you call me that, Mio-chan. I don't feel like you're speaking to me when you say Koizumi-sensei. Wahaha. I can't help but smile along with him, because I think Tomataki and Iri were just having a similar exchange. If you like it that way, then I'll be happy to call you that when there's nobody around, hee. I'll be happy if you'd call me that even in front of people. Wahaha, my ear itches. I don't know exactly how old he is, but if he can laugh so energetically, he'll live for many more years to come. I guess the saying about living a long life is true after all. Takano-kun and I both wished you were truly part of our family. We really did. My grandfather had his own family, of course, but because he was so into his research, he became estranged from his wife. They were legally married, but they lived separately. I never met his family when I was a child. I only met them after my grandfather committed suicide. During his latter years, my grandfather went into psychological despair and began to look at his life with cynicism. His condition became worse over time, and he was shocked at his own dementia. He was afraid of living while his consciousness degraded. So, he jumped off the rooftop of the hospital. Only my name was in his suicide note. None of his family members' names were in it. That's when all his relatives showed up and took everything my grandfather left behind. They were afraid I was going to get his estate. They had lawyers and all that, so I backed down. I asked for everything in his study in return. Those idiots don't understand the value of my grandfather's research. They were actually happy to strike a deal out of court, and they could also get rid of the piles of papers and jars of human organs in them. They never even showed up once when he was alive, yet like hyenas, they appeared after his death. I'd never let them put their hands all over my grandfather's research. Fortunately, I was able to protect my grandfather's soul from their tainted hands. Okay, I'll get going here. If there's anything you need, be sure to call Uncle Koizumi, okay? I'll do anything for my granddaughter. Thank you, Uncle Koizumi. I'll work even harder. Why do I feel like the background changed? Exit. Save. 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 Close. I do dislike having to constantly save like that, but... Okay, as far as I know, he's not dead. Nope, nope. Maybe? Son of a bitch! Grr. It's like I just got the fucking bottle of wine. It's not enough. It's like, fuck. Okay. So hopefully, like, because I know some games will still record certain air quotes red flag events even if you save and load over and over. So hopefully this isn't one of those, because I would like to, because as far as a little bit I saw was that there are extra scenes and stuff that'll happen if I don't do any of these things fucked up. So hopefully just saving and reloading is enough. And that's even just not breaking the fucking frames. If there's an actual order you have to do all 50 in, that's asking too much. Developer of video game Ryokishi 07. Okay. At least there's less options. Is that the decision thing? Maybe? Yes, okay. Plans for Satoko-chan's dissection are moving right along. I don't want Satoshi-kun to be sad. I feel pity for Satoko-chan in her harsh circumstances. I'm still struggling with how much I have to sacrifice for the sake of research. Eerie? Eh? Ah, sorry. What is it, Rika-chan? One of my friends has been in the clinic for a long time. Do you think she has Hinamizawa syndrome? Who told you that? No one. I just thought about it, so what do you think, Eerie? Does Satoko have Hinamizawa syndrome? Rika-chan is on our side. There's nothing I have to hide from her. Actually, I probably shouldn't keep anything from her. Yes, the problems with her parents and their sudden deaths. It was all too much for her to bear. Maybe that was what triggered it. What did the test results say? L5. She seems perfectly fine on the surface, but her emotions are extremely unstable. Since the other day, she's even been refusing to meet with Satoshi-kun. Satoshi told me. He's worried that it's taking a very long time for Satoko to get better. Eerie, what will happen to Satoko? Satoko-chan is Rika-chan's best friend. How can I tell her that we're planning to dissect Satoko-chan? However, even if I don't say anything, she already knows that Satoko-chan's situation is extremely poor. Didn't you find out a lot of things when you examined me? Sure, of course. We're even testing medicine which might be able to control the symptoms. Can't you give that medicine to Satoko? I thought about it, but it's too dangerous. We're still in the trial stages and trying to gather more data. But at this point, if you're considering dissecting someone's brain, then at that point the danger from it's a moot point. It's negligible. At that point, it's like, the danger be damned. The danger doesn't matter anymore if you're already planning to die. It's like, okay, we're gonna do this. This medicine has a 10% chance that you lose the ability to walk, but if you don't take it, there's a 100% chance of death. We can't use it on someone who's in a delicate situation like Satoko-chan. Then, if you won't try that medicine, what will happen to Satoko? She spoke as if aware of our plans for Satoko-chan. No. She must actually know. I've told her about most of my research. She's more mature than she looks, so it'd be easy for her to figure out. If there's even a 1% chance of Satoko getting better, then I think we should take that chance. It's extremely risky. Worst case, she could immediately display terminal symptoms and hallucinate, or potentially lose her consciousness and spend the rest of her life just staring blankly at a wall. Either one would be too cruel of a fate for her. So, are you saying it's better to have her die in her sleep? Eerie? Just like Takano says, there are no guarantees in medicine, but if we don't do anything, Satoko will die for sure. I think it's clear that what we should do. That's true. You're right. But I know too well. C103, the medicine that's being tested, may not even be something that can be used. It may not even have a 1% chance of success. Worse, I can't even imagine what kind of tragic end she'd meet if her body rejects the medicine. That's why I'm tempted to believe it would be far more merciful to feed her favorite food, let her gently fall asleep, and after that dissect her while she dreams. I don't want to admit it, but Takano-san is right. I'm being indecisive and showing a lack of resolve. How effective could the medicine made by someone like that really be? So because it was medicine I created myself, I couldn't even believe there might be a 0.1% chance of success. I think we can believe in it. She spoke as if she read my mind. Surprised, I raised my head up to look at her and found her giving me a reassuring look I never would have imagined someone her age capable of. people's lives depend on your job. It's almost absurd that a human being can control life and death like that. I can't even imagine the pressure. Her voice hasn't changed, but I feel like Rika-chan is admonishing me, almost as if she knows what it's like to be responsible for human lives. Guilt and regret are a part of that. That's why you can't use the medicine on Satoko. Isn't that right? Ellipses. Takano-san said the same thing when she criticized me earlier. I'm being criticized again. But at least it's coming from a place of compassion when it comes to Rika. And empathy. Whereas Takano's just be kind of a bitch. But like, it's one thing to get constructive criticisms like this if it's from somebody who actually fucking cares about you. It's another thing if it's just somebody that's just a hateful fucking bitch. Or bastard. I guess the main point is, it matters what a person's intentions are. And I'll say this. Like, I don't know if I have ADHD or autism, but I feel like one of the symptoms of autism is like people that are not aware of people's fucking body cues and shit. I don't have that issue in terms of, yes, sometimes I might misunderstand certain things, and sometimes I'm certainly a bit awkward. But if anything, I am hyper aware of people's tone, body cues, changes in facial expression, and just what they say, to where I'm expecting, like, okay, what's the person's personality going to? What are they meaning by this? What's their mood and temperament at the moment? Are they likely to just fly off the handle? Are they becoming aggressive? Though some degree of that eventually goes into like hyper-paranoia and hyper-vigilance, but still. Then again, I have like a couple hundred different reasons to have PTSD, so yay me! Fuck. Aren't that possibly borderline personality disorder? Possibly, well, definitely large amounts of depression, but hey, that's not me complaining, that's me just trying to understand myself and possibly open up discourse for whoever's listening to this to maybe understand a little bit better of my mired understanding of myself. But that's why I can trust you with Satoko. What? Human lives are precious. I agree. I'll drink some coffee. Coffee! Music's awesome. It's like casually scratch my face. Face scratch. Do 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 do. Everyone's like, who's gonna watch the fucking however many long hours the video this is gonna be? Because I'm wanting to do all these fragments in one video, because otherwise everyone's like, print screen noise, so scary. Human lives are precious. You understand that very well, and that's why you do what you do. Agreed. Like, obviously sometimes doctors may have to cross certain lines, I understand that. But I do think that it is an irrevocably important thing for doctors to value human life. In fact, I feel like if you're in any profession that's working to treat, even if it's animals, you should value the lives of the animals. But basically, I think no matter who you are, you should maintain a value for human life. Compassion empathy, I think are very important. Without knowing that, how could you heal people? Do you think I'd trust medicine created by a Takano who thinks humans are just her guinea pigs? He 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 he. Ha 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 ha. I shouldn't have laughed, but I couldn't help it. I felt like I should laugh. If both you and Takano each produced different medicine, I think yours would be the one to cure her. Because your medicine came from your heart. Your will to heal people is what cures them. You're absolutely right. I can't believe you're admonishing me about medicine. I let you use my body for Satoko. Everything you took out from me is for her. If you created that medicine with the knowledge of how precious human lives are, then of course it'll work on Satoko. Do shrine maidens take confessions? If they do, she's doing a great job being a shrine maiden at this age. This will be a gamble. The question is whether Satoko-chan will accept it. We don't need to tell her. Learning of the Hinamizawa syndrome will only dredge up the deep scar of her heart again. What did she mean by those words? When I realized it later, I was surprised by how thoughtful and perceptive she was. Let's stop plans for the dissection. We're going to give Hojo Satoko C103. I'll do my best to increase the chance by even 1%. Don't worry, Eri. It'll work. Ha 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 ha. You shouldn't be so optimistic. I know it'll work. It's already decided. That's a very reassuring prophecy from the Furude Shrine's Shrine Maiden. You can do it! Yay! Star! Why do I feel like I need someone like Rika in my life? Just to give me positive re-encouragement. Like, I don't know, am I the only one? Am I the only person who would like, hey, somebody believes in me! Yay! And everyone's like, Lunar, nobody wants to listen to your terrible self-esteem. It's like, we know you have low self-esteem. It's like, nobody cares. It's like, it's like sad face. Okay. So exit. Save again. Save. At least, as time goes on, we are having less and less things I can fuck up. Like, they're less wrong choices. H170. C103's implementation on Satoko is going well so far. It wouldn't make any difference to me if the experiment failed. However, Eri's extraordinary focus and attention to the experiment has avoided Satoko Hojo's hallucinating or turning into a vegetable during the experiment, and surprisingly, we see prospects of her returning to normal life despite reaching L5. C103 still has many issues. Obviously, this is being written by Takano, but this experiment proved that even a person who has reached L5 can be cured. I didn't believe in it at first, but I guess I have to acknowledge Eri's hard work. Only Eri could have done this. He was tormented by naive humanism and didn't want to make mistakes, and that is why he felt obligated to cure Satoko Hojo. The reason why I dislike Eri isn't because of his achievements or abilities, but because of that weakness. You know, his conscience and morality and emotions that aren't fuck everyone, and caring about people, and empathy, and morality, and compassion, and kindness. and actually caring about people and valuing human life or having a soul. Again, I understand Takano's been through things. I understand. But at the same time, doesn't excuse, the ending of Minagroshi where she puts a bullet in everyone's brain and frames Eri for embezzlement and disembowels Rika. Heck, I'm the sort of person that I've been through some shit in my life. And the lesson I took from it was I understand how much certain things in my life were extremely emotionally painful for me. So my lesson that I took from that is that I don't want other people to feel that kind of emotion themselves, because I felt it was really painful and made me very unhappy. So I thus feel that I don't want other people to feel that way. And yeah, so I went in the direction of being more compassionate to other people. Takano, not so much. But everyone has their limits. So I have to be understanding of that. Again, though, this doesn't excuse the, having the 2,000 people executed, disemboweling Rika, putting a bullet in like half a dozen people's brains who were people that personally knew her, and framing Eri for embezzlement to the point that he commits suicide with sleeping pills. I'm just saying this. Eri's compassion is not a weakness. It is a strength. But this time I had to praise him for it. I saw your report. I must tip my hat to you. No. I only did my job as a researcher. If that means fulfilling my duty as a doctor as well, then nothing could please me more. It's hardly an exaggeration to say that Satoko is now our most valuable specimen. After all, she's the first human to reach L5 and live. That's true. We'll let her go back to her life and keep our eyes on her. I'm going to tell her to come here every Sunday for a checkup. But how are you going to explain to her that she has to give herself a C103 shot 3 times a day, and also that she has to come here every Sunday? She has no subjective symptoms. I'm still trying to come up with a good excuse. I think I'll tell her that I want her to help me with my research. She has to give herself shots daily and to come here every Sunday for a checkup. I'll pay her for helping me, or something like that. I guess Eri is determined to cure Satoko Hojo no matter what. He seems determined to keep her off the dissection table. He and I are in different positions, but I don't have any complaints about his naive ideals so long as they translate directly into passion for our research. If his plans can be put into effect and produce a different result than the dissection would, then they'll still be useful to the overall understanding of the Hinamizawa syndrome. I have nothing against Satoko Hojo. Is it Satoko or Satoko? It's only that I see her as a research specimen. If she can be useful in that capacity without being dissected, that's perfectly fine with me. We have to get permission from her guardian to give her shots 3 times a day. Another thing is this. There's also the fact that Mio Takano writes up those books, knowing that suspicion, doubt, paranoia, and fear and anger are the main things that drive the Hinamizawa syndrome to get worse, and she makes those things not only out of her own curiosity, but also as ways that can trigger that. The books, she can just give it to someone like she did in Rena in Chapter 6, Sumi Horiboroshi. I can't pronounce things. After her parents died, her aunt and uncle have been taking care of her, right? Maybe I'll go talk with them. I hope they agree to her involvement in such suspicious research. Oh, don't worry. I'm sure they'll be happy to once they realize they'll receive 100,000 to 200 yen every month for it. Do we have enough money? Sure, as long as we can produce documents that ought to convince Jiro-san. Okay, then I'll work on that. I'm pretty sure Jiro would have to be pretty heartless. Hey, Jiro, you're our auditor for a budget, right, man? Okay, I want to have this budget to give medicine to this young girl so she doesn't die. If you say no to this, she literally dies. I mean, I mean, you had to be pretty much like I just don't see Jiro as the type of person to be that heartless. Also, we'll need to take action to prevent stressing Satoko-chan. We don't want her to return to L5. I hear her aunt and uncle are very mercenary. Perhaps we can handle them with cash? I plan to provide my help with their guidance, too. I've heard Satoko-chan isn't getting along with her aunt and uncle. I never thought that it'd affect us in any way, but now Eri has to deal with them. Maybe he's developed some kind of sense of responsibility or duty as her guardian. I don't really care. The more responsible he feels, the more progress our research makes. That'll be a plus for me. By the way, I saw the report in H170. Oh? Compared to your success, it's nothing. But I guess it was some kind of accomplishment. It's honestly ironic. This same research center that produced the remedy to save her from derangement has developed a dangerous drug that could instantly induce it. Oh yeah, the stuff that instantly makes someone go straight to L5 from even if they're not infected at all. Which, is used on Jiro Tomataki in every fucking version of the story. Mio Takano murders Jiro Tomataki and enjoys it. Eri wasn't involved in the H170 research. That was my work. In fact, even if I asked him, he wouldn't have agreed to be involved. Yes, again, what Rika was saying, the medicine between the two people. Let's see, Eri's medicine is about suppressing and saving somebody who was in L5 and letting them live a normal life. Mio Takano's research is about basically murdering somebody in the most vicious, painful way possible. Kind of two ends of that spectrum. There's no middle ground at all. One of them is literally like, here's insulin for your diabetes, and the other one is, here's nerve gas. It's not the same at all. This dangerous reagent was developed during the process of uncovering the mechanisms behind how the pathogens controlling Satokojo's brain could induce derangement or paranoia in their host. To put it bluntly, injecting H170 into a patient with Hinamizawa syndrome forced them to express terminal symptoms. It threw the brain into a simulated state of agitation, intentionally forcing the pathogen to grow unstable. If we continue researching this, it will be possible to drive anyone with Hinamizawa syndrome violently insane at any time. Studying the mechanism behind that will help to solve the syndrome's mysteries. So this study on H170 will be extremely important to future research. Also, this medicine has military applications, as the client requested. At this point, there's absolutely no use for it. But once our research progresses a bit further, this H170 could be the spread at the right moment to cause a certain type of reaction. Compared to a killer virus, it seems like a useless pathogen, but there's no way to detect it in a dead body, and it makes it look as though a person just went insane spontaneously. Why does this make me think of Persona 5? So it must have some useful applications. The Marco Polo Bridge incident threatened to end the research of Hinamizawa syndrome before. A historically important incident like that couldn't have been created by a killer virus, but it's possible Hinamizawa syndrome. The elders of the Alphabet Project, the sponsor of our research, can think whatever they want about that. I don't care how they use what I've learned. My purpose is to solve the mysteries of the Hinamizawa syndrome and to make people realize how important this research is. Also, to make people acknowledge my grandfather's accomplishments and achievements. Any military applications were just byproducts of the process that I didn't care about. The clients will appreciate your accomplishment. Maybe our budget will increase for next term. Hee. Passion alone can't keep research going. We need money. We must thank the sponsor for giving us so much funding. For this much money to come from public expenses. Maybe Japan is richer than I thought. They're public expenses, but they're expenses that can't be made public. Hee. Erie has no idea what I had to go through to get that money. Anyway, our research is going extremely well. We don't know what we'll find out about Hinamizawa syndrome, but I'm sure every mystery will eventually be solved. I can hardly wait. What the syndrome indicates is that humans are simply empty containers, and what we believe to be our will is simply the actions of parasites that live in our brains. I'm of the mindset that the human soul is a component. Like, I am Christian, I believe in God, I believe in Jesus. I believe the human soul does play a large part, but also genetics, the condition of the brain, your environment, as well as your own. I do feel free will is important, as well as your own ability to think and reflect on things, and that shapes you as a person, not only in your environment, but also over time you think about things more, and your personality and your understanding changes with that. Now, that being said, every human being, no matter what shade of the spectrum you are, because let's be clear, humans are very different from one another. Many have personalities nothing like one another. Everyone has their own unique motivations, and many have their own individual experiences that shape them for better or for worse. And at the end of the day, you can't have just all good or all bad experiences, though obviously an imbalance can cause some problems. But it's how those things mixed together as a whole shape you as a person. Now, that being said, it's still largely your own free will. And of course, I do feel soul, your human soul, plays a large factor. However, the condition of your body is a huge thing. It doesn't matter how good of a person you are, and how good of a person you've been, or how good your soul is, or any of that, or how good your environment is. I mean, if something physically goes wrong with your brain, or if there's a chemical suddenly induced into your brain, then your ability to think, or even have the ability to make coherent decisions, or even be aware of reality, can be compromised. I mean, we're not just talking like an idea of someone having a couple drinks and, their judgment's impeded a little bit. We're talking like there are certain chemicals or damage to the brain that can occur that can just completely remove the person's ability to think coherently at all, or even be aware of reality. So, heck, it's certainly possible for people just on severe sleep deprivation, or in situations of severe hunger, like dying of starvation or dehydration, or maybe they're in extreme pain. Maybe they're exposed to like some sort of neurotoxin. Maybe there's some huge chemical shift that's happened unexpectedly. Just saying, a lot of these things can have a drastic effect on the person's ability to think, or even their personality. Heck, I mean, I don't know if any of you have any experiences with like sleep deprivation, but like, say if you haven't slept very well, your reaction time, your memory, your ability and focus, and even your mood can be completely thrown out of whack. Especially, there's also things like hunger. Maybe you haven't eaten in a long time. Maybe you're starving. Maybe you're actually starting to die of starvation. Or maybe your diet is not what it should be, and you're eating a lot of things that, and I don't mean necessarily just unhealthy. It could be that you're eating certain things that are producing a large amount of something in your system that would have an effect on the way your body works. Because like I said, when it comes to your mood or your personality or even your cognitive abilities, again, physical damage to the brain can be it. The brain releasing chemicals it shouldn't. Exogenous chemicals being introduced to your body. Or even if there's issues with like your liver and your kidneys inside your abdomen, these effects down there can actually still drastically affect your brain. As well as your brain can also affect other organs in your body. And heck, there's times where if a person's exposed to external chemicals, like say if, I don't know, even under the effects of like anesthetic or something like that, things like actual control over balance or physical coordination, or even your ability to perceive depth perception. A lot of these things can happen. And of course, there are certain conditions or even drugs which can induce hallucinations or, severe sickness or even unconsciousness. So, the main thing I'm saying is this. Human beings are not merely empty containers. There's a soul and a mind in there and free will. But what I'm saying is humans are fragile. That's the point I'm trying to get across. That one, human lives are precious, but also human lives are fragile. Our bodies are so easy to damage, and our minds, both in terms of physical damage, as well as chemicals, and both maintenance, and anything acute occurring, and heck, even just environmental. Like the human brain is very fragile. Humans are also very malleable, and we're very adaptable to things, but we're very fragile. It's easy to cause damage to the human brain, whether through physical trauma or through chemicals, or even radiation or other things. But also, when it comes to environments or even psychology or emotions, even without something like the Hinamizawa syndrome, an average person who is, by all accounts, in good mental health, there's a variety of things that can be damaging to that person's psyche. So, my point that I'm trying to get across is that human lives and human minds are much more precious than what Takano is implying here. But that I would also stress that they are much more easily influenced than what because she's saying, human minds are influenced by parasites. And by that I mean, while I think that when it comes to a lot of things, it's more than just that. Humans have free will and they have a mind, and there is also supernatural issues to things. But I feel that I need to emphasize humans in terms of both physical health as well as psychology. Humans are very, very fragile. So, I guess the best way to put it is, it's something very precious, but it's also something that not only should be protected because it's precious, but because it's so easily damaged and so difficult to repair. Whether we're talking about the human mind, the human body, the human heart, or even the soul, no matter how you want to discuss that and how each of you defines the division between those things, whether you even believe in the existence of a soul or not, whether you even differentiate the difference between mind and heart in terms of emotions and logic. But both are very important, and both technically can be broken in a person. Emotions, like breaking a person's heart, is more so the way the person feels about things. The person can be damaged and be in pain from that. Whereas breaking the person's mind or logic could be subverting something in terms of how somebody sees the world, to the point that it makes it difficult for them to reconcile what they should do and what they should think and how they should, what is the logical course of action. Almost like feeding a paradox into a computer. But then again, that is our whole lives. Human life is having a string of paradoxes and having to mash them together. Because you look at this, this thing in life that has to be this one way, but this other thing in life that functions this other way. And these two circumstances that shouldn't coexist, you have to figure that out. I do feel like if sentient AI were ever a thing, it would have to, one, have time, experience, social bonds, a wealth of information, data, stimulation, sensory input, and the ability to combine different sensory data. But I also think that it would have to have the ability to mimic a lot of the neurotransmitters that human brains make, such as like oxytocin, dopamine, serotonin. Because I do feel like a lot of things that humans do, whether it's even taking showers or going to the bathroom or, you know, sex, jacking off, porn, reading books, going for walks, watching anime, learning a task like playing guitar, feeling various emotions, trying to do something like, I'll tell you this, driving on the freeway, especially next to semi-trucks, makes me so fucking, especially sometimes you have the country roads that go into fucking roundabouts. Who thought a roundabout was a good idea? Like, I prefer an intersection, just like, okay, here's a light, you tell you when to go, when to stop. As opposed to, here's a circle, everyone for 8 different ways, just go into the circle, leave and enter the circle whenever you think's okay. Like, that doesn't feel safe. Plus, I can't really see where everyone is, because we're driving in a circle. How am I supposed to see the other cars when we're driving in a circle? If that mystery was solved, it would have a greater impact than anything else in history. That is a truth which nobody wants to believe. My ear itches again. Let me check them. I had to check my headphones? Headset? I don't know. What should I call my head stuff? That is a truth which nobody wants to believe. This is an achievement my grandfather predicted back during his time. I know now. I know the reason why my grandfather was so fascinated by his work. I'll drink some more coffee. Save. Close. Connect. Gonna double check real quick, make sure that nothing's broken. Just to be safe. Okay. Nope. Deja vu. What? I thought we fixed the medicine. Damn it. Well, that's why we saved. Load. Yes. Connect. I have red capsule, right? No, I don't. Huh. Okay. And the fruity couple's not dead. And his dad hasn't inspected a lot yet. You have not mentioned anything about footsteps or a part-time job. Renner has not been mentioned anyway. I mean, I would think this would be it. I just tried this. We have no reason to think he's dead yet. I don't think we have the sense of responsibility thing. We don't know the truth about Shirakawa yet. Third year curse is the death of the fruity couple, which we don't have yet. Maybe? Come on! What am I supposed to pick? Exit. Save. Load. Load. What on earth am I supposed to pick? Okay. I need this for Rena to move to town, but this requires the Furudes to be dead. This... Didn't I just try to pick this? Sato's aunt is not dead. We don't know the truth of Shirakawa. This is not a thing yet either. That's also not a thing. Maybe? Nope. Of course not. Load. Load data. What am I supposed to pick? There are no options. We don't know the truth of the Shirakawa Park accident yet. No one's had a fever. I mean, we've seen signs of Jiro's, but not her. Pretty sure I just tried that. I have no idea. None of these work. Okay, how about this one? Okay, exit. Load. Load. This one we're just brute forcing it with the, process of elimination. Nope. Somehow this one. Okay. Menu. Load. Load data. Connect fragments. Let's double check to make sure everything's not fucking broken. Just because we're going to be paranoid about this shit. Okay. Satoko-chan's dissection plan has been scrubbed, and we are getting ready to administer an almost totally untested medicine, C103. This experimental medicine suppresses the production of a certain type of hormone, and in doing so, it will stop the transmission of the syndrome, triggering Satoko-chan's condition. The mechanism in Hinamizawa syndrome is as follows. The pathogen takes over the frontal lobe of the patient's brain and then induces increased responsiveness to paranoia. As a result, a patient voluntarily carries out excessive defensive behaviors to a problematic event. If this induction can be cut off, then it will be possible to save terminal patients from becoming deranged. But it only cuts off an induction, so it's not really a cure. Ironically, the brain is an organ that learns. Once the brain has learned to be excessively paranoid due to Hinamizawa syndrome, even after the pathogen is eliminated, the brain doesn't simply unlearn that paranoia. Doesn't that mean psychiatric therapy would be important? I mean, like cognitive behavior therapy stuff? In short, even if the pathogen doesn't induce derangement, the patient will be directed to such emotions of their own volition. Simply put, even if the chemical inducing the person to have a negative response is eliminated, they've already been Pavlovian trained to have that response, which means you have to train them out of it. That's how therapy works. Thus, it is impossible to completely escape the nearly deranged L5 state. The proverb, "a burnt child dreads the fire," is a good example of this. Even after the burn on your tongue heals, the fear of being burned by food again remains. When it ends up being a good thing, we call it learning a lesson, and we call it trauma when it doesn't. We predict Satoko-chan's treatment will take a significantly long time, requiring both medication, such as administering psychotropics, and mental care like counseling. Again, I feel this is a good approach. I feel that counseling is the most important thing, but, there are some situations where psychotropics would be necessary, but I would think even in those situations, heck, even especially in those situations, mental care should be considered the priority and absolutely necessary. We have to slowly unravel her mind's solidified paranoia while also suppressing the syndrome's induction of derangement. Basically, yes, you do have to acknowledge that the human body is essentially a computer or a piece of hardware and should be maintained and repaired as such. But at the same time, the most important thing is to acknowledge that the person that you're treating is a human being with their own mind and mental state. This is the treatment plan for terminal patients like Satoko-chan. However, as we are going to stimulate the parts of her brain that affect her emotions while they are being stimulated by the pathogen at the same time, it's possible there could be unexpected side effects. Both her mental and physical strength hold the key to our success. We were going to begin the experiment once she regains her emotional stability and physical strength, but someone who threatens to disturb her emotional stability has been coming here every day. Oishi, the sly old detective from Okonomiya Police Department. He thinks everything from the damn protests to the dismemberment murder of the construction manager is an organized effort secretly conducted by the three families of the village. He even thinks the accident involving Satoko-chan's parents wasn't an accident. That's why he keeps coming back, so he can talk to Satoko-chan. No matter how many times you come, I won't let you see her. She's still crippled by the shock of her parents' death. Can't you understand what she's been going through? I understand. I only need a few minutes with her, really. It won't take long at all. If you want me to get a warrant, I will, but that's pretty serious, I'm being considered of Hojo-san, and that's why I haven't gotten a warrant. I understand you really want to talk to her, officer, but I want to do what's best for the mental state of my patient. You'll be able to talk to her eventually, but it's just, I don't want to cause her problems. And as her doctor, I want to protect her. What are you trying to ask her anyway? I don't really understand. Well, actually, it's possible that the fall was not an accident. I know the Hojo couple were hated by the whole village after the business with the dam, but who would actually follow them on their trip and push them off? Don't you think that's absurd? Well, we could call it an accident, but if that was the case, there are some things which just don't make sense. Why lie? With those lies, I don't think it was an accident. What lies? Well, Satoko Hojo-san said she was asleep in the car at the time of the accident. I think that story sounds a little off, doesn't it? Satoko-chan claims she was asleep in the back seat when the accident took place, so she didn't get out of the car at the viewing platform. When she woke up, she didn't see her parents. Then she found out they had fallen off the cliff. Where's the lie exactly? You aren't saying Satoko-chan wasn't really asleep and she went over to the viewing platform with her parents, are you? That's right. Satoko Hojo-san was never asleep. She got out of the car with her parents and went to the viewing platform. All the more reason, officer, I'm concerned about the mental state of my patient. Because in that case, it means she watched her parents die. At which point, I'm concerned about how she's going to react if you question her about it. Because then she's going to be thinking about, watching her parents fall off the edge. And, I'm concerned about how that's going to affect my patient. I'm suddenly hit by a terrible possibility. If what Oishi says is true, and Satoko-chan is saying she didn't go to the viewing platform even though she actually did, it's terrible to even imagine. Why are you saying such a thing? Besides, why would Satoko-chan lie? That's just it. Why would Satoko Hojo-san lie? That's why I need to talk to her. Otherwise, this won't end as just a simple accident. Well, if that's the case, officer, can't I talk to her? I'm her doctor. I can be more sensitive about this. Why are you convinced that Satoko-chan is lying? This accident took place in a different jurisdiction. The guys from Shirakawa Station conducted the interviews with the parties involved. There are things that bother me in their report. Bother you? Like what? According to Satoko Hojo-san's statement, her parents asked her to come with them to the viewing platform, but she was sleepy, so she didn't get out of the car. Then she fell asleep and woke up after a while. She became concerned because her parents hadn't come back and started to cry. One of the park workers on patrol noticed her crying and talked to her, and that's how the accident was discovered. And at the time, guess what? According to the park worker's testimony, she was the one who first said her parents had fallen off the cliff. Oh, I see the problem. Even, why would she know that her parents fell off the cliff? Because obviously that's not the first thing you would assume it happened. Basically, if you get out of the car, you're like, where are the people I was with? You're not going to assume they fell. You're like, maybe they walked somewhere else. But at the same time, it kind of dicks of them. You fucking leave me in the car like that. But you wouldn't just assume they fell off the cliff and died. And it's not like you look off the cliff and just happen to see their bodies. They fall into the water and washed away in jagged pieces. Main point is, unless you saw them fall off the cliff, why would you think that? But you see, it's so hard to see the accident site in question from where the car was parked. If you looked very carefully, you might be able to notice the broken fence. But still, I think it's odd to say your parents had fallen off the cliff just because you didn't see them when you woke up. Normally, most people would say something like their parents went for a walk and didn't come back. It just doesn't make sense to me that she told a stranger that her parents had fallen off the cliff without even being at the site of the accident. I went to ask her why she was so certain that her parents had fallen off a cliff. That's why I keep coming back here. I asked her many times before she was admitted here, but all she said was that she doesn't remember or that she was confused at the time. Sounds like a politician, huh? That's why I think it's worth taking that time to talk to her. That terrifying possibility has turned to certainty in my head. I'd assumed that her parents' accident triggered her terminal symptoms. But no. Satoko-chan had already gone terminal, and just before the accident her heart was filled with paranoia that drove her mad. She was under a lot of stress because of her bad relationship with her stepfather. She was also being scolded by her mother for not being able to get along with him. If that made her paranoid, made her think her parents considered her to be a bother and were going to kill her. When they went to the viewing platform, she must have thought they were going to push her off the cliff. Then a tragedy took place, and she pushed her parents off instead, although she considered it to have been self-defense. I'm certain of that, because I know Hinamizawa syndrome better than anybody. This accident isn't an accident. It isn't a crime either, like Oishi is thinking. It is simply a tragedy. When I talked to Satoshi-kun about the family, I was even more convinced. He told me even though Satoko-chan refused to open up to her stepfather, he had tried to communicate with her. It's true, their relationship didn't go well in the beginning. Satoko-chan caused trouble repeatedly and even called the city's child abuse hotline. At that point, they received guidance from the Child Consultation Center, and they pointed out that the problem lay in the lack of communication between the daughter and stepfather. So the stepfather took a parenting course under the social worker's guidance, and awkward though it was, he made efforts to communicate with her. Satoshi-kun noticed his efforts, so he tried to talk with Satoko-chan about it. But Satoko-chan didn't notice them at all. The excessive stress she was under triggered terminal symptoms, and she couldn't understand her stepfather's remorse. On the contrary, her stepfather's change created even more mistrust within her. As a result, they went to enjoy the beautiful view of the Shirakawa Nature Park as a family and to share in that joy, yet that humble, ordinary family's wish couldn't even get through to Satoko-chan. What a tragic misunderstanding. Satoko-chan stayed in the car telling her parents that she wanted to sleep, but then she got out and snuck up behind them. I bet he heard her footsteps. He pretended not to notice her, thinking that she was doing that to surprise him. It's sad just thinking about what must have ran through his mind. While he thought he had finally gotten through to her, she was actually approaching him with the intent to kill. But that's not Satoko-chan's true nature. It's the disease. Satoko-chan isn't the only one who is to be pitied. Her parents are its victims too, and now Oishi thinks she's a criminal. Well, to be fair, I don't think Oishi thinks she killed them. I think Oishi thinks that she witnessed the crime and was told not to talk for fear of her own safety. Judgment and punishment are required for crimes with malicious intent. But what she really needs is understanding and sympathy. And no one has that understanding except for me, because I know about Hinamizawa syndrome, because I know about Hinamizawa syndrome. I am the director of the Erie Institute, but I've never behaved as such or exercised that authority. But I'm going to do so for the first time since taking the position. I'm not doing this as head of the Erie Institute, the secret research organization. I'm doing it as a doctor so I can protect Satoko-chan. It's about the Hojo family's accident at the Shirakawa Nature Park. Do you think you can ask Okanogi-san from the Mountain Dogs to make it out to be an accident? Sure, of course. That's no problem. The Mountain Dogs are a unit specialized in concealment and manipulation, after all. We have to put an end to it quickly, otherwise the police will end up getting closer to finding out about our research. That's right. Please make especially sure Oishi-san is drawn away from this case. We're at a delicate stage of the drug administration test. She doesn't need any more unnecessary stress. You're absolutely right. I'll let the Mountain Dogs know. I've heard they even have connections within the police, so I'll give the order to put pressure on them too. I'm sure the accident in Shirakawa will be concluded as exactly that within a few days. With that, it was declared an accident. Only if it really was one, it would have eased Satoko-chan's soul. Getting rid of the pathogen can't heal that wounded soul, nor can it erase the tragedy that's already taken place. All I can do is my best, so the day she regains her smile comes sooner. Drinking more coffee. Probably gonna save and stretch. Like I said, we're trying to get through all this today. Probably not the whole game, mind you, but all of this. Okay, we'll save here, and I am going to stand up and stretch. Ow. I'm back. You guys have to hear my old man noises. I actually have to go pee. I'll be back, guys. Everyone's like, we can barely hear you on the microphone. But yeah, you can. So, That's the important thing, at least here in China. I'm back. I didn't get her a sip of coffee, though. Okay. I think we have this. Rika has developed a high fever. A very high fever. It's not flu season or a season for any type of contagious disease. Had to check my headset. I could only think of the suspicious experiments Rika has gone through. Maybe the fever is being caused by those. Her growth is rather slow compared to other children her age. Receiving mysterious shots and going through experiments every week, I'm sure her body is exhausted. I've asked the staff to go easy on her, but Rika herself is fearless and is willing to go through anything. My husband, who should be admonishing her for that, truly believes their story that it's crucial to the lives of over 2,000 villagers and takes our own daughter to that clinic every week. I'm the only one who's sincerely worried about her health. That's why I want to ask Dr. Erie to be a little more considerate towards Rika. Anyway, I have to talk to them about taking responsibility for this. Right after I called, a staff member came to pick Rika up to admit her to the clinic. As her guardian, I came with them. Please, calm down. We'll make sure she'll be okay, so please wait for a while. How can I calm down? Why did she come down with such a high fever? Isn't this caused by the experiment you performed last week? Rika's just a little girl, you know. She cares about her friends, so she's doing what she can for the sick girl. I understand. There's no way our research would affect Rika-san negatively. Besides, we're being extremely careful so that something like that won't happen. Then explain this high fever. It's probably due to the change in seasons and... my scalp itches. How could this be a simple cold? This is because of that weird shot you gave her. Dr. Earling told me to calm down and refuse to accept responsibility. My husband told me this is all for the sake of the village, and that's why I've held back my doubts until now. But I'm at my limit. Their existence has been suspicious from the beginning. They're conducting their research in secret using a privacy policy as an excuse. That was shady enough as it is, on its own. It's just impossible. In fact, I called the Ministry of Health and was told that wasn't true at all, even if I told them I'm Rika Furude's mother. The clinic even came up with the stupid excuses saying normal workers often don't know of a special institute like theirs. That doesn't make sense at all. It's much, much too suspicious. Also, there are people who don't appear to be researchers working at the institute. They look like security guards, but they seem so different from normal guards at a normal hospital. In fact, one time I accidentally saw that they were armed with guns. That is, well, are they policemen? I don't think so. Who are you all anyway? I refuse to believe you're from the Ministry of Health. Dr. Erie seems taken aback by my intensity and can't even answer properly. They're still hiding a lot from us. That tells me the research they're working on with Rika isn't anything proper. Anyway, I'm Rika's guardian. Rika is still a child. It doesn't matter what she says. I won't let her participate in this research anymore. My, looks like somebody's about to be assassinated. It's Rika-chan's mother! Hello! Oh, what's the matter? Is everything okay? Do we have to have you killed? Well... I literally have 100 dudes with machine guns here that specialize in espionage and murdering people. And not leaving traces. Rika-chan's mother says she won't let Rika-chan participate in the research any longer. Why is that? Because she's not your guinea pig. We've never treated her that way. You're misunderstanding us. I'm a little startled. Dr. Erie is a weak person who backs down under pressure. Takano-san is different. I'm yelling at her, but she's not afraid at all. On the contrary, she's glaring daggers and looks as if she's about to jump on me. I mean, all she has to do is give Okanogi the order, and you have 100 people with machine guns and sniper rifles ready to kill you and stage it as a suicide. Rika-chan's fever is caused by a cold. We didn't cause it. When it comes to safety and sanitation, we pay the same level of attention as a national research center. I don't mean to be rude, but considering you walk around while holding Rika-chan's hands without disinfecting yours with alcohol first, we are far more sanitary. We're not talking about that. Anyhow, Rika isn't your toy. She'll never come back here again. You can't decide that by yourself. Takano-san took exception to that. Like, she looks noticeably angry. You and your husband both signed the statement of consent, didn't you? We have been depositing money that by no means a small amount into your account every single month for her cooperation in the research. What? I know nothing about any money. I've never even heard of that before. Rika receiving money for participating in the research really is news to me. Knowing my husband's character, he wouldn't have used it as spending money behind my back. I bet he thought of it as a free service for the villagers, and completely forgot about the money being deposited into our account. There haven't been any strange deposits in the regular account, so it may be in our savings. Anyway, I don't care about that. If you want to breach our contract, we'll have to ask you to return the full amount of deposits we have made up until this point. Also, if one party is at fault for the breach of contract. Takano-san, please calm down. Mrs. Furude, you too. Just as I explained to you before, we must find a cure for Hinamizawa syndrome, so the villagers can continue to live without worries. For that reason, we need to have Rika-san continue to participate. Then tell me, when are you going to find a cure? It doesn't make sense. At first you said this was for Rika's friend, Satoko-chan, but Satoko-chan has been released from the clinic and is now carrying on happily. You even told my husband 2 weeks ago that you found a cure already, didn't you? Yes, I think I told him something like that. But you see, to solve the mysteries of the syndrome. You didn't mention anything about solving mysteries at the beginning. Rika was to participate to find a cure for the villagers, so now her job is done. All the research and experiments you are performing on Rika have nothing to do with the cure. You're doing them out of your own self-interest. Aren't I right? That's not true. It really isn't. Anyway, this matter of Rika-san cold is just a misunderstanding. If you still don't trust us, then... That's enough. Since money is involved here, I'll have to discuss it with my husband. Excuse me. They were just too shady from the very start. Because of their exaggerated story, Rika and my husband took their side. But it won't work on me. Anyhow, I must settle things with them right away. Because Rika isn't their toy. I especially don't trust that woman called Takano. Dr. Eri seems to me like he's still a doctor. But she doesn't. How can I describe her? I guess I can say the glow in her eyes is just unpleasant. She only sees Rika as a guinea pig. I can feel cruelty emitting from her. Neither my husband nor Rika have noticed that. I must protect her. As a mother, I must protect Rika. That's not like you, Takano-san. Getting into an argument with her will only make things more complicated. It's so unlike you. I know. Sorry for losing my cool. What's that, Takano? You let the mask slip just a tiny bit? It's almost like a nerve was touched. Or like you're really, really, really emotionally invested in this. I know. Sorry for losing my cool. Did something happen to put her in a bad mood? Eri wondered. The heated conversation... Oh, this is probably how we find out that Koizumi died. This is what it's got to be. Okay. Eri, did something happen to put her in a bad mood? Eri wondered. The heated conversation she just had didn't involve the Takano he knew. Okay, I assume Koizumi's dead, but I feel that it needs to be stated outright for it to count for the scene that requires it as context. Okay. At least as I do every new thing, we have less fuck-ups available for me to do. Okay. Okay. Maybe? The situation has changed. Rika's father suddenly changed his mind about having her help out with the research. When Rika came down with a high fever, the other day her mother, who wasn't happy about her daughter helping in the first place, finally blew up. I was hoping the father would convince her somehow, but now he seems to be on her side. Rika's father didn't get emotional like her mother, but he demanded that we make our research plans for Rika clear, and that we finish our research within 3 months at the most, which was completely unrealistic. Research can't have a deadline. That's out of the question. We cultivate results by grinding down our knowledge, skills, and time. To take away from us is like taking away what's vital to live. How could he say such a thing? Curses, 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 curses. Rika's parents are only saying that because they don't know anything about scientific research. However, as they are the parents of the Queen Carrier, we are completely lost about what to do. Tests and experiments in the Queen Carrier are an essential part of our research into Hinamizawa syndrome. Her existence is the focal point of our work. To lose her would be like losing your sense of direction out in open water. Rika is providing her cooperation of our research, but the withdrawal, her guardian's consent, could be a setback. The situation is extremely dire. Rika's parents are only interested in finding a cure, but to me, the cure is only a small part of solving the mystery. I can't let her go. Are our differences causing this predicament? And it's not only them, the same is happening between Eri and me. He thinks it's inevitable that we need to stop the research if Rika's parents refuse to consent. That's understandable. From the beginning, Eri never had the determination to solve the mysteries of Hinamizawa syndrome. He won't back down from the research assertively. But he will passively, by agreeing with Rika's parents. Is that the attitude of a researcher who's trying to unravel mysteries? He's the type of man who would step on my grandfather's research with his dirty feet. He is nothing but a coward who's in this half-heartedly. He started to feel guilty over his past the moment he saw blood. He isn't qualified to even be involved in researching Hinamizawa syndrome. Okay, I do feel like people like Erie are required in any kind of research like this. Like you have to have researchers who have these concerns. Like, it's not a weakness, it's a strength, and I feel like it's not an impediment to, it's not something that's impeding you. I think that, underground, you don't have to have all the researchers feel this way, but I think it's a bare minimum that you have to have some of the researchers have these concerns. Like, there has to be some people, with ethics or compassion, or who don't lose sight of, how it's affecting people. He is simply an outsider who joined because of the client's demands. If I were a man, he wouldn't be here in the first place. But that doesn't even make sense. It has nothing to do with your gender. It largely has to do with the fact that, one, you are associated with the military with how you're doing things. Even though technically, I don't know if you're actually in the military at any point, but you are going by a military, whereas we need, Erie as a clearly civilian individual. So that's the main reason why he was chosen, is that, one, he's civilian in the purest sense. Two, his expertise in neurology. Three, he's a good puppet. He's easy to manipulate. After all, you're all bitchy about how he's half-hearted about shit, but he not only was the most available person out of everyone you interviewed, but here's the thing, this half-heartedness of his is what makes him available for you to manipulate. If he was the kind of person that wasn't half-hearted about it, you wouldn't be able to have any sort of, ability to manipulate things in regard to him. But yeah, it has nothing to do with his gender. It's more so just the fact that he has an expertise in neurology, and that he's a civilian, and that he makes a useful puppet, and that he's a legitimate doctor who's actually, that same thing you keep calling a weakness is kind of extremely important, not only for the sake of the research itself, like I was saying, but also as a doctor for actually, being a good doctor, caring about the patients. And also there was an issue of the legal standpoint of, even though you're the researcher, it makes issues with the government that you're involved with it, with the whole Takano thing, even though you've been trying to hide part of that in terms of your relation to your grandfather. The main point is this: what you're doing at the research with your position raises questions, whereas Erie being put there is a good way to deflect that. At no point does it have anything to do with gender. While it's true he produced wonderful results with his development of a cure, he seems to think it's alright to close up shop with that. Is he planning to waste everything by being satisfied with just that tiny result? That man doesn't have any right to discard to my grandfather's research. I can feel my guts boiling. No. Erie isn't the main person of all. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it's not like Erie's saying that he doesn't. After all, here's the thing. One of the reasons you picked Erie in the first place, which again, you were the one who picked Erie Takano, but one of the main reasons is because he was all excited about solving the mystery. He does want to solve the mystery, but it's just that he's not willing to cross certain lines for it. So it's not like he doesn't want to do the mystery. It's not like he doesn't want to do the research. It's just he's like, well, we can't really do it if we can't get their permission, can we? So he wants to do it. He just has, a little thing called morals and ethics and a conscience. The one to blame here is that woman, Rika's mother. If she wasn't so selfish, this wouldn't have happened. Maybe it's partly my fault. I maintained trust through relationships and obligations all this time, but somehow Rika's mother and I didn't get along, so I didn't try to socialize with her. I thought it was fine because I got along with Rika and her father, but now the mother has influenced the father and changed his decision. What negligence! What a reversal! What a blunder! Erie is saying we should talk to the office in Tokyo about what to do next, but I know once Tokyo office finds out about this, they'll order us to shut the research down. I've worked so hard to even get things started. If they hear anything negative, they'll put a stop to it. I've come too far to complete my grandfather's research. I can't let it be stopped. I still have a little time to think about this. I need to calm down and analyze this carefully. I've always come up with a great plan when I drink my favorite tea and bite my nails like this. I looked up at the ceiling and closed my eyes as tenderly as possible. There were times where I couldn't find a solution, but someone else came up with a simple one. I've been able to overcome everything that's been thrown at me. I even endured the hell at that orphanage. So I will never let that woman get in the way. Settle your thoughts down. Think about this clearly. Be calm, Mio Takano. Someone else may come up with a better idea. But who? It's not me. It can't be Erie. Of course, nobody from the village will do. Do I talk to someone from Tokyo? No, I can't. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Even Koizumi-sensei would be disgusted if he finds out I can't solve such a simple matter by myself. Okanogi? The head of the Mountain Dogs. The people that specialize in murdering people. Ah, I know. There's someone I can talk to nearby. They are supposed to be my subordinates, after all, so it's worth the try. I called the leader of the Mountain Dogs, Okanogi. The Mountain Dogs are my subordinates, but they're part of the self-defense force, and I'm just a researcher, so we never really had a chance to interact. He did what he was supposed to, and I did what I was supposed to, so I never even thought of discussing anything with him. But the Mountain Dogs are there to protect and support our research. Why didn't I think of talking to him before? What a difficult situation. He used to speak standard Japanese, but now he has the Hinamizu accent. I guess fitting into the region is the first thing they need to do. We may lose the Queen Carrie, not only that, but her mother might end up exposing our secrets. Can you do something about it? I asked Okanogi rather directly. I'm not really expecting an answer, but... Understood. The Mountain Dogs will take care of it. Just give us a little time, and we'll do a clean job. Take care of it? We'll make sure the police won't get involved. We need a little time to prep. But it won't be difficult. I'm startled. Rika's mother is my enemy, but I was thinking about how I could convince her. But the leader of the Mountain Dogs, the counterintelligence unit, whose duty is to protect this secret research, came up with a much simpler plan. Do you mean to kill her? To preserve the secret, I was told to do whatever is necessary. Of course, we won't do anything until we get an order. Right. This is a very simple problem to him. Rika's mother has started to interfere with our research. Not only that, there's a chance she might talk to people out about the Institute, so they will eliminate her. Ah, so that sounds like a good idea. Can you do a good job of it? That's why we're here! This will be our biggest job since the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Ah, I remember now. The Mountain Dogs are the ones who kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction and used that to blackmail him. It has been a few years, so I completely forgot about that. They did such a marvelous job then. That's right, that's right, that's right. I have the Mountain Dogs on my side. Can you get on with it right away? We could easily kill her, even tonight. Hey, Takano! You found someone with less mental scruples than you! This person is completely cool with just killing people. Then again, that is his job. And I understand this is a job that is necessary for the facility of society at times. Like, there are times where stuff like this is necessary. I just hope whoever's giving the orders is doing so for important reasons. But I do acknowledge that people with this profession are necessary, and there are many situations in which what they do is good. But, again, it's a very massive gray area, one in which I honestly don't really know enough of. And even then, I do have my own emotional feelings on things. But again, I am not, air quotes, of this world when it comes to that kind of stuff. Simply put, I am, for as much as I enjoy violent video games and stories like Edgar Allan Poe, I am very much a person who has tried to live his life as a pacifist. I've only ever hurt anyone in self-defense. And even though I enjoy violent movies and such, I feel very emotionally bothered by the idea of other people getting hurt, and especially the idea of me ever hurting anyone or even giving the order to hurt anyone. So even if I was in a position to give an order to someone like this, I would feel extremely emotionally conflicted over it. So, I guess the main thing I'm saying is this. There are both good and bad people when it comes to this, and I do understand that it is a necessary part of society and civilization. And there are times where people are doing this kind of job that they're good people still, despite doing that job, and that their job they're doing is for the good of society, and there's good coming from it. And that many of these people probably feel some probably feel the same as Okanogi, but some probably feel significantly emotionally conflicted themselves. I'm just saying that I don't have the emotional disposition for such things. Heck, most people would describe me as somebody of a mellow mood, of a mellow temperament. Heck, some people would consider me boring. Heck, in general, I talk more on this channel than I do the whole rest of my life, and I express a lot of emotions and personal things in these videos, whereas in real life, I don't really talk to people too much, and I behave in a very stoic way. So much so that people sometimes seem to think I'm a robot. Like, I've encountered many people, even people I consider friends, who seem to think I don't even have emotions, which does actually kind of hurt my feelings. But at the same time, part of it is the fact that, one, I just don't really talk about certain things, and two, I do tend to have a bit of a shell and withdrawal. And like I said, heck, most of my life I really didn't talk about things too much. And then there's, like I said, there's stuff in early 20s. I talked to some of my friends, which I think annoyed them a lot, but I still appreciate they listened to me, and I appreciated it. But it's just, yeah, I'm the kind of person that I don't really like confrontation or fighting, arguing. Usually, if there's a situation like that, I will usually try to avoid it or remove myself from the situation. Yes, there are times I've cussed out and yelled at people in their face, but that was only in a situation where, there was severe provocation. Heck, there was this one guy. Like, I'm not, like, same thing about the disposition thing I was saying earlier. Like, the same way I wouldn't be of the mindset to even give orders to someone like this. I would not be qualified in any way, shape, or form to ever be in the police or in the military. Because, one, I'm not physically capable. Even if I really do succeed in gym stuff, I really don't feel like I'm like, I'm no soldier. I'm no fighter. And everything is, I don't have the personality for it. Whether it be the personality to be a cop pulling someone over for a ticket, or to be someone in the military. I don't have the personality for it. It's not me. It's not something that... It's definitely not something that comes naturally to me, and it's definitely not something that I would want to learn. Like, obviously, it'd be possible to train me to develop that skill, but it's also something I wouldn't want. I would find it very emotionally unpleasant to learn, and I feel like it would cause more damage to my psyche than help. Which, again, give and take when it comes to other people in terms of how it affects them. I'm just saying, I understand that I'm just not functional when it comes to that. And I'm not, like, basically, I don't, like, I feel very, and of course, people would probably describe me as a pussy and all that stuff, and heck, I'm not a very dominant person. So, if anything, you would probably describe my personality as more of a submissive kind of personality. I'm not very aggressive, and most times I gauge a situation to try to de-escalate and diffuse. After all, the best way to avoid getting hurt in a fight is to try to not get in the fight in the first place. That being said, this is coming from the person who has had his ass kicked like a few hundred times. I've actually had groups of like 5 or 6 people beat the fucking shit out of me for like half an hour to an hour plus. That sucked, by the way. That sucked a lot. Like, there was one time, like, 5 people, behind like a convenience store owned by some Indian dude. That sucked. I got punched like a few thousand times. I had a bruise sticking out a couple inches out of my left temple. Like, the actual purple bruise is the size of my fucking hand. And it was literally sticking out a couple inches. Heck, I wound up having a black eye from that for like about a month and a half straight. For it to finally fucking healed. Then again, I also got slammed into a brick wall, got my head stomped on, get kicked a few dozen times, in the ribs a lot, and stomped on, and just saying, I'm not a good fighter. But I've still been in my share of fights. Usually 3v1 or 5v1. And it was me getting my ass kicked. So, I can't say that was emotionally good for me. Can say it made me feel pretty sad. If anything, I'd say it hurt me more emotionally than physically. But hey, is what it is. Main point I'm just saying is this. I'm not an aggressive person. Yes, I feel anger, I get upset at things, but at the end of the day, I'm not really the person, like, to try to hurt people. Heck. Like I said, I've spent my whole life basically living as a pacifist. Like, and that's mainly just because I dislike the idea of hurting other people. I mean, heck, I've only ever hurt anyone in self-defense. And heck, even in situations where self-defense was definitely justified, I've never even struck a woman. Like, I have never hit a woman, even in situations where self-defense would have been justifiable. And I've had several circumstances throughout my life in which that could have been used as a justification, but yet I still didn't do shit. Also, my scalp is itchy again. That's better. That was really itchy. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Does it count as ASMR if you guys could hear it? My main point is this. I'm not an intimidating or angry person. Okay? And most time, like if I'm emotionally upset by something, I'm less likely to really be confrontational with somebody about it. I'm basically just going to be like, okay, this person's a horrible person. And then I'll want to just never be around them ever again. Not really the kind of person to actively want to be angry or violent or vengeful or some shit. I am the kind of person who will lay in my bed for a few hours listening to nightcore music in the dark and cry. But hey, though to be fair, when it comes to the crying thing, I've done my best to, again, be stoic in front of people. I mean, crying is a very personal thing, so I've done my best to avoid doing that in front of people. And now, granted, there are a few exceptions, like there are certain times when people die and stuff, and that's really sad. But, well, in general, I tend to be very stoic. I'll cry a lot in private, and heck, I've done so in some videos. After all, a lot of part of this video, or the channel, is me talking without a filter. And just, heck, I started this channel as an emotional outlet. I mean, it's not a very good emotional outlet if I'm not expressing my emotions. So I just sort of let, the emotions come out and talk about whatever the fuck I feel like talking about. Because, again, it's not like I'm trying to make money off this. It's not like I'm, trying to get sponsors or super chats or some shit. This is just literally, I don't have to be entertaining. This is literally just something I just feel like doing. I'm never going to make a cent from this, but that's fine. I'm not in this to make money. I'm in this to annoy everyone. That, and I just have a general love of Let's Plays. I've always enjoyed Let's Plays since YouTube began. Stuff like Ultra J-Man, ROM Scout, Slow Beef, Freelance Astronauts, all that stuff. I just really enjoyed Let's Plays of video games and anime. So, this is just my own obsessive hobby. But back to the point being, like there's times I've yelled at people, like there was one guy, he was in the Marines. Like, I've never been in the military. I would never be able to. But like this one dude was in the military. He had actually killed lots of people in his time serving in the military. He also served as a corrections officer in prisons, and he would regularly, for sport, just beat the shit out of the inmates just for fun. He actually broke a few of his bones beating people. And by that I mean, like, he had literally punched somebody so much that he had broken some of the knuckles in his hand. Granted, he broke all of that person's ribs. Main point is this. The dude in question is a Marine who'd killed people in the military, was a corrections officer, was a very, aggressive individual who was not above the idea of killing people or just beating prisoners for fun, or to set an example. Like, he really thought it was very enjoyable to go to a prisoner and break the inmates, like, to hear a bone snap. That's the kind of and plus the dude was much taller than me, much more muscular than me. I know, not a high bar to set, but main point being, person significantly stronger than me. If things came to blows, I wouldn't stand a fucking chance. I understand that. I'm not delusional. Okay? I understand if me and that guy were to really come to blows, I would die. I understood that right from the fucking very first second. That being said, that individual crossed certain lines that they should not do, and they made me angry. They did things that they really should not do that were unjustifiable. And I was angry with that person. Plus, I felt the need to defend other people that person was threatening. So, I got in that person's face and cussed him the fuck out, yelling at the top of my lungs. He yelled back, I yelled back more. To be fair, again, if at any point things went to blows, and again, I understood this before I even yelled at him, it doesn't matter what I would have done. You could have given me a sword. I would still lose that fight. It wouldn't even be an issue, can I win? It's not even an issue, can I even survive? Like even if he's unarmed and I had a fucking sword, I would still die. But even knowing that, it's just, what he had said and done was unacceptable. So, I threw caution to the wind and basically told him to go fuck himself in a myriad of colorful ways, while screaming and cussing in his face. And to be fair, he completely fucking deserved it. But yeah, it's just, had that act, had he actually chose to become violent after that, yeah, I mean, and again, I knew that even before I yelled at him, but at that point, I didn't care. Okay, yes, you're far stronger than me, and I would never stand a chance in a fight against you. But I don't care because, of the certain circumstances going on. Was it very smart of me in the moment? No. But I feel my reaction was 100% justified in every way. Again, was it smart? No. But it's what I felt strongly about emotionally at that time. Main point I'm saying is this. I'm not an aggressive, violent person. I'm the kind of person that if something happens to make me sad, I'm not going to go kill that person. I'm going to just avoid that person and then probably just talk to myself about it and cry a bit and then listen to Tool or something. You guys ever listen to the band Tool? It's a good band. Everyone's like, stay focused on video game. We're trying to read a visual novel, and you keep getting distracted by various tangents. But that'd create too much of a fuss. We'll make it look like she disappeared. So give us a little time to make some arrangements. Just like a cat's eyes under a bright light, I can feel something in the back of my eyes open up. Up until now, I'd been racking my brain trying to figure out how to make her my ally, or at least make her surrender or pacify her. Yet, one order to this man and the problem's easily solved. I feel like a bird taking its first flight. How easily I can get rid of that annoying mother. All I have to do is give an order. I feel grateful to Koizumi-sensei for giving me such terrific subordinates. What a wonderful power he has given me. I was taught that all people are equal. But if I have the power to control people's lives, then that means I'm more important than they are. What a feeling it is to be above others. So did you just want Rika Furude's mother to disappear? Eh? Well, wait a minute. Does he mean only Rika Furude's mother? I can feel chills all over my body. If possible, maybe I should have her father disappear too? Rika is willing to help. She has no other relatives in the Furude family. If both parents die, she has to depend on someone. The Erie Institute can support her. We can give her status, money, and protection. We can give her everything. By doing so, maybe it's possible to make her one of us, rather than just having her as a helper? Again, Takano, why didn't you feel any fucking empathy as you fucking cut open her stomach and disemboweled her later? All my worries are melting away. Everything I was just concerned about seems like a joke now. I had such powerful subordinates all this time, yet I never realized. All of my tension is being released, and I'm starting to feel relaxed. I can feel myself regaining my cool head. I will say this, although I think I would definitely have reservations being in Mio's position at this, I will say this. I do feel like the authority and power of this would perhaps have a corrupting influence on me. I feel like I would be hesitant on it first. But I feel like if I was in a situation where I felt need to use this kind of authority, and I did so, I feel like this would have a very strong influence on me as a person, and I feel like I also would be very strongly influenced by this. Then again, I'd also be very strongly influenced by you know, any kind of emotional, positive encouragement, positive reinforcement. Somehow this came back to me having low self-esteem and wanting a compliment or feel like somebody fucking cares about me. So, yay! It's like, listen to the annoying otaku dude complain about low self-esteem and loneliness. I sound like a total bitch. But oh well. It's like, you sound like you are because you are, basically. But whatever. I'm just saying this. I feel like if I was in the position to use this sort of thing, and if I used this kind of authority, I feel like it would have a very strong... Does it count as manipulation if it's something you're doing to yourself? Is that how that works, or is this corruption the correct word at that point? I feel like that... It's kind of like the same statement like the idea of like the Death Note. It's a great deal of power, but I feel like just the act of using it, even if there was no negatives to it whatsoever, I feel like it would have a effect on the emotional, psychological well-being of the person. That the more you use it, the more it would change you as a person. So the same way Miyu Takano here, the more she gives the mountain dogs an order to do something, I feel like it would change her as a person. And I feel like it would change me as a person. But I don't think I would want that kind of change. I'm going to get rid of them. Rika's parents, that is. The queen carrier is my guinea pig. A guinea pig doesn't need parents. That's right. It's almost time for the Watanagashi festival. If they die on that day, people will call it the curse of Yoshiro-sama. The murder case from 2 years ago and the accident from last year are two separate incidents. Yeah, because they happened on the day of the Watanagashi, they're being called the curse of Yoshiro-sama. Then if her parents' death occur on this year's Watanagashi, it'll be Yoshiro-sama's curse 3 years in a row. The miracle of Yoshiro-sama, also the curse. I'm going to create them. This is a chance for me to ascend to godhood and toy with human fate. The incidents that occurred 2 years in a row are said to be a curse, but not everyone believes that. However, my ear itches. However, if it happens 3 years in a row, then everyone has to believe. Because that'll be a true curse that's created by me. I'll become Yoshiro-sama. My desire for revenge against God is coming together. Making her merely disappear isn't that fun, is it? When I started to laugh, Okanogi-kun grinned to show his interest. So you got something special in mind, Takano? Eh, boss? We're going to recreate the curse of Yoshiro-sama. Hee hee. I can't just let her die. She'll be demoned away and I'm going to enjoy dissecting her alive. Of course, I won't just have fun. This will be extremely useful for our research. After all, she's the previous Queen Carrier. So we make it look like her dad died of a stroke, and we kidnap her and dissect her alive. Satoko's parents got pushed off a cliff, and then of course, the first year we had the dude who got the construction manager and the dude who is the leader of the people, though the leader of the people got... Okay. Everyone's like, this is such a long video. I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm enjoying it, but I'm sure everyone else's attention span is fried. But I can't blame you, you're listening to me. World's most unintentional ASMR ever. Okay, we have to actually do the 3-year curse. Okay. Execution order. I don't know if we have the declaration of war from Kuroda. I think we do. Yes. Deep down, I was prepared for something to happen tonight once again. The first year, the workers were stirred into a frenzy, killing and dismembering the old man. And the second year, the Hojo couple were killed through a fake accident. Since the dam protests, only people who have been hated by the villagers died on the day of the Matsuribayashi. Some people in the village are calling the instance the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Now that the dam protests are over, there would be no meaning in the village's enemies being killed on the night of the festival, I thought. If that was true, then there were still some enemies left over. I thought that perhaps that would happen again on the night of the festival 3 years in a row. My hunch was right. At first, however, it looked so natural that I didn't think anything of it. The festival was nearing its end, and the village officials were gathered under the main tent. They opened their beers and enjoyed the leftover corn and braised cow tripe from the refreshment stands. I was in the main tent too, being entertained by the villagers, so I was actually there at the scene of the third year's incident when it happened, yet I didn't notice anything at the beginning. Hey, Furude-san, what's the matter? Are you feeling sick? Most of the older folks in the village were heavy drinkers, but a few were lightweights too. The priest was one of the latter. The priest was a representative as well as a host during the Matsuribayashi festival. So every time visitors and guests arrived, he greeted them, and each time he was offered a drink. So by the night's end, he was pretty worn out. That's why I didn't think anything of it to see the priest sitting by himself in a folding chair. The mayor, Kimiyoshi, was the one to tap his shoulder and ask him if he was all right. Are you okay? You drank too much, didn't you? Does your chest hurt? Sorry, I think I'm a little tired. Don't you have heart trouble? Didn't you have heart trouble before? Getting sudden pains isn't a good sign. Dr. Erie! Dr. Erie! What's wrong? Is it your chest? That's not good. Oh. When I saw what was going on, I noticed he was covered in a terrible sweat and was definitely not relaxing in his chair and enjoying the cool evening breeze. His face had a sickly pallor, and I thought he should lie down immediately. I should probably take you to the clinic. Are you okay? Can you hold on to my shoulder? Hey, somebody help! The priest doesn't feel well. What's wrong with my husband? Dear, are you all right? Takano-san. Perfect timing. The priest doesn't feel well, so I'm going to take him to the clinic. Could you please have the car come around here? Sure, no problem. Hee. So the priest and his wife headed to the clinic with Dr. Erie. I don't know about young people, but the elderly know their own bodies well. They almost never push themselves to the point where they start feeling ill. Especially someone like the priest. It was hard to imagine him drinking himself sick. The cumulative experience of my years was telling me something. I headed to the Erie Clinic just in case. I tried to follow their car, but because the festival was almost over and all the stands were closing up, there was a lot of traffic going in and out, making it almost impossible for me to leave the temporary parking lot. More than 20 minutes had passed since the priest was carried out, and by the time I arrived at the clinic, 20 minutes. If it hadn't taken me 20 minutes, my involvement in this year's incident would have been quite different. I regretted not leaving on foot the moment I realized how hard it was to get my car out. All I get to do now is jot down the facts, because between the time the priest left the festival and the time I arrived at the clinic, during those 20 minutes, this year's curse had taken place. The priest's condition changed for the worse right after he arrived at the clinic. He died. The autopsy result says it was heart failure, but how can I accept that? I don't think the priest was having health problems, and everyone was taken by surprise by this sudden event. Moreover, the wife of the priest disappeared too. According to the clinic staff, she was with him right after he died, but she's nowhere to be seen now. Of course, she's not at home either. Maybe someone poisoned the priest? During the dam conflict, the priest was frowned upon for his remarks. He said there was no need to make a big fuss because the dam project would be cancelled anyway. The older villagers liked to hold grudges and hadn't forgotten that, so even I had heard word of them talking about how the priest wasn't fit for the shrine to Oyashiro-sama. I called for backup and had them go search for the missing wife. With last year's falling couple incident as a precedent, it was easy to believe both wife and husband could become victims. The village's youth group got organized and searched from the village to the mountains, and as a result, we found a set of sandals and a will by the edge of the Onakafushi swamp. The will said something about how her husband's death was the curse of Oyashiro-sama, and she was throwing herself in the swamp to calm the god's anger. In other words, she committed suicide by jumping into the swamp. Legends say that the swamp is bottomless, and it's connected directly to hell. Once you sink, you'll never come back. Divers from the police department searched the swamp, but her body was nowhere to be found. The past 2 mysterious incidents were solved individually. Just as the higher-ups say. But something is odd about this year's mysterious death. The ill priest was carried to the clinic. His wife accompanied him. Within 20 minutes, the priest died of heart failure, and the wife either committed suicide or disappeared. The death of the priest may really have been a fatal heart attack, but for his wife to assume that it was the curse and to commit suicide by jumping into the swamp, for all that to happen in 20 minutes just doesn't seem natural. The Furude family has no relatives. Even if she was a true believer in Oyashiro-sama, how could she commit suicide while leaving behind her one and only daughter? Eri is hiding something too, but he's just a village doctor, which means he's nothing more than their pawn. If this is all a conspiracy to assassinate the priest, then there is someone who's pulling the strings. I had been starting to think that trying to tie the past 2 incidents to the village so forcefully was a bit overbearing of me, but this incident was enough to convince me that this series of cases involving mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa were all grounded in one intention. This incident has countless numbers of discrepancies, but someone from the village seems to be putting pressure on high command. And just like the past incidents, this one will be treated as an individual case and end up being forgotten. Since it happened 3 years in a row, everyone in the village will say it's the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I think that's the culprit's goal. After the war, belief in Oyashiro-sama became antiquated. Is someone committing these murders as a ritual to restore that god's dignity? The one pulling the strings must be the Sonozaki family. A few months passed. Oryu Sonozaki said something like it was natural for the priest to be cursed by Oyashiro-sama, and so the priest's case was lumped together with the mysterious Hinamizawa deaths, otherwise known as Oyashiro-sama's curse. At first, I simply wanted to avenge the old man, but now that case had grown into an abnormal one, centered on the village's fate. Damn it, the old man's killer is human. I won't let it be pushed off onto some nonsense curse. Okay. Save. Close. Fragments. Third-year curse. We got that. The strange medicine that I can hardly remember was a capsule. Or maybe it was an oval tablet. It was so red, it must have been a capsule. I can't imagine a tablet in that color. It must have been a capsule. I think it was a little bigger than a normal one. I think. I can't remember. Although, I can hardly remember if I see the medicine again. It'll refresh my memory. That medicine strips away humanity. It takes away a human soul, memory, emotion, and it numbs the human body. This must be Rena. There are no thoughts, no interests, no will to stay awake or asleep. And again, while I understand that sometimes medications are important for people, I feel that if a medicine's this much, same as lobotomy, I feel like it's not in the best interest of the person. I feel like it's not good to permanently damage someone's brain, nor is it good to be completely sedating or overly drugging somebody. I feel like there should be, and above all, physical or psychotropic treatments are not a replacement for counseling and therapy. Now, I understand counseling and therapy may not be enough on their own, but I do feel that They are perhaps the most important. There's no sense of time. Sometimes a second can feel like an eternity, and other times I can almost see an hour hand move. Either way, there's no emotion involved. I can't feel any emotion. The medicine only lets me stay in bed and look up at the ceiling. Only the people who have taken it can understand this misery. What's more scary is that, while I'm on the medication, I don't realize how scary it is. I'm given the medication daily and I keep losing all my senses. So, when the medicine wore off by accident, I realized I should never take it again. That's right, this isn't medicine that will heal me. It's just going to kill me slowly. If I continued to take this medicine, I probably wouldn't be able to tell if I was dead or alive, and I would end up losing myself forever. I'll keep looking at that ceiling without any emotions and keep watching the clock tick forever. If I take that medicine again, I'll lose all the senses I finally regained. I may never be able to bring myself back again. Since the day I realized that, I've been pretending to take the medicine but throwing it away instead. If your doctor prescribes medication, you have to finish taking it, even if your symptoms are gone. I can hear my mother's voice. Any time I went to the doctor's office when I was a child, my mother said that to me. I usually got well before I finished all the medicine, so I didn't finish taking the rest. That's why my mother said that. Well, that's usually true of like antibiotics. For example, if you're given a prescription of like amoxicillin, penicillin, ciprofloxacin, or any of that kind of stuff, which are types of antibiotics, you're supposed to finish the dosage. Because usually it's, when you start feeling better, it's because the medicine has suppressed usually a bacterial infection that required the antibiotics in the first place. However, it's only suppressed it to the point that it doesn't cause you pain. The bacteria isn't completely eliminated at that point. So you have to finish the dosage to actually, properly make sure that otherwise it flares up again. But this is a different type of medicine. That's another thing to keep in mind. That when it comes to medicine, there is a huge variety of chemicals that can impact and be used on the human body. And different types of medications or drugs can be very different from one another. That's why it's important to have doctors who are, know what they're doing. I don't even remember how old I was when my mother said that, but with this strange capsule in front of me, I have to try and get rid of my mother's voice from inside of my head. I press down on my head with my elbows until it hurt. I am not physically capable of moving my arms in a way that my elbows, touch my head. Heck, I can barely make my elbows, nope. Nope, I cannot make my elbows touch. So I can't make my elbows touch my head or each other. Trying to get rid of what my mother kept telling me. Right. As my head clears, I start to remember the ugly side of my mother. My mother betrayed her family. She betrayed me and my father, who waited for her at home with dinner on the table. She told us she was busy with work, but she was having an affair. That was bad enough, but she asked my father for a divorce after he took such good care of her for so many years. But there's something else I can't forgive her for. She invited only me to meet with her new family. Not my father, just me. My father and I are family. Family means being together. Yet my mother tried to destroy the bond between my father and me. Not only had she destroyed her bond with him, she tried to destroy my bond with him too. Not only did she try her bond with him, she tried to destroy my bond with him too. When I remember, it makes me feel angry and hateful, and I can't forgive her. The back of my eyes started to hurt, and I could feel the hatred on my face. That overflowing animosity is aimed not only at my mother, but also the man she had an affair with. The man she had an affair with, Uncle Akihito. I didn't like him teasing me, but he gave me an allowance and tried to have fun with me. I liked him very much, but his niceness was all calculated. He wanted to destroy the family bonds between my mother, my father, and me. That's why I shouldn't have said I liked him very much. That's right, I'm starting to remember and understand. I now know my true enemy. It was his fault that my mother started to have an affair, because my mother was a very good mother. He was the one who made her a bad one, so he's the one who deserves the blame. When was the first time I met him? I think it was the time when my mother and I went out and had lunch at a restaurant. She introduced him as one of her colleagues from work. At that time, if I think about the first meeting, I think I felt something wasn't right with the way my mother acted around him. That's right, I did. I did think something was wrong. I didn't feel right. It didn't feel right. I wish I'd trusted my instincts more then. I was a fool to think he was a nice person just because he gave me a strawberry from his piece of cake. It was not my father's fault, because I bet he never met Uncle Akihito. But I have. I've met him many times before, and there were a lot of chances to realize he was my enemy. If I had a strong enough will to protect my happiness, I could have noticed that. I can't forget how my father looked on that day. My father, who was so nice and gentle, grabbed his knees so tightly and cried so hard. He asked me if I knew Uncle Akihito, and I answered yes. Then he slapped me in the face. When he slapped me, I finally realized how stupid I was for being taken in by him. That's right, it was my fault. I destroyed the happiness I had hoped to last forever with my own hands. If I hadn't been that stupid, my father wouldn't have had to cry like that, and my mother would have stayed good. If I wasn't that stupid, it was my fault. I can't forgive my mother and Uncle Akihito. Even when I hate him this much, I still call him Uncle, and I can't forgive myself for that. It was my fault. Everything was my fault. I was too stupid and foolish, and that's why this happened. I hate her. I'm sad. I'm frustrated. I can't stop being angry. If my mother ever came back to this house, I would rip her apart with my hands. But she never came back. My anger turned towards everything that my mother left in the house. I destroyed every relic my mother left behind, one after another. I threw and smashed everything, but that still didn't calm me down. Even after I turned the whole house upside down, I still couldn't calm my anger. Where does my anger gather? It starts from inside me, goes through my arms to my fingertips, and spurts from my nails. Where else can it go? So my nails aim at my own body. My body is the filthiest and most disgusting thing of all. I am the one to be blamed. No, I am not to blame. My mother's most at fault. My mother is the most corrupt. My body and soul feel filthy. I wanted to stain myself black and slice the remaining flesh into pieces. And one day I finally realized there are tons of maggots in my blood. I am rotten. I am rotten from the inside. Come on, rot more. But it is indescribably itchy. It is itchy, 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 itchy. I stabbed my thigh with a razor blade in the bathroom. The blood flowed out. Reddish black maggots spilled out. I forced myself to open my blood vessels with my thumbs. The maggots spilled out. Squirm, 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 squirm. So many maggots spilled out from my left thigh. My right thigh must have the same amount of maggots in its blood vessels. Maybe my calves too, my arms, abdomen, chest. No. How many maggots are there in the blood vessels in the neck? Strangely, although I've become rather insane, there is still part of me that is calm. If I keep ripping myself apart like this, I'll end up dead. But everything is my fault, and I'm the one to be blamed. Even if I blame my mother, the only way I can disgrace her is with my own body. Oh, I get it now. That's the best means for quelling my anger. I feel like I'm thinking incredibly rationally now. In order to forgive myself, I need someone else to blame. It has to be someone else's fault, but no such person exists. No matter how much I think about it or how I twist the logic, my own body is my only outlet to vent this anger. So long as there's no one else to blame, I'll be forced to rip open every blood vessel in my body. Just like no matter how much I scratch, it still itches. No matter how much I rip apart my own body, it's not enough. The blood is all over the bathroom, and I'm sure it makes for quite the gruesome scene. Although I'm trying to stay calm, I can't ignore the sharp pain that runs through my body. Maybe because I've lost so much blood, or maybe because I'm naked in the bathroom, I feel freezing cold. My whole body is throbbing, and my heart is beating so fast. I'm cold and hot at the same time. And I'm also sad, angry, and in pain. I want to find something that lets me forgive myself. Then it came. It came in a heavenly light. It was mysterious and unreal, like something out of this world. It apologized. It kept apologizing. Why is it apologizing? You apologize when you're at fault. So this thing I just met for the first time was admitting to wronging me? That means I'm not at fault. It's at fault, not me. I dropped the razor blade. It fell into the puddle of blood. The pain is taking over my body. The pain of ripping apart my own body is taking over me. I've been telling myself this pain is the punishment for what I've done. But I'm not at fault, it is. So I don't need to accept this pain as a punishment. So I don't need to defile my body anymore. She continued apologizing to me over and over as I stood there, covered in fresh blood. She apologized every time I wanted to blame myself. Constantly whispering that it wasn't my fault. Oyoshira-sama exists. She is always following me. Slap, 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 slap. And every time I can't endure the guilt, she apologizes and tells me I am not at fault. Everything is caused by the curse of Oyoshira-sama. Things started to go wrong when I broke the rule that I wasn't supposed to leave Hinamizawa. I finally remember when I moved from Hinamizawa, one of my neighbors gave me a charm. She said that if I left Hinamizawa, I'd be cursed, so I had to take the charm. That's right, she gave me a charm. It had some complicated writing on it, but I haven't seen it since I moved here. I may have lost it. There's nothing I can do about that. If Hinamizawa residents leave Hinamizawa, they'll be cursed. My mother and I, Iko Ankariru too, may have gone insane because of the curse of Oyoshira-sama. Nobody was at fault from the beginning, because everything is caused by the curse of Oyoshira-sama. Nobody is at fault. Nobody. I am finally able to forgive everything. The anger that I couldn't get rid of, even after I destroyed everything, including my body and soul, is finally gone. Father, now I know. The curse of Oyoshira-sama is what caused my mother to leave, and for you to be so sad. You remember Oyoshira-sama, don't you? The guardian deity of Hinamizawa. That's right, people of Hinamizawa aren't supposed to go to the outside world. That's why mother went insane. It's all because of the curse of Oyoshira-sama. If we had stayed in Hinamizawa, we would have been happy. Oyoshira-sama came to me and told me that. Come to think of it, Oyoshira-sama has been trying to tell me that for a long time after Mother left. I didn't know why she left or how to express my anger. Oyoshira-sama has been kept following me ever since then to let me know that. She followed me everywhere, the sound of her footsteps echoing behind me, but I pretended I didn't notice her. I was so stupid. I didn't even hear her voice until I slashed my body all over. If only I had listened to Oyoshira-sama's voice. I bet she started warning me once Uncle Hakihito came into my life. If the whole family had gone back to Hinamizawa, my mother wouldn't have had an affair. We would have been happy there. I bet Oyoshira-sama has been trying to tell me that. That's right. She must have been trying to warn me ever since we left Hinamizawa. She was always with me. She followed me everywhere. I was stupid, trying to pretend I didn't notice. Everything was because of that stupidity. If I had noticed Oyashiro-sama's voice, my family wouldn't have suffered from the curse. It's all my fault. Oyashiro-sama's apologizing. She keeps apologizing, which means this is all her fault. So this isn't my fault, is it? Because this is the curse of Oyashiro-sama, right? She's apologizing, saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Oyashiro-sama is apologizing repeatedly. So I'm sorry too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I didn't hear your voice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We are from Hinamizawa, so we have to keep hearing your voice. Oyashiro-sama definitely exists. Exists. Can't you hear, Father? Don't you see? Oyashiro-sama's right there apologizing, saying, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, too. Come on, Father. Let's apologize, too. Mother, you don't have to apologize. You should die because of the curse. I hate you, Mother. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate myself for being your daughter. These maggots are your fault. They make me itch everywhere. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No. I don't want that medicine. My mother got it to kill me, so I don't want it. I won't take it. I told you I won't take it. Stop. This is a curse, so you can't fix it with medicine. It won't get rid of the maggots because this is a curse. No, I don't want a shot either. Stop. It hurts. It hurts. Everything is falling into a gray world. The voice of my father and the doctor sound so far away. Even what just happened seems like it happened a long time ago. Again, I'm given the capsule. And even my memory from a minute ago is gone. I'm back in my bed, staring at the ceiling. And what I can see, the only thing that interests me, is the hands on the clock. Tick, tock, tick, tock. I follow the minute hand as it goes around quickly, and the hour hand as it goes around slowly. I see other things too, but they keep going through the same motions, just like the hands on the clock. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Oyashiro-sama keeps apologizing. Tick, tock, tick, tock. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Tick, tock, tick, tock. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Repeating over and over, constantly, and nothing else. The chorus of higurashi coming in through the window during the night seems louder than usual. Hello? Hello, good afternoon. Oh, who are you? Sorry. We just moved in next door. We're here to introduce ourselves. Pleased to meet you. Oh my. Someone as young as you moved here? I see. Welcome. Mom! Our new neighbor is here. Say hello. Don't yell like that. Thank you for taking the time to come over. They're the Ryugu family. They just moved into the empty house next door. You're Raina-chan, aren't you? My, how you've grown. Ah, yes, I'm Rhina. Thank you for remembering how... Mom, do you know her? Of course I do. You were living in Okinomiya then, so you probably don't remember. But they used to live next door, so you came back, huh? This village is better than the big city, is it? I don't remember much because I was so small when we lived here, but I feel this is where I belong. Then you'll fit right in. If there's anything we can do for you, let us know. There's no need to hesitate. Being unreserved is the rule here, after all. Ah, yes. Thank you very much. I thought I'd remember things if I walked around the village, but I still don't remember much. I do recall, however, the vivid breeze as well as the brilliant greenery. I don't remember the village, but I remember that this is my hometown. Red scars still remain in my body. They're hardly visible, and I can't even feel them. I'm sure they'll disappear soon. Now that I'm back in Hinamizawa, sometimes I wonder who I was back in Ibaraki. In fact, I think I wasn't myself from the moment I left. And now, by coming back here, I finally regained my true self. I can hardly remember what I was like back in Ibaraki. Well, that's probably because of the red medicine. The medicine erased all of my painful memories. Maybe that was for the best? I just wanted to be forgiven back then. I couldn't forgive my mother. I couldn't forgive Uncle Akido. And more than anybody, I couldn't forgive myself. I wanted someone to acknowledge that I wasn't at fault. I wanted to be forgiven. So Oyashiro-sama apologized. She told me I wasn't at fault because it was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. That's how I was able to forgive myself. I didn't have to die by tearing my blood vessels out of my body. I think people have to die because they become corrupted. That's why people try their hardest not to dirty themselves or all their lives. But I'm still living despite how dirty I am. I've been allowed to live. Is there still some filth left on me? Or am I all clean? I don't know. The only thing I know is that the me who lived in Ibaraki and the me who is here right now are two different people. I no longer feel the need to take responsibility by ripping myself apart because of the filth. After arranging some furniture and unpacking some boxes, we finally had dinner. Although I hardly remember Hinamizawa, my father remembers things very clearly. Although it was around when we lived here before, the Watanagashi festival has grown huge these days. It's held at the end of June. Watanagashi? I've never seen it myself, so I don't know too much about it, but supposedly people let cotton absorb the filth on their bodies and drift it down the stream. Absorb the filth? You can wash your filth down the stream, huh? Of course. Humans are sinners. As we live every day, filth piles up on our bodies, supposedly. And once a year, we get rid of the filth by letting the cotton absorb it. People become burdened with filth and sin by doing something bad. Court sentences can settle your crimes legally, but that doesn't mean the burden of sin, of the filth, will just go away. In other words, human hands can't erase human filth in this world, in this human world. The filth is something humans can't get rid of, and that's why we need a god from a different world to do that. That's what I thought. But I'm surprised to learn about Watanagashi. Human hands erasing filth, human filth in the human world, letting the cotton absorb the filth, and drifting it down the stream. That means it's okay to live in this world? I tried to commit suicide because I couldn't forgive myself. Oyashiro-sama apologized to me and told me to come back to Hinamizawa. And now here in Hinamizawa, there's this Watanagashi, a ceremony to get rid of filth. This isn't just a coincidence. Hinamizawa is a place to wash away your filth. It forgives sins. It is a place of forgiveness. It's called a purification ceremony. Ah, I've heard of those before. Japanese culture is very strict about filth. You aren't allowed to remain in the spotlight if you accumulate too much. See, that's the reason why politicians and company presidents resign immediately once people find out about their dirty deeds. You must leave the spotlight if you're filthy. To put it in a bad way, your filth is basically pushed onto someone else and they are held responsible for it. Sins and filth must be removed. That's why people push them onto someone else, and then they try to get rid of the filth by sacrificing that person. But if that's the case, every time the filth is created, people will try to pass around responsibility for it. That's awfully hideous. It's almost like seeing demons in the human world. That's why they came up with the idea of letting the cotton absorb all the filth. By doing so, people can live without making someone else take on all the responsibility, sins, and filth. Putting everyone's sins onto someone else and then killing that person makes that person a sacrifice. Who wants to be a sacrifice? That's why they desperately push their sins around. A purification ceremony is about replacing the human sacrifice with a non-human one. The purification ceremony dramatically changed Japanese culture. Before then, people always believed someone had to become a sacrifice. In other words, even with filth, everyone can live without blaming someone else. It kind of reminds me of the replacement of the baptism as far as in Christian, as opposed to in the past, in ancient Hebrew traditions, you do animal sacrifice. So the idea is you replaced animal sacrifice with baptism. Yeah, one of them involves significantly less killing of animals. I do have to say I don't like the idea of killing animals, let alone humans, for any kind of sacrifice. Heck, I mean, there's lots of cultures that did the human sacrifice thing. There's many of the Canaanite gods, as well as Mayans, Aztecs, and they were quite cruel about it too. But then again, that is something that's existed just about every corner of the world for every moment of human history. Just saying, even when it comes to animals, I don't like the idea of just randomly sacrificing animals and killing things. I mean, it's one thing to kill it for food, but even then you should do it humanely. But I'm just saying I think it's much better to have a way of doing the whole forgiveness of sins without killing anything or spilling blood. Filth can be forgiven by a method other than death. Only an existence higher than humans can forgive them. I was forgiven by Oyashiro-sama and came back to this place, to Watanagashi. The purification ceremony that exists here. Letting cotton absorb the filth and drifting it away, there's no need for a sacrifice. That's why I've been allowed to live. The filthy me has drifted away, so that the me that remains is no longer Raina Ryugu. If I'm not Raina, then who am I? If I'm without filth, without all the icky things, who am I? A name vaguely appeared in my head. My new name, that only removes one of the letters from Raina, but I think it's a cute name. All the icky things are erased and forgiven with the removal of that one letter. So my name is no longer Raina. My name is Rena Ryugu. Okay, I'll get going. Thank you. Don't mention it. Come back anytime, okay? Hi, I'm home. Hey, Uncle Hiroshi. Long time no see. Hey, Mion-chan. Are you going home? I have to give my clients a ride. A ride? Ah, you're talking about your realtor business, huh? The Sonozaki family is one of the largest landowners here in the Hinamizawa area. However, since all the land is out here in the countryside, it just ends up sitting there. Recently, the land owned by the Sonozaki family was put on sale in lots. At the family meeting, some of our relatives opposed the idea by saying we shouldn't sell off land that was handed down from our ancestors, but Granny snapped and shut them right up. Some of the unused fields are made into vacant lots and released for public sale. Actually, I had some questions about it too. The Sonozaki family is very wealthy. We have plenty of land as well as money. So why did we have to sell it off? What's more surprising to me is that Granny was the one who came up with the idea. I would have thought that she'd get furious if someone even mentioned something like that. Okay, if you're ever near the station, be sure to stop by. I'll treat you to a cup of barley tea. Sure, thank you very much. So how is your business going? I'm surprised there are actually city folks who are interested. They must be the... No, I don't know how to pronounce that. Riche, types who live in the big city yet also want a house in the countryside. Well, I guess some people are curious. There is one family seeking to move here, not purchase a villa. He said he wants to build a studio, so he must be an artist of some sort. Oh! That's great. Oh gosh, I better go now. Supposedly, he planned a tour to show them the lots, and he was one driving the bus. It should be about time for the tour and explanations to end. He left in a hurry. Hey, can I ask you something? Why did you want to sell our land? You don't like newcomers. I don't like newcomers, and I don't like the big city people either. But the village needs them. It's like ventilating a room. Is it good for the village to have new people move in? This is a wonderful village, but the world is changing quickly. In the past, a very small change took 10 or even 20 years to happen. It was such a quiet and unchanging village. Well, that's rural life. In this village, nothing is different from yesterday and today. It's too boring for me, though. But you made a friend, didn't you? Rena Ryugu-chan moved here and you got along great. You told me you were happy that you had a friend your age. Yeah. Making friends unexpectedly is fun. I remember you saying that school is boring when Rena-chan is absent. Do you remember that? Are you saying that that's the good thing about letting new people move here? No matter how cold it gets, you still have to ventilate your living space. Otherwise it gets filled with bad air and you'll suffocate to death. You open the window, even knowing the freezing cold air will come in. Letting outsiders move here is like ventilating the village. Also, eventually, like, how are you guys going to marry people? Like, you have to have some amount of growth, otherwise everyone's going to be, like, inbred. Sure, it lets fresh air in and gets rid of the bad air like us. If I bring up the Hojo family, I know Granny will explode, so I won't. But I think what Granny is trying to say includes things like their ongoing isolation. Even now, when she remembers about what happened at the explanatory meeting, she gets really upset. But I guess even she feels the need to come to an end. But, of course, she can't just say that she'll forgive them. But when she's at this stubborn age, she can't lose face by openly saying they need to be forgiven. Honestly, I think she's behaving like a little schoolgirl who actually likes a person but treats them rudely when they're around. Maybe people really do go back to being children when they get old enough. I'm not just talking about Granny. The same can be said about all the old people in the village. No, maybe I should say the evil around here. That must be what she meant by the bad air. There's no use circulating the air in a closed room. Unless you open the windows and let fresh air in, the air in the room won't be purified. We don't know if there's actually going to be people moving here, but don't you think you're expecting too much from whoever does? Heh. Just Rena-chan moving here changed you, Mion. Whoever moves here will change this village. If possible, I hope some young and energetic people who have the charisma to lead will appear. They need to be the ones to put us old people way into heaven. Are you thinking about Gramps? Damn you, nobody's thinking about him. Here, have the housekeeper put away the tea set on the veranda. Okay, I will. Mion? The day Hojo Satoshi disappeared. You came to me, huh? Yeah, I guess I did. That is what woke me up. This problem with the Hojo family. We can't just let time take care of it. We have to take care of it ourselves as soon as possible. But you can't do it yourself, so you're going to have an outsider take care of it. That's the best I can do. No matter how bad your hand is, the next card can change the flow of the game. So maybe it's a good idea to draw cards from the stack. Your generation will be a new wind. Let that new wind come from the outside, and you'll be the wind from the inside. When both winds create a gale, the gust will blow away the stale air from the village. That's the epitome of leaving your problems to others. You're the one who started the fire, and you're trying to have your grandchild take care of it? Oh, don't say that. As the new leader of the Sonozaki family, bring the new wind into the village. If you say that my job is your successor, please, Mion, I'm too old. The only thing I can do now is be despised by people. The wind chimes sounded quietly. Maybe that's a sign to let us know a cool breeze is on the way. The coming of Keiichi Mamoru approaches! Dun dun dun! Everyone's like, you're being terrible, Lunar. I'm like, whatever. And there went the end of that can of coffee. So I still have my fucking gallon of water. Okay, save. And like I said, it's enough that I'm at least not breaking all the frames by getting, but like, obviously, Satoshi hasn't gone missing yet. So hopefully we don't miss out on whatever the secret scene is because of that. School is the children's world. The values of grown-ups don't apply. Children decide their own values and create their own world. So the rules of the grown-up world of the village don't mean anything here. Even when the villagers badmouth the Hojo family and try to isolate them, that has no meaning at our school. In the children's world, children decide the world rules. Rules they think are irrational don't exist here. That's why, as the representative for the children here, I vow that I will never let any irrational rules come into our world. Within the school, no harassment is allowed toward the Hojo siblings. In the very beginning, some boys teased Satoko, but they were punished severely, and it hasn't happened ever since. That's the least I can do to resist the madness of the village. So I hope Satoshi and Satoko both feel that the school is a safe place for them. Satoshi must notice my concern because he often smiles when he's here. However, I never see Satoko smile. Satoko's classmates used to try to cheer her up, but soon after they decided that it was best just to leave her alone. I used to talk to her, but when I realized something, I stopped doing that. I am a member of the Sonozaki family. To Satoko, I'm one of her enemies, so I'm sure she feels uncomfortable to have me around her. All I can do is to watch over her. That's why Satoko is alone in the classroom. That said, Rika-chan is always hanging around with her, even though Satoko told her she was annoying. Satoshi, too, is always beside her. These two are the only ones who remain by her side. It isn't limited to Satoko, of course. The malicious isolation is still continuing toward the Hojo family. Because their hysterical aunt is so hostile toward her neighbors, there's nobody who sympathizes with her. It's wise to know that there are fights worth picking and also fights better set aside. If the aunt had even a little tolerance or self-control, this isolation wouldn't have continued. Of course, the villagers were the ones who forced them into that role, even though they weren't related to the issue. But if she had stayed quiet, then it wouldn't have gone so far. The aunt's hostility is one thing, but she's dragging everyone in the family into it as well. The uncle and the aunt haven't been getting along, and he hardly comes home. Both Satoshi and Satoko are forced to live in shame. The aunt vents her stress by harassing Satoko. This was the same too. The aunt is her guardian after all, but Satoko doesn't even try to hide her disgust, so things aren't going smoothly between them. If she had behaved like Satoshi, then she wouldn't have been made into a target. So does that mean that the sad life Satoko is living right now is something she caused herself? No, it doesn't. But no matter how much I sympathize and how much I want to help her, nobody knows what to do. An apology won't change the situation. The flow can't be reversed. The fact that the Hojo family is ostracized by the entire village can't be changed. That's the horribleness lurking underneath our lives, the neighbors, the village, and the community. Once they become your enemies, the world can become so cruel. Japanese people have known that since ancient times, which is why cultivated empathy and an obligation to show courtesy to one's neighbors. No matter who I blame, Satoko won't smile. So the only thing I can do is to watch over her and make sure that she's safe when she's at school. Thank you. Mion. Eh? Sorry, what? I just want to thank you for being so concerned about Satoko. Satoshi kind of appears absent-minded, but sometimes he says things as if he can read your thoughts. I tried to deny it since it's out of character for me, but he smiled as if he could tell exactly what I was thinking. Satoko's just forgotten how to smile. When she's at school, she can't let go of a little tension for a little while. I'm sure she treasures that time. Ha ha ha. That's basically the only thing this old man can do for her. That's not true. I really appreciate it. Stop that. You don't need to say that. Besides, my family is the one who's causing all this grief. I don't think that way. I really don't. I'm not good at reading people's subtle cues, but I know for sure what he just said is a lie. Satoshi knows that he and his family are being isolated because of the Sonozakis, and he's, of course, aware that I am a member of the Sonozaki family too. Satoshi is mature, and that's the only reason he doesn't take it out on me. If he had the same temper as his aunt, he would hate me bitterly. Knowing that, the least I can do is not get close to them. But I am a meddlesome person, and when I see Satoko look depressed or Satoshi forcing himself to smile, I have to do something. That might be even more troublesome to Satoshi and Satoko, though. Maybe I just don't understand Satoko's feelings? Why? My family is causing Satoko grief, so for me, a member of the family, to hang around her, is that the right thing to do? Sure, that's you being you. What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm insensitive? I don't mean that. If this atmosphere itself is robbing Satoko of her smile, then only someone who can completely ignore it can bring her smile back. I do feel like in personality I'm a mix of Satoshi and Rena. Everyone's like, that sounds horrible. Like, whatever, fuck you guys do. This old man can't tell if you're trying to compliment him or not. You're mean, ha. I'm not ridiculing you, really. I just want you to help. Eh? I can't make Satoko smile again by myself. I need someone like you to help me. But I'm Mion Sonozaki, you know. If I do something insensitive, I might end up hurting Satoko even more. Satoko is already lonely. Are you going to leave her alone too? This is the first time Satoshi has asked me for something so aggressively. Satoko is a very important person to him. He's saying he needs my help to make her smile again, but still. No, maybe he's right? What's going on between the Sonozaki family and the Hojo family is an issue among the grown-ups. We children don't need to care about that. The irrational rules of the grown-ups don't mean anything in our world, so I have to object to this irrationality of the grown-up world using methods of my own. Are you sure Satoko won't feel bothered by me? She may, at first. But I'll be with you. I'll be with you, Mion. So she'll open up right away. You think so? Should we do something after school today? If we go home first, our aunt might say something, and we might not be able to leave. Okay, then it's simple. Don't go home first. But if we get home late, she'll ask us what we've been doing. Let's see. I know! Why don't you join a club? A club? Yeah! Tell her you are going to an after-school club. Tell her that you're doing something after school before going home. There are plenty of people who go out after school before they go home. That'll be no problem. But if we mess up our clothes, our aunt will say, "Okay, then we'll do something indoors. Then your clothes will stay clean." Indoors? Do you mean in the classroom? But wouldn't Chie-sensei say something? It's possible to play passionately while not going wild indoors. Contrary to my appearance, I love playing games. I've collected some treasures from overseas, too. Some of the manuals are written in English and are a little complicated, while with some of them I need someone to play with, so a lot of them are just sitting in the storage room. Do you think Satoko can play those too? Sure. If you don't know the rules, then you just make them up. As long as everyone is following the same rules, it's totally okay. I said it so confidently, but would bringing games from home and asking Satoko to play with us actually make her smile again? What have I got to lose? Maybe I'll bring one of the board games tomorrow? Also, Mion, I have something else I want to ask you. What? This old man is all ears. I am looking for a part-time job. I thought if I could get her a nice birthday present, that might make her feel better. My harsh and brutal days are still continuing without end. The situation between my aunt and Satoko remains the same. My aunt yells at Satoko for no reason every night. Although Satoko cries, she still talks back to her. So my aunt's yelling goes on and on forever. Satoko's crying goes on and on too. When Satoko sees me, she grabs onto me. She hides behind my back and tries to ignore my aunt's yelling. She always comes to seek my help. Satoko doesn't open up to anyone but me, so if I don't protect her, she'll be devastated. That security is something our parents didn't grant Satoko. I have to be the one to provide it. But every day, day after day, every time Satoko cries, every day, day after day, Satoko grabbed onto me while crying yesterday. I patted her head, but along with pity, a different emotion came to me. I wanted to grasp her head and smash her against the wall. What an unbelievably devilish and awful emotion. No, no, no. I can't think like that. No, it's not that I can't think it, it's just I can't acknowledge that feeling. Since that day, there's been someone else inside of me. That someone is trying to eat me up from the inside and switch places with me. When Satoko begs for my help while crying, that person tries to make me spill out some awful and hateful words that are sure to damage Satoko forever. Leave me alone. Don't grab onto me. Go away. No, 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 no. I can't. I prevent him from taking over my body. I clenched my stomach and drove him out. You guys familiar with the song Diary of a Madman by Ozzy Osbourne? I managed to do that. But that wasn't it. That person's coming after me, trying to get back inside of me. I won't let such a scary thing get back inside of me. He knows there's no room to slip into my heart as long as I keep it held shut like this. So he stopped trying and instead is following right behind me. He's waiting for me to let my guard down. When I walk, he walks right behind me. He's breathing down my neck. He follows me everywhere, and when I lie down, he stares down at me. He's waiting for the right moment to jump back inside of me so he can hurt Satoko. It's been so hot lately. Maybe the heat's getting to me, and that's why I think things like this? I'm the only family Satoko has, so I'll have to protect her from my aunt for the rest of my life. That's my eternal duty. The rest of my life? Forever? Do I really have to do that forever? If only Satoko. But I'm our only family. But it's because of my aunt. But it's because of the villagers too. It's almost with Tanagashi. Some irresponsible people are saying that the curse will once again fall upon Hinamizawa. They're also saying it'll fall upon me and Satoko for sure. Maybe it's just my imagination, but lately the villagers expecting it are giving me especially sharp looks. I feel like I'll be killed on the day of Tanagashi. Of course, there's no reason why I would be killed. It's just my imagination. Haha, slap, 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 slap. Don't come inside of me. Satoko is my only sister in my family, so don't tell me those awful things. Slap, 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 stop, stop. Don't come this way. Don't come this way. The footsteps coming right behind me, and then the hand touched me on the shoulder. Ah! Oh, Rena. Are you okay? Are you? I must have been acting weird. Rena looked worried. Her name is Rena Ryugu. She just moved here and transferred to my school. Nobody remembers her, but supposedly she lived here in Hinamizawa a long time ago. In fact, she hardly remembers anything about Hinamizawa either. Since Mion is the only other classmate who is my age, I'm glad she's my friend. She usually carries on happily alongside Mion, but occasionally she shows more feminine consideration. Are you feeling okay? Do you want me to take you to the nurse's office? Do you? Thank you. I'm okay. Do I look sick or something? Yep. Her immediate answer made me realize I wasn't myself. Is it about Satoko-chan? Are you worried? No, that isn't it. She knows that my problem isn't physical, but a mental one. This is just something I think to myself, but even though Rena seems like a very easygoing person, maybe she's more perceptive than she appears. Since I just transferred here recently, I may not be able to help much, but I can at least listen. Sometimes talking can help. Although she just transferred, she already knows quite a bit about me and my sister, and also about the situation with the villagers. But talking about it won't solve anything. Actually, if I talk about it, I feel like I'd be admitting to my weakness, which might give that person a chance to get inside of me again. You were so surprised just now. That's why I thought something really serious was bothering you. How? Oh, that. Lately, I feel like someone is following me all the time. Slap, 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 slap. I thought that was you. Sorry, I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. Footsteps? Hanu's probably like, stop walking so fast. It's like, Hanu is short. She can't walk quickly. Terrible jogger. Following you? Eh? I know those. I know those footsteps. I see. No, you don't need to do that. You're a promising member of the Hinamizawa fighters. We'll save your spot so you can come back anytime, okay? Ah, I don't know about that, though. I have no idea when I can come back, so I thought I should resign at least for now. Satoshi-kun says he wants to quit the Hinamizawa fighters. I know very well of Satoshi-kun and Satoko-chan's situation, so I was expecting that he might say this. The relationship between Satoko-chan and her aunt has gotten worse to the point that it can be considered abuse. When someone from the Child Consultation Center came, of course, her aunt behaved herself. Then immediately after, her harassment turned even more vicious. According to the neighbors, the aunt's scolding and Satoko-chan's crying can be heard nightly, and sometimes it goes on past midnight. Satoko-chan's weekly physical checkup results are slowly growing worse, and we're trying to keep her stable by increasing her medication. But unless her relationship with her aunt improves, she's sure to go terminal and sink into madness. Although she isn't the type to become deranged, even at the terminal stage, she's the type who holds everything in, harboring her insanity inside. Just like she's pushed her parents off the cliff 2 years ago, Satoko-chan may kill her aunt. Thanks to the mountain dogs, the incident was resolved as an accident and Oishi stepped aside, although he is still suspicious. If something like that happens again around Satoko-chan, he's sure to investigate her mercilessly. I can't do anything more about Satoko-chan's environment changing for the worse, so I'm not surprised to hear that Satoshi-kun wants to quit the baseball team so that he can be with his sister more. Actually, I'm starting a part-time job. That's why I can't come to practice. A part-time job? Is there something you want to buy? Yes. It's almost Satoko's birthday. There's a teddy bear Satoko has been looking at, and I want to get it for her. That's right. I remember the birth date on her insurance card. I think it's June 24th, right after the Watanagashi Festival. I see. You're such a good brother. That is going to get dissected by Eri. I'm sure Satoko-chan will be thrilled. I hope so. I can tell Satoshi-kun is also stressed out. To him, seeing Satoko-chan being harassed is the same thing as being harassed himself. His stress can be released through moderate exercise, such as with sports, and also with plenty of rest. If Satoko-chan is being yelled at nightly, then it's easy to figure out that Satoshi-kun isn't getting enough sleep either. I don't know what kind of job he's starting, but I don't think he will be able to vent his stress on it. In fact, I don't like the idea of Satoshi-kun taking on a part-time job, because he is already so worn out in every way. I asked him if he wanted me to help him pay for the present, but of course he declined the offer. It's a present from him, so he wants to earn the money himself. He's taking the part-time job only to earn enough money to buy Satoko-chan's present, so it'll be a temporary thing. If it's for a short period of time, maybe it won't be that bad. While I want to stop him from working because I don't want him to get even more stressed, since he says Satoko-chan's birthday is near, I don't think I can stop him. Satoshi-kun is determined. If I say any more, I may lose his trust. So I'll have to accept his leave of absence. Oh, coach? Can I maybe borrow a bat? I completely misunderstood his words. Later, I found out he carried around the bat to protect himself, and realized, even then, he was already showing some dangerous symptoms. He believed there would be a fourth mysterious death this year, and that he would be the victim. He became obsessed with the idea that someone was after his life. That is a symptom of Hinamizawa's syndrome's terminal stage. But although I was involved so deeply with the syndrome, I was careless. A bat? What do you need a bat for? Satoshi-kun had his own bat, so he should have asked if he could take it home, but instead he asked if he could borrow it. When I think about it now, he said it that way to lighten his guilty conscience. But how could I have known then? Well, although I can't come to practice, I think I have a little time to practice swinging on my own. That's great! Sure, please take it with you. But make sure you do it in an open space, okay? If it won't bother your neighbors, it's good practice to hit a hanging tire. Swinging a bat can release stress, so letting him take his bat home, will help. That's what I thought, but that was a huge mistake. I realized it only when things were already past the point of no return. A bat to beat her to death with is required. We were prepared to respond quickly this year. That was why we were able to start the investigation immediately by securing the crime scene. The victim is the wife of the younger brother of the Hojo couple. So she's an extremely suitable target for the 4th year's curse of Uyushiro-sama. She has a horrible reputation among the locals. After the incident, everyone said she deserved to be cursed. I have a general idea of who the culprit must be. It's probably Satoshi Hojo, that innocent-looking kid. There's even a motive. The deceased abused his sister relentlessly, so this would be in revenge for that. Also, when he attended the inspection of the crime scene, he was rather frantic, yet also far too composed, as if he was totally unrelated to the incident. My intuition from many years of police work tells me that 8 or 9 times out of 10, someone who acts like that is the perp. I have no concrete proof, but if I question him and shake him up a bit, I have a feeling he'll confess. For the victim to be so beaten up, the culprit must have some blood on him as well. If we can find that, then we'll have proof. Unless he's a complete fool, I'm sure he's already gotten rid of it by now. If we can find any in the place he says he disposed of it after he fesses up, then we can convince the prosecutor too. This was pretty insignificant as a standalone case. A confession from Satoshi Hojo would end it. Everyone except me must believe that. But if I look at it as part of a series of mysterious deaths, it won't be so easy. Either the 3 families of the village, or the Sonozaki family alone is directly involved in this. If they are the ones pulling the strings, they must have instigated Satoshi Hojo into committing this crime. If so, Satoshi Hojo is someone who knows way too much about them. The Sonozaki family's actions must remain hidden. If he could connect them to the crime, would they let him run around freely? Satoshi Hojo is a loving brother who cares very much for his sister, and they set him up to kill his aunt as the 4th year's curse? After that, they will eliminate the one person who can connect them to the crime. Satoshi Hojo is not just a simple criminal, he was set up. And after that, my suspicions were confirmed, for he abruptly vanished. He disappeared in such a puzzling way. He didn't run because he was afraid that his crime had come to light. Another culprit came into the picture. He was already arrested for a different crime, and furthermore, he died while in prison. He confessed to information only the culprit himself would have known. Therefore, he must be the culprit. But as he's already dead, the investigation was closed. Then Satoshi Hojo disappeared a few days after the festival. It's obvious someone doesn't want Satoshi Hojo to be connected to this incident. My boss put pressure on me to close the investigation and to file Satoshi Hojo's disappearance as a separate incident. He even handed the case over to a different section. The way this case is closing so rapidly greatly resembles the same trick used 2 years ago with the Hojo couple's accident. There's no doubt about it's the work of someone who can put pressure on the police. As it happens, the Sonozaki family is the only one who can actually exact influence on the police department here in the Hinamizawa area. They may think their trails are covered, but this points toward them more clearly than anything. According to my informant, Oryu Sonozaki mentioned that the 4th year's curse at the family meeting and hinted that she was the one behind it all. Hinting isn't strong enough evidence, but there is no mistaking that Oryu Sonozaki is the one pulling the strings. I know they're the ones who did in the old man, but I just can't grab them. The principal offender is still on the loose, but I'm sure he's being sheltered somewhere by the Sonozaki family. Technically, the person who killed your friend back in the original year was already dissected alive by Takano. I have to locate him and find that missing right arm. That's probably was just thrown in the trash. I'll return the arm to his grave and make the principal offender and the masterminds both bow down before it. However, just like how Satoshi Hojo disappeared, it's possible the principal offender has already been eliminated. Yep. The principal offender was captured by the mountain dogs and then had his brain dissected, and he was even kept alive for months. So honestly, no matter what you could have thought to do to him, the actual death he suffered was worse than anything you could have even fantasized. Or at least did, knowing that Ueshi's a relatively honorable individual. I bet he's already been killed and buried somewhere nobody can find. If that's the case, then that's fine. I'll make the old bag who ordered someone to kill the old man slam her forehead on the ground before his grave. This I swear. After the 4 years curse, people are already saying something will happen again next year. Even with all my preparations, I couldn't prevent the incident from happening this time. It's too late if something happens. I must keep my eyes on the core of the village before something takes place. There's a reason why I have to get to the bottom of this by next year, because I'm retiring. My mother has been wanting to go back to her hometown of Hokkaido, and for a long time she's been asking me to move there when I retire. I feel that's the best I can do for her, so I agreed to move to Hokkaido when I retire. So next year is my last chance to avenge the old man's death. It happened 4 years in a row, so more than likely there will be a 5th curse too. As a result of the series of mysterious deaths, the village has been tightly knit together since the damn protests. They were told that betrayers will be punished in the name of the curse. To the masterminds, that's enough reason to continue with the series of mysterious deaths. According to rumors, this year's victims, the aunt, was cursed because she didn't participate in the Watanagashi festival. So there are villagers who believe that if they don't participate in next year's Watanagashi, they'll be cursed. It'll be a huge festival next year for sure. Something will happen. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as the curse of Oyoshiro-sama. I will avenge the old man. I definitely will. My eyes hurt. I think I need to blink more. Also, even with the coffee, I am so fucking tired. We have stayed up well past our normal bedtime, but I don't work tonight, so I don't need to worry about being... Huh? The village was in an uproar because the 4th mysterious death in a row, which everyone believed would happen, actually did. Satoko-chan's aunt was killed. All the villagers feel rather satisfied about this incident, saying the curse finally fell on her for being a local troublemaker. But I know the truth. When I saw the beaten-up body at the crime scene, I knew Satoshi-kun was responsible for it. Her abuse of Satoko-chan was getting worse and worse. Satoshi-kun wanted to protect her, so he brought home a baseball bat. All the signs were there, so I didn't even need to hear it from Satoshi-kun. Yet I couldn't avoid questioning myself. I felt bad for the Hojo siblings, who had no one on their side, so I tried to be their ally. In the end, I failed to be of any help to them. The phone rang. It was Satoshi-kun. He's never called me before. What happened? Does he want me to help him? If so, I will. I truly feel that way. Hello, Coach? Sorry to bother you while you're at work. Oh, don't worry. What can I do for you? I can't think of anyone else who owns a car. Who has a car? A car? Sure, I have one. I'm in front of a toy store in Okonomiya. Not the one owned by me and uncle, but the other one by the dentist's office? Sure, I know where it is. I found a teddy bear for Satoko's birthday, but, it's too big to put on my bicycle. Too big? Satoshi-kun, how big is this teddy bear? I guess he didn't think about it and went to the toy store on his bicycle, and now he's stuck. I mean, couldn't you just, walk next to your bicycle while carrying the bear? Heck, if anything, just leave your bike and walk with the bear. That's so typical of him. I can't help but smile warmly. In other words, he can't carry both the bicycle and the teddy bear, so he wants me to come pick him up. I told him I'd be right over and headed to the toy store in Okonomiya. When I got there, I found the teddy bear he bought is a lot bigger than I imagined. Oh my! Haha, this is huge! There's no way you can put this on your bicycle, huh? The teddy bear is so big that Satoshi-kun can hardly wrap his arms around it. If he puts it on his lap in the passenger seat, he won't be able to see anything. We loaded the bicycle in the back seat and stuffed the teddy bear in the trunk. Boy, it must have been expensive. Yeah, I guess. At first, I thought he was sweating because of the heat, but he's acting oddly, as if he has a high fever and his consciousness is coming and going. What's wrong? Are you feeling okay? I guess, well, I think I have a cold. That's not good. Do you want to swing by the clinic? I'll give you a checkup. Thank you. Huff. Huff. When he called earlier, he didn't sound this way. Did he become ill all of a sudden? Why don't you put the seat back? Is it too cold? Are you okay? Huff. 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 His face is turning pale. I can tell he has a high fever. Satoshi-kun was pushing himself to buy this teddy bear. A teddy bear this size can't be that cheap. For him to earn enough money in such a short period of time, he must have worked hard and long hours. Maybe he felt relieved now that he got the teddy bear that he had wanted to buy. It's not unusual for a person to collapse after reaching his big goal. I'm proud of you for earning enough money to buy such a huge teddy bear. Satoko-chan will be so happy. I hope so. I'm sure she will be. I guarantee it. Our aunt is gone. Our uncle isn't coming back. There's nobody who can hurt her in any way anymore, right? That's right. There won't be anyone who can hurt her. So you can relax now. Our aunt is gone, right? She died, right? Yes, she is dead. I performed the autopsy. There can be no mistake. She'll never abuse Satoko-chan again. Are you sure? Did you really confirm that she's dead? Yes, I sure did. So, even if I see someone who looks just like her, it's not her, right? It's not like she was actually alive and recovered, right? No, that's not possible. She'll never come back to us. Then, look, that lady. She looks like her, but that's not my aunt, right? Right? Satoshi-kun pointed at the oncoming car in fear. Of course, the car passed by so quickly that I couldn't see her face, but no matter how much she looks like her, it's impossible for her to be alive. Look at her. She looks exactly like her. She even looked at me. Calm down, Satoshi-kun, your aunt is dead. So no matter how much she looks like her, it's not your aunt. But she looks just like her. Look, no. It must be her. That's my aunt. I killed her. I bashed her head in repeatedly. Why? I can only try to stay calm and drive. Satoshi-kun is losing his cool. He's delusional. He's seeing his aunt coming back from the dead. Then I finally realize Satoshi-kun is displaying symptoms of the terminal stage. I need to examine him once I get to the clinic. It's different from Satoko-chan's case. We already have the cure. We can treat Satoshi-kun. If I talk to the mountain dogs, they'll take care of the murder of his aunt. So I can both save him from going terminal and give him back his peaceful days with Satoko-chan. He was deranged until just a minute ago. But now he's gone quiet. He didn't fall asleep. I must get to the clinic while Satoshi-kun remains in this calm state. There's no guarantee that he won't attack me while I'm driving. As if he knows what is going through my mind, Satoshi-kun spoke to me quietly. Coach, is this the curse of Oyashiro-sama? There is no curse. Please try to stay focused. Satoko, sorry. Until just before I bought the teddy bear, I was thinking about running away. That's why Oyashiro-sama got angry. I'm a failure as a brother, as a big brother. I'm... You don't need to say anything. Close your eyes and get some rest. We'll get to the clinic soon. Then I'll give you some medicine, okay? I feel like there are maggots in my blood. It itches. Don't scratch. Don't claw at your throat. We arrived at the back door to the clinic. I slammed the brakes and stopped the car. Satoshi-kun has already started to claw at his throat. I told you not to do that! I can't stop by myself. I am trying to drive. I asked for some help through the intercom. Some staff members came out immediately. Maybe Satoshi-kun was surprised to see so many people at once because he started to resist. I don't even need to run tests, he's at L5. He's reached the terminal stage and his thoughts must be filled with delusions. Maybe he thinks that the staff members want to kill him. The staff members pinned his arms and legs down and gave him a shot to put him to sleep. Coach, please, help me. Don't worry. I'll make you better, so please relax. Coach. Please. Take care of Satoko. Please take care of Satoko. After saying those words, he fell unconscious. My. What's going on? Satoshi-kun suddenly displayed symptoms. He considered the amount of stress he's been under, it was just a matter of time. Or maybe he was holding back until he bought the teddy bear. It's interesting that somehow we always find a live specimen around Watanagashi. Do you think it's the curse of Oyashiro-sama? I don't have time to listen to her nonsense. That being said, pages 1 and 2 are completed. That should make things go a little more smoothly. Okay, so page 1 is complete. Page 2 is complete. Could be either of these. I don't know what to do. My name is Ichiro Mabra, and I am hopelessly lost. I came to Hinamizawa on a tour to find a lot for a vacation home. When the realtor finished explaining some details, he told us to take a walk until the departure time. Such beautiful scenery and fresh air. I let my senses guide me, and here I am. Where am I? I still have a little time before the departure, but I am completely lost. This is basically the middle of nowhere, but people actually do live here. If I keep walking, I should run into somebody. Then I can ask for directions. Don't worry. The only thing I need to keep in mind is the departure time for the bullet train. But The more time passes, the more I start to think I was being too optimistic about running into somebody, because I can't find anybody at all. Maybe I'm walking further and farther away from where people are, in which case I'm in serious trouble. So upon hearing someone's voice, I feel immensely relieved. It sounds like little girls are playing nearby. If it's a place where little kids can play, it must be a safe village. I followed those voices. Upon rounding the wild pampas grass, I can see a beautiful field. 2 girls are playing there. The 2 girls are dancing in the field, filled with blooming wildflowers. What I'm seeing is more beautiful than all of the other great works of art I've ever seen put together. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but this looks holier than any religious painting. Why is it that seeing innocent girls dance around like this makes people feel this way? It's probably because we're sinners. You can't live with pleasure and glory alone. We sin even as we live. That's why we feel awed by the sight of innocence. It reminds us of the time when we were pure. We grow up naturally, and we lose innocence as we do, and we admire and adore the children who symbolize that which we've lost. Meep! There's a suspicious person who's mumbling some weird stuff over there. Ow, 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 ow. Rika, that's not a suspicious person. Eh? Sorry. I'm not suspicious. Wah. But you've been staring at my chest and legs. Neep. No, I'm not. Don't turn me, and I really wasn't staring. I was using this mirror to fix my hair. Why are you able to see Hanyu? She's technically a ghost. I don't know what you're talking about, it but sounds interesting. Like father, like son. The girls teased me for a while, and when they got tired of doing that, they went back to dancing around. Realized that whatever I said would backfire, I decided to leave them alone and sat down to watch them play. I wonder how old they are. They seem rather young, but maybe they could be close to Kiichi's age. If we move here, Kiichi might meet them at school. If he would see them at school then, they were girls that lived here. If all the children in Hiyamizawa are like them, then even if living a rural life may have some challenges, there's a good reason for us to move here. We're not very good parents. We didn't understand what Kiichi was going through and left him alone until the very end. According to the parenting book I bought, the first few problems are calls for help. It doesn't matter what the action itself is, but the fact that those actions are occurring is a primitive appeal from the child seeking communication. Humans can speak, and that's one of the reasons why we don't notice such signs. We can only hear words through our ears, and we can't sense the signs coming from our son's heart. Keiichi probably thinks it's all his fault. Of course, he's not absent of blame. Humans aren't dogs or cats. We should know what's right and what's wrong. But it's our fault too as his parents. To let him think that he had to go that far for us to be able to understand him is really pathetic and disappointing of us. If we had understood him and hadn't cornered him, Keiichi wouldn't have done that. So the incidents weren't only Keiichi's fault. Everyone in the Mabura family was to blame. I want to explain that to him, but he's still too young and hot-headed to be able to understand. Right now, the guilt he's feeling is basically crushing him under its weight. He doesn't even have the will to live. My wife is the same. She's blaming herself for forcing him to study for better grades. She thinks that's why the incidents took place. And I'm no different. I am blaming myself for not being involved in my son's education. I think that's why the incidents took place. The cross will be forever on our shoulders, even after the injured child accepts our apologies. Yet our cold society would tell us to die under the weight of that cross. Even so, we have to live. We have to accept our sins and carry our burdens on our shoulders. Maybe we can start a new life here in this village. I thought about all that as I watched the girls dance. Keiichi needs friends like them. Friends like those girls will offer him so much more than the friends who only talked about cram schools and exam results. The girls are playing near a sign that doesn't fit into this open field. It's a sign about lots for sale, and the name of the realtor who brought me here for the tour is written on it. Does that mean we can live even in this beautiful area if we wanted to? One of the girls spoke as if reading my mind. This is a wonderful village. You will find lots of things you don't have in a big city. Yeah, that's right. I think so too. But I think you'll bring some things from the city to this village that we don't have. Do we have anything? Sure you do. Ow ow. We've lived in this village for hundreds of years, just like this. Nobody comes to visit, and nothing happens. And so, nothing ever changes. Isn't that what's good about this place? Didn't you come here because you wanted to change something? Yeah, you're right about that. We want new people to come here too. It's like breaking the dam that keeps the swamp water from flowing out. Water is purified by moving. If it stays motionless, then it's just a swamp. In fact, this village used to be named after a swamp up until the Meiji era, but the name was changed to Hinamizawa. The water in a swamp stagnates because it doesn't flow, but the water in a stream stays fresh. Hee hee? Besides, you all are the ones who will teach us that dams can be broken, should be broken. Are they playing riddles with me? I have no idea what they're trying to say, but there's one thing I know. The villagers are waiting for new people to come here, and they want to build a future with those newcomers. I looked at the sign behind the girls one more time, so that I'd remember this place. I've already decided. We'll be waiting for you to move here, Mabra. Oh, there you are. Sir, how did you get this far out? A raspy voice from the distance ended this innocent moment. It's the realtor. I guess he's been looking for me because I didn't return. Sorry about that, I got lost. I apologized while scratching my head. I turned around to look for the girls, but they weren't there anymore. This is the school? Yeesh, this really is the sticks. Keiichi, don't say stuff like that. The people in this area love coming here. That was my first impression of the Hinamizawa branch school. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a school at all. It even has a sign that says Hinamizawa Forestry Service. Wah! You're right. We're borrowing the building from the Forestry Service, said the man they called the principal as he laughed heartily. Although it doesn't look like it, it is in fact a school. The rules may be a little different from the one you went to previously, though. Are you okay with that? Yes. I heard all the grades are put in the same classroom at this school. I didn't believe it, but I think it really is true. They're all younger than I am, so I guess it'll be like kindergarten. Though, it'll be interesting compared to my previous school where everyone looked the same age. If you transfer here, you will be the oldest boy in the class, so you'll have to be a good role model for the younger students. The younger students have the tendency to copy bad habits from the older ones. I'll be keeping my eyes on you too, so make sure you're aware of that, okay? I understand. I'll do my best. Keiichi, What she means is that the textbooks aren't the only things you learn from. As a member of the class and also an older student, you have to be a good example. I know that already. After that, Chie-sensei brought us to an empty classroom and showed me where my desk would be. Since we're all still growing, I'm sure our sizes are very different. There are some desks that are way too small for me to even put my legs under, and also some that are just perfect for me. There are approximately 30 desks in here, but since all different grades are in the same room, I'm sure it's very lively. There's also wall full of calligraphy and art from different grades. It's all pretty exciting, nothing like my previous school. It reminds me of the days when I truly enjoyed my school life. Dad, I like it here. I like this school better than the other one in town. I think my son likes it here. I want him to go to this school too. I see. The school in Okonomiya has more resources and better teachers, though. Even while saying that, Chie-sensei looked happy to hear that a new student would be transferring to her class. My father and the teachers went back to the teacher's office to get the transfer process going. In the meantime, I decided to stay in the classroom and look around. I didn't care about the move. I'd lost the will to live because of what I did. I didn't have any willpower and I couldn't even get out of bed. So when my parents told me about the move, I thought that wouldn't change anything. But after the move, something did change. I want to restart my life. I want to restart my life and become someone I've always wanted to be. Here in Mizuwa and at the school, I can do that. I'm not going back to who I was. I'll never again think that good grades are the most important thing in this world. I have a feeling that I can learn the things that are really important in life here at this school. I never had the chance to learn them before now. It's almost embarrassing to put into words, but they're extremely valuable things, and if you don't learn them, you won't become a decent adult. The students at the school learned them a long time ago. To them, they're a given. Yet I have to spend time learning about them, even at this age. How to make friends, how to play with friends, how to play, things you can only learn from play, things like socializing with others, etc., etc. It seems so easy, but it'll take me a while to learn them. I pushed those things aside and devoted myself to studying. I'm not trying to say studying isn't important, but you shouldn't become blinded by it. If someone says studying and good grades are the most important things in life, he's talking bullshit. So I can restart my life here at this school. Finally, I can become someone I've always wanted to. I noticed two girls looking in at me through the window. The schoolyard must also be a playground for these children because I saw a lot of them playing there earlier. I guess those two noticed me walking around the classroom and became curious. I guess that's natural. I'm a stranger to them. Should I say hello to them and let them know that I'm starting school next Monday? Finally! We've been waiting for so long! Ow, 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 ow! This will change things, because Keiichi is the 6 on the die. Yes, he is, but his die rolls a 1 far too often. I feel like this is like you're playing an RPG where the character has a huge critical bonus, but a low critical chance. Oh, that's not Keiichi's fault, though. It's all your fault, Hanyu. It's because of you. Apologize to Keiichi. Oh, eh? Do you know my name? She said my name, didn't she? Did I hear her wrong? I've never met her before. Nippa! Are you a new student? Eh? Nice to meet you. I'm Keiichi Mabura. I'm starting next Monday. Take care of me, okay? Ow, 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 ow. Sure thing. Here is a message for you, Keiichi, from the Shrine Maiden of the Furude Shrine. On your first day, be careful when you come through the door to the classroom. Also, there will be a thumbtack on the back of your chair. There will be a toy frog in your desk, too. Even with this warning, you'll fall for it again and again. Your Monday is going to be disastrous. Poor Kiichi. Hee hee. That's why it's fun. Why don't you try overcoming that fate sometime? Hee hee hee. You'll be the one to teach us that. In one of the many worlds, right? Huh? Huh? I'll be reminded of that prophecy made by the two girls next Monday because of the actions of a snaggle-toothed girl. I'll realize it too late, though. But I like it here. My name is Keiichi Mamoru. This is my new beginning, and this time, I'm going to enjoy it to the fullest. I've been missing out so much, but I'm going to learn all of those things here. I'm going to absorb all of it, and I'll become someone I've always wanted to become. It may take a very long time, but I'll definitely do it. Huh. Page 5 is completed. Page 1 and 2, so just pages 3 and 4, eh? Maybe. I feel they need to make a save. God damn it! At least we saved. That's why we did the save. Load. Does this one count? Yes. Takano-san always comes along with me whenever I go take pictures on a stroll. She might have discovered the joy of cameras, and I'm happy to gain a friend who shares the same hobby. However, there's actually something else she's much more interested in. That would be the history of Hinamizawa. She frequently visited libraries and local archives to read through various documents and books, and when it comes to Hinamizawa, she's gained quite extensive knowledge of the local history. When she's in a good mood, she tells me about things like how Hinamizawa used to be called Onokafushi Village, and how the villagers there used to perform various cruel ceremonies based around the worship of Oyushiro-sama. It seems she loved tales of violence, and that actually gave her a mysterious charm. On the other hand, I don't do well with grotesque things, so I can hardly say anything in response. The stories of cruel ceremonies that she gets excited about, I don't really get them all that well. However, with the way her eyes light up, and when she talks, I don't mind spending time with her, even if I have to hear about cruel things. You sure like looking into that stuff, don't you? Sure, it's fun. It's thrilling to unravel a dark past that has been sealed away. Don't you think so? Takano-san smiled in a way that almost made it sound like a dark past is something fun. But of course it isn't. The dark history of Hinamizawa that she loves is something cruel and atrocious, like the witch hunts in the Middle Ages. Besides, they helped me in researching Hinamizawa syndrome. You don't have to always look through microscopes to research things. Sometimes the traditions of this village that have spent so long with the parasite can teach us things that are far more valuable. That's true. Boy, you sure are passionate about this. Hee hee. That's because research gives my life meaning. To step into the unknown and uncover a secret that nobody else knows, don't you think that's wonderful? It tickles my intellectual curiosity. That's probably the greatest entertainment available to humans who can feel joy just from thinking. The first person to work on this, Dr. Takano, must have discovered something fascinating enough to make him devote his entire life to researching of the syndrome too. I think I'm probably the only one who could understand his feelings. I suppose it would be too difficult for you, Jiro-san, since you're not a researcher. Hee hee hee. She always seems so enthusiastic every time she talks about the late Dr. Takano, an independent researcher who was the first person to discover the existence of the syndrome. There has to be something more than just her admiration as a researcher. Come to think of it, Dr. Takano's full name was Hifumi Takano. Takano-san's full name is Mio Takano. Not only are their last names pronounced the same, but their first names follow a similar pattern. They must be connected somehow. I don't know anything about Takano-san's personal history, but there's a good chance that her name is an alias. So it's very possible she chose a name to reflect the researcher she admires. I see. So is that why you chose that name? What? Well, the name of the researcher you look up to is Hifumi Takano, right? And your name is Mio. In Japanese, it's like you're counting upwards. You're continuing the research he wasn't able to complete. So I thought maybe that's why you have that name. Who told you that? Eh? No, I just thought of that now. I didn't hear it from anybody. Hee, you're correct. I'm surprised you figured it out since you're so dense. I know you admire Dr. Takano, and sometimes you've spoken as if you were his daughter or granddaughter who inherited his research legitimately. That's why I said that. Even authors like Ranpo Edogawa use their pen names as homages toward authors they admired as well. So I thought maybe the name you use is like your pen name, you know? No, that's not so. Mio Takano is my real name. You write your family name differently, though. Eh? Then it really is the exact same as family name as Dr. Takano? Then that's even more of a surprise. And Mio is your real name, too? Mio Takano continuing Hifumi Takano's life work? What a fateful coincidence, hee? You're overstating it, Jiro-san. This isn't fate of any kind. He's my grandfather. What? This is news to me. I heard Takano-san discovered documents about the Hinamizawa syndrome left by Dr. Takano after his death and decided to continue his research. I'd never heard of them being related before. Someone told me it'd leave a bad impression if I asked for money to continue my grandfather's research. That people may think I'm trying to pull funds for a family matter. That's why I changed one of the characters in my last name. So, other than Uncle Koizumi, you're the first person I've told this to. I see. I didn't know. So that's why you're so passionate about all this. I understand very clearly now. She really did inherit the work from her grandfather, was unable to complete. My grandfather researched Hinamizawa syndrome, not only from a medical point of view, but through old documents and literature as well. Looking through the old stories of a village that has been living with the syndrome for hundreds of years can be far more valuable than looking through microscopes that magnify things hundreds of times. My grandfather taught me that. I see. I'm sure your grandfather is happy that you're finishing the work he couldn't. I bet he's really proud of you. Hee. I hope so. I said something Takano-san would normally tease me about, but she didn't. She nodded and smiled. There's no mistake. She is indeed the granddaughter of Dr. Takano. My grandfather is Hifumi, which means 1, 2, 3. And I'm Mio, which means 3, 4. So what does Ko mean? Following after my grandfather, we have only counted the 3 together. Ha! Ko means child. Neat. Thank you, Google. And continue to the 4 after my grandfather. We must reach the 5 that neither me nor my grandfather has seen yet. Well, that's another thing. Let's go back to... So... Go! The Japanese word for 5 is go. Neat. We're at 7 hours. And I burp. That is my duty, and the reason I was born. So that's why your name is Mio, huh? I think that's a beautiful name. Thank you. But please keep the granddaughter issue to yourself. My clients don't even know, and I don't want any unnecessary problems from them finding out about it. Ah, sure, okay. This is a secret between you and me, huh? Although it's only a small secret, it feels good to think that I'm the only one who knows about it. I've only counted to 3. I haven't even reached 4 yet. The path before me is long and rough. But I will do it. I will expose the secrets of Hinamizawa syndrome. I'll support you. Haha, that's my job in the first place, isn't it? Jeez. You'd sound pretty cool if you didn't tack on things like that. You only need to say that you'll support me, you know? Ha 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 ha. Okay, I'll support you. It's too late. You're not cool if you can't get it right the first time. Hee hee. We laughed cheerfully together, and after we finished laughing, she became serious again and spoke as if to drive the point home. So remember, Jiro-san, don't tell anybody that I'm his granddaughter, okay? Okay, I promise. It's not a bad thing, but I don't want the clients to cut our funding because of that. I don't think they will. Besides, I won't tell a soul. Are you sure? Are you really, really sure? This research is the entire purpose of my life. My mission is to complete my grandfather's work, to prove that his trampled research is actually worth something amazing that will shock the world, and to make everyone praise my grandfather, who is perishing away under the earth, eventually having him ascend as a god. That's the meaning and purpose of my life. Jiro-san, if you say something that creates problems for my research, then don't worry, I'll forget everything you told me here. Really, I mean it. I won't say anything. I promise. I won't say anything. Are you sure, Jiro-san? I sensed something frightening within her for a moment, afraid that she would end up possessed by it. I swore to keep the promise. Her intellectual curiosity as a researcher and her conviction to complete her grandfather's work are what stirs her passion for researching Hinamizawa syndrome. I think there's one more reason, but it's far too deep, and it's within a wound in her heart that someone like me should never touch. But earlier, she said, if you create problems for my research, I wonder what she wanted to say after that. I can't help thinking she wanted to say something terrifyingly merciless. I kept my promise with her, and we never talked about the issue again after that. It happened so suddenly. Uncle Koizumi passed away. I never heard he was ill or wasn't feeling well. His chest started to hurt suddenly, and he couldn't sleep. He called an ambulance for the first time in his life because he didn't think he could endure the pain. I wonder if it was actually a heart attack. I mean, he was fucking old. Or it was the same thing that killed Rika's father. I wonder if the mountain dogs were involved in any way. he was taken into emergency care. But he didn't live to see morning. It was an acute myocardial infarction. But maybe it was the best possible way to go. Instead of being in bed for many years, slowly dilapidating and withering away, he was healthy until his death, so I think he must have lived a wonderful life. But still, it was too sudden. I wish I'd called him Uncle more. It's too late, though. Uncle Koizumi would never smile at me again with his wrinkly old face, no matter how many times I called for him. He was my guardian until now. He always looked after me, making sure my efforts received proper recognition. Maybe he only did that because he couldn't help my grandfather when he was alive, but still, he was an important person to me. He wasn't just my political backing, but I didn't realize that when he was alive. I only thought of using his power for my own agenda, but after he died, I realized Uncle Koizumi was my grandpa too. He provided the warmth and protection that I longed for from my own grandfather. At his funeral, I shed tears that I thought I had forgot how to. Uncle, thank you for everything. I should have called you Uncle more, huh? Ooh. No matter how many times I called to him, he would never reply. What I can do for him at this point is complete my research. I must accomplish my goal for his sake. When my grandfather's research is finally acknowledged, Uncle Koizumi's name will be known once again for being the sole supporter of his endeavor. I believe that that's the best way to repay him for everything he has done. I vow to devote myself to my work even more from this day on. But, unfortunately, hardships and sadness tend to come together. It was like the tailwind that blew steadily until today suddenly became a headwind. The winds shifted far too suddenly, so strong, so cold, so sad. What? What are you talking about, Jiro-san? Well, you know, Koizumi-sensei was the main political sponsor for the Area Institute, right? He had trouble getting approval from the related agencies, but Koizumi-sensei used his political weight to force it through. After all, he was one of the key figures in the post-war restoration, accomplishing tremendous deeds in the medical industry. He held a huge influence in politics and industry. Do you guys say industry or industry? So now that Koizumi-sensei is gone, the way he did things won't work any longer? So far, it's only a rumor, so I don't know for sure. But I heard they're going to reconsider the budget allocated for the project. Are you saying the Area Institute will be closed down? No, I haven't heard anything about them reconsidering the Institute, but since Koizumi-sensei's death, the rumors say that there is a great deal of confusion among the old guard and their factions, as well as the civil strife within the party around finding his successor. It seems the opposing factions are gaining influence in the human resources of our client, so they may begin to dig deep into the holy treasure chest that the Koizumi faction held to fund their project. Of course, this is all too complicated for me to explain that well. And besides, these might just be rumors. Jiro-san kept saying they were rumors, but that told me that the wind's direction has changed. Or maybe Jiro-san already knows everything and is simply trying to warn me about it? And then, at our next routine audit, Jiro-san made it clear with his own mouth high-ranking government officials who had never came here before attended the routine audit along with Jiro-san. Just by seeing those faces, I can tell the turning point is approaching. As you know, the Alphabet Project was created to strengthen post-war Japan's presence in the world with the view of developing deterrent weaponry. However, the 21st century is now just around the corner. In this day and age, we must put the past behind us and start looking forward to a new world. He meant exactly what he said. Japan has already put the past behind, and it's cutting off its ties to the ghosts that wish to resurrect the militaristic might of the pre-war era. It's been 40 years since the end of the war, and we've contributed to the world in various peaceful ways. We have a strong alliance with the United States, and our nation has established its position in world affairs well enough. We have kept our promise to forever renounce war and nuclear weapons, and we are known as a nation of peace. In this coming century, our presence and influence will grow even larger. The Alphabet Project, the main sponsor of the Erie Institute, are a group of people who want to develop a weapon that would act as a deterrent to the nuclear weapons which Japan is forbidden to own. So, they've come to the Erie Institute, one of its branch organizations, to tell us Japan has now renounced nuclear arms. So the Erie Institute will be facing a strong, cold headwind from now on. The roll of the die that came up with 1 on that stormy day has reappeared. I won't let the result of a die affect me. The power of my will won't be beaten by some god's roll of the dice. Therefore, we are going to restructure the Alphabet Project to one that's more suitable for the day and age. The new Alphabet Project will be tasked with figuring out the best way for this country to achieve a larger presence in world affairs, not through militaristic means, but through peaceful measures like international trade and economic development. All of the people who hold tremendous influence in the politics and economy of Japan were born before the war, so naturally they want to regain the glory of pre-war Japan. The very idea that we can win the next time if we use research the new bomb that defeated us is in itself a specter of the war. No, everyone already realized that. It was just that no one could speak out against the grandstanding elders they owed their gratitude towards. Soon, the old will wither away and the new generation will take control. Uncle Koizumi was, in a way, last remaining pillar for the old generation. His death is a chance for the new generation to step in. The things they couldn't argue openly are now being discussed. They've pointed out that from the beginning, the Alphabet Project was created for the personal satisfaction of a small group of people, and it sucked money out of the treasury. And so the new generation of politicians have taken over from the old. Therefore, everything the Alphabet Project was sponsoring will have to be re-reviewed. Of course, the Erie Institute is one of those subsidiaries. We hope that you'll understand and respond amicably. I understand. We can't do research without our sponsors, after all. We'll give you our full cooperation. Erie responded appropriately, but he's obviously bewildered. The best equipment and staff are being provided to the Erie Institute. In other words, our research requires a huge amount of money. For those with no interest in Hinamizawa syndrome, they probably won't be able to understand why that much money is being put into the research of disgusting parasites. If they're simply going to revise their budget, that would be fine. We were receiving more than enough money. That would naturally be adjusted. It hurts, but we can endure. That's what I thought. But if just enduring it was enough, it wouldn't be a 1 on the die. So even in that sense, this is definitely a roll of a die coming up as 1. Anyway, the new board of directors was inaugurated back in April, and they've outlined their new policies for all projects. For more details, please look through the papers I'll be handing out. His papers were then passed around. He started to go over the details, but I read through quickly so I could learn about their stupid decisions first. The Erie Institute has made great headway in uncovering the mystery of Hinamizawa syndrome, as well as creating a cure for the disease. The board of directors is extremely pleased. We recognize this is due to the unceasing efforts of Director Erie and all the staff of the Erie Institute. Thank you. Even while he received their congratulations, a tense atmosphere surrounded me and Erie. It's customary to start the conversation in the opposite way you're planning to take it before delving into your main point to convey. If the main issue is something good, then start with something bad, or vice versa. The Erie Institute had 2 main intentions. One was to study the disease and hopefully find a cure. The other was to research the possibility of utilizing the disease for military applications. The new board of directors has decided to put a stop to the latter immediately. In this day and age, researching biological weapons is an Achilles heel for Japan. The Erie Institute must cease all related research to destroy any results. I understand. I will comply. Erie replied with that immediately. Erie was assertive about finding a cure, but was never even remotely interested in researching the disease's use for military purposes, so I'm sure he has no qualms about concurring with such demands. But I don't agree, because our research will be more limited if we were just trying to find a cure. To me, finding that cure is simply a byproduct of my larger goal of discovering everything about the syndrome. Also, regarding the Erie Institution, we've decided to have you wrap up your work within the next 3 years. Your budget will decrease gradually as well, but wait, please. We've only recently figured out anything about the syndrome, and there's more we have to learn in order to create a better cure. We're making progress, but I can't guarantee we'll come up with a complete cure within 3 years. It's the understanding of the board that the Erie Institute has already completed enough research to develop a cure. The Erie Institute has already completed the C117 vaccine and has a great deal of clinical data. No, it's not even close to being completed. It's still only a prototype, and we're far from being able to see a cure for all the villagers. Debating the end of our research at this stage can only be described as absolutely, positively reckless. I'm surprised that Erie objected. Thanks to him, I didn't have to say anything. But if Erie hadn't objected, I'm sure I would have shrieked in protest. In other words, the Erie Institute is not yet capable of curing all of the people who are infected or to fully eradicate the syndrome. Is that correct? Yes, of course. Curing all of the villagers and eradicating the syndrome will be possible in the future, and that's our ultimate goal, but I need more time, and of course funding to do that. Our job is to investigate and find a practice that works, and establish it as a product. This isn't a job where you can follow a blueprint to create something with certainty in a set time frame, so we hope that you'll avoid following that misconception. I guess Erie speaks out when he needs to, and what he's saying is absolutely right. Research isn't something that's guaranteed to produce results with money and time, but I disagree with some of the things he said. He's objecting to the time and money, but he's basically agreeing to limit our research only towards a cure of Hinamizawa syndrome. I understand where you're coming from, Takano, but not only do I disagree with you on the moral standpoint, that I feel that, that's the correct path, but here's the thing, even if I agreed with you 100% in feeling that it was unacceptable to limit the research to just the cure, I would also have to understand that we have to make some concessions to make sure that our sponsors are still giving us money. Because at the end of the day, being able to at least research it in this, slightly more narrow vein is better than having our project completely shut down. That won't do. We won't unravel any mysteries that way. At that rate, the discovery of the Hinamizawa syndrome won't be recognized as my grandfather's great achievement. I see. I think I see your point. Our main purpose here is to dispose of the fact that this research was conducted for military purposes. So we must forever hide the fact that this research was conducted on the strange disease called Hinamizawa syndrome, as well as hide its existence. If you can eradicate the disease without anyone ever learning of it, then we will give you the time and funding you require. Which Takano will really hate that, since the whole point is she wants notoriety for this, and at this point we're basically just trying to make it as if it never existed at all. But we'll discuss more about that later. Is that acceptable? Yes, I have no problem with that. Then please submit a plan and a budget proposal for eradicating the syndrome in secrecy. We'll do our best on our part to approve your proposal. Thank you. I'll work on it immediately. Please don't misunderstand that it's our intention to halt the research immediately. We want to see the best possible outcome for your work. Please understand that. Yes, of course, I understand. While I was listening to their conversation, I was struck dumbfounded with something they said. Eradicating the syndrome in secrecy. In other words, it would have to be as though Hinamizawa syndrome never existed, so my grandfather's name will never be revered by anyone. The sound of rustling papers and hushed proceedings filled the meeting room, but I only heard the ticking clock as I clutched my sweating palms. Maybe we should wrap up for now? I don't think you're in the mood today. Eh? That's not true. Sorry if I gave you that impression. Takano-san has been looking through the viewfinder, but I haven't seen her push the shutter at all. While she came along, I don't think she's in the mood for bird watching. Takano-san has been depressed ever since the announcement of the new policies at the board meeting the other day. That's understandable. The Erie Institute was created by her in the first place. It was created so that she could devote her life to researching Hinamizawa syndrome. For all that to be tossed aside while being asked to wrap up work within a few years, of course she's depressed. Besides, she can't even fully spend the rest of the time left on research. Their funding was being cut in stages, and by then they'll barely be able to finish closing up, let alone research anything. I heard that she's the granddaughter of the late Dr. Takano. Her determination to find her grandfather's research is what kept her going until today. Finish. Since everything has been going so smoothly until recently, this sudden change in the wind's direction must have been a total shock. The shift in people pulling the strings must be pretty serious. The board of directors was completely changed out, and she heard that the people and projects influenced by the Koizumi faction were being restructured to set an example. The wind's new direction seems likely to remain for a long time. It's highly unlikely that the Koizumi faction will come back into power, so no matter what we say, it's almost impossible to expect the same kind of support from them. Isn't there something we can do? Takano-san muttered. Unfortunately, there isn't. There is nothing anybody can do. At first, the board talked about halting the research immediately, but after lots of convincing, they agreed to make it a gradual suspension over a few years. The people who helped us when the Erie Institute was first created are the ones who managed that. Hee. I see. While it looks like the worst-case scenario, it's actually somebody else's hard-earned victory, huh? 3 years was the best they could do. I tried too, you know. I used your data to try to explain to the board how important this research is. By the way, wouldn't it make sense to keep the institute here a little bit, even at a just normal clinic budget? Because the town could still use a doctor. Only 3 more years, huh? Maybe Takano-san doesn't understand how hard I tried to convince them, because what she said just tells me the length of time left really doesn't matter to her. The important thing is that her research is being stopped. The fact that I couldn't meet her expectations and made her feel disappointed. As a man, it kinda hurts. The best I can do for you at this point is route as much funding as possible towards the research, so that you can work to your heart's content for the few years we have left. Sorry, I can't do anything else. That's okay. If that's the best you can do, then I'm very happy. Her words hurt me. I wish she'd chosen different ones, but I think that would be asking too much from someone so heartbroken. I must be understanding of her pain at a time like this. Besides, I know how close she was to the deceased Koizumi sensei. She even called him uncle. To her, his death is not just the start of a coup. Again, do you guys say coup or coup? Or a change in direction. She lost a person who was always looking after her. No matter how hard she pushed herself to act villainous, she wasn't supposed to be part of this world. She was just an ordinary woman. But she was intrigued by the Hinamizawa syndrome, and she had to find help from someone who had more power than her to be able to continue research on it. The dark side of the world. She should never have gotten involved with extended its hands out to her. She was left all by herself in that world, and she's still trying to put on a brave face. I'm sure Takano thinks I'm unreliable. Realistically, I'm not that kind of person who can meet her expectations, nor do I have the power to. The least I can do for her is stay sincere and remain her ally until the very end. Since she had so much room to act, it's harder for her to determine what actions to take when she's cornered. I wanted to believe she wouldn't, but I'm concerned that she might do something drastic eventually. I hope I can be help to her in that very moment before she makes her move, but I can't even gain enough trust for her to do that. How pitiful and pathetic. Of course, part of it is, as a man, I want her to rely on me. But that's not really it. She's been abandoned in this world and is all alone, so someone has to be her ally. And if I'm the only one who knows about that, then being her ally is my job. I know her too well, so I know that she'll never ask for help. Even if she says it's unnecessary, someone has to be with her. I know that. I don't really think I'm suited for that job. I'm sure that there are many reliable people out there who are more appropriate for the position than me, but I can't let her be alone until that person appears. Takano-san, I know I'm pathetic and unreliable. What's this all of a sudden? What is it, Jiro-san? But I think I can be of help to you, so... Thank you, but I don't believe that talking to people helps you feel better. Sorry. Though I'm happy to hear that you're concerned, I really am. Oh, okay, that's fine. I'll always be on your side. Please believe that, okay? Of course I will. If you think of a good idea to convince the board, please let me know, okay? Sure, I'll do my best. Why is it... I know she's such a strong person, and there's nothing someone like me can do for her. But somehow I feel she needs help and support right now. She looks as tough as ever, but only I, who has been taking pictures of her all this time, can tell. A viewfinder, after all, is also a window to look into someone's heart. But if I say something like that, she'll tease me again, so I won't. Anyway, I never thought she needed support more strongly than I do right now. Raw sea urchin and vitamin A. Hey, Nakagawa-kun? Long time no see. Still at it lately? You know, that waha? No, not at all. It's no fun getting old. You've got to concentrate when you work with clay. If you put it off for very long, your senses get dull and there's no point. Sensei, allow me to introduce someone. This is Major Takano. Very nice to meet you. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me today. I truly appreciate it. I really didn't make time for you, actually. I was told that I could have some good raw sea urchins. Sea urchins are good for you, did you know? Rich in vitamin A, and they're good for your skin. Women like sea urchins, right? Wah! It is true that sea urchins are rich in vitamin A, but compared to the spinach, it's not anything that's worth making a fuss about. Well, none of that matters right now. It just seems like an unpleasant man, so I wanted to criticize him. These men are the directors of the Alphabet Project, who control the funding for the Erie Institute. They are also people who are in the position of being able to offer their opinions to those directors. To put it in a simpler way, they are the new owners of the Erie Institute. Although not as much as Uncle Koizumi was, they are also leaders and influencers in various fields. I have to be very careful not to upset them, and therefore there's no way I would have had the ability to call them in. By using the influence that the Koizumi faction once had, I finally managed to get this chance. Uncle Koizumi, who gave me his full support and made everything go my way, is not here anymore. I'm on my own from this point on, and I will open up a path. But this stage just doesn't belong to me today. I can't let the people who offered me this chance lose face. So I have to wait patiently until it's my turn. My primary objective today is to explain what a prominent research subject the Hinamizawa syndrome is and inquire an indefinite extension of our research. They only ever think about money, so they aren't even realizing the hidden potential about Hinamizawa syndrome. They don't recognize it's worth spending a lot of money on. This is not mere research on the existence of an unknown parasite, but something that may overthrow the basic foundations of anthropology. A Nobel Prize wouldn't even be enough. It won't be easy trying to explain all that to men who know nothing about any of it, but I have to. That's why I spent so many hours making these straightforward support documents. Why does this feel like the issue that happened with your grandfather way back when? Are those support documents going to get trampled underfoot too? Sometimes we make documents confusing on purpose because we don't like dealing with uneducated people, but this time it's different. I can't look down on them. I must sincerely try to make them understand. The accessible support documents are there in a huge pile. It feels like we're wasting time eating traditional Japanese food in such a relaxed mood. I want to get to the point and explain to them in detail so they can understand. But there is a saying, luck lies in the last helping. I have to be patient right now. To be frank, I thought the alphabet project we've seen wasn't that good. In the end, it's been nothing but a sandbox for the old men with their heads stuck in the Pacific War. Nothing but a sandbox for those old men to craft their dreams of the Imperial Japan revival with money that isn't theirs. Do you know how much public funding was wasted on those delusions? From what I've heard, there are already prosecutors poking through the Okuno sensei and trying to pin embezzlement on the old board of directors. Wow. That's what you get for trying to suck up to those old men. Of course, none of it can be made public, so I guess they'll be held responsible or demoted in another form. This is what the country gets for letting these ghosts of the war run around freely all this time. Boy, these grilled sea urchins are fantastic. Wahaha. Well, this is harsh. I realize it's extremely difficult to ask this of you when you feel that way, but might I have a moment of your time? You're from the Erie Institute, aren't you? You're researching some kind of local disease in Nagano or Gifu, right? What's going on down there? The board has decided to halt research for military application. The research project itself is to wrap up within 3 years as well. Oh, no, sorry, that's still being discussed. Anyhow, our work is scheduled to be shut down within a few years. Ah, yes. I remember now. The Erie Institute had a bad reputation even among the old board of directors. After all, it sucked up huge funds with barely any inspections. I don't know why, but someone high up kept pushing for it for some reason. Because of that, nobody could really say anything about it, and it was left alone. But you know, that guy loved to flirt around with women, so maybe that had something to do with it. Wah! Is he implying that I slept with Uncle Koizumi? He's insulting both of us, but I held my anger in. I can't let myself be bothered by something like this. Anyway, today I would like to explain to you the details of our Institute's research and ask you to reconsider your decision. I truly appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend this meeting today. Well, I guess they don't give out free sea urchins for nothing, huh? Wahaha! I explained to them how much the Hinamizawa syndrome mattered while being very careful not to go too fast. I tried to let them know that the syndrome's potential is not limited to small things like military applications, but is much more meaningful than that. It may explain ideology and religion. It may even shake the very definition of a human being. I took my time to explain as slowly and as clearly as possible. I'm not confident that all of it had gotten through to those boorish men, but I'm happy if they understood even just a part of it, as long as they understood how much of a magnificent discovery Hinamizawa syndrome really is. Thank you, Major. I see. We would like to discuss among ourselves, so could you please excuse yourself? Yes, thank you. Obviously, they can't discuss in front of me. I left all of the documents with them. All I could do now was hope they viewed them favorably. I left the room and closed the sliding door. The room next door is a preparation room, so I was to head there. But I stopped. I shouldn't have done it, but I tried to listen through the sliding door. Well, I don't know what to say. I feel sorry for everyone on the previous board of directors. I know how you feel, ha 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 ha. Koizumi-sensei pushed this so strongly. I met him once before, when he became founding director of pharmaceuticals. He seemed like a very intelligent person to me. I guess you just can't win against age. It makes you realize how important it is for humans to know when to pull out. But it is a fact that this very rare disease called Hinamizawa syndrome really exists. So not everything is a delusion. I hear the Erie Institute has already succeeded in identifying the disease and developing a treatment. Isn't that enough? In modern Japan, we have to be careful of things that might make neighboring countries nervous, and military-related issues are the most sensitive ones. So at the very least, we must erase the fact that research for military purposes has been going on for the past few years immediately. Is that separate from simply discontinuing the military's research then? Yes. Even if we stopped it immediately, the fact that this Hinamizawa syndrome was being researched in order to create a biological weapon remains. We should hide the fact that no matter what purpose the research ends up being used for. If possible, it would be best if Hinamizawa syndrome just disappeared. So Takano trying to talk to them actually made everything worse. That's true. If the disease remains, then sooner or later someone will become curious about it and dig up the hole we filled. I think we should follow the decision of the board of directors, and as soon as the Erie Institute eradicates this disease, we should have them destroy all evidence of their work before disbanding. I guess that's for the best. It's not even a matter of a Nobel Prize, it's just useless for post-war Japan. Besides, this disease has existed for hundreds of years, right? And we made it this far without any problems. From the start, I thought this amounted to little more than just poking around in the bushes. Me too. I don't doubt the existence of the syndrome. But Dr. Takano, who discovered the disease, is exaggerating more than a little. He had quite a unique interpretation of things. First of all, I've never heard of a parasite that's capable of controlling people's thoughts. It's just too much. If we try to explain religions with this, then Buddha, Christ, all those people would be what? Was it again? Queen carriers? If we tried exposing something like this, we'd be attacked by every nation on the planet. Religion is pretty scary nowadays. If there are parasites that live in animal brains, then I guess we can say there are parasites that live in human brains too. But for them to control human thoughts? Well, that's a bit too unique, don't you know? As I peeked in through the gap in the sliding door, I became trapped within an unbelievable sense of deja vu. This is the first time experiencing this, but it doesn't feel that way. I don't know why, but the memory is so sad and so painful. Why, tears. Before I realized I saw a very nostalgic, carpeted room on the other side of the sliding door instead of a room covered with tatami mats. Hey! It sounds like you're hallucinating to some degree, Takano. Is it possible that you're starting to suffer from something appearing in the, terminal stages of Hinamizawa? Could you start becoming an L5, Takano? The room is filled with the smell of dust mixed with the smell of some evaporated medicine, but it's very soothing to me just the same, nostalgic even. And there is my grandfather. His article that he poured his heart into was made a mockery of, yet he wasn't even allowed to cry. This isn't a delusion, because within the documents I left with those men, there are a lot of references to the article my grandfather wrote, so I'm not surprised for my grandfather to be standing right there explaining it to them himself. Together with my tears from seeing the sight of my beloved grandfather, I watched these men insult and belittle his masterpiece. I have seen this sight before, and the sight should have ended there. But why is it repeating before my eyes? I can only blankly peek through the sliding door at this strange world where reality and illusion overlap. At which point Takano pulls out a gun and just starts shooting everyone. The Major is a little strange. And Koizumi-sensei, who believed in something as ridiculous as this, is a little strange too. But the strangest one of all is the person who wrote this article in the first place. It blends together expectations and delusions, and looks more like fiction than a thesis. I think this will be a big hit once it gets published, you know? You're absolutely right. I have a friend who's the head of a publishing company. I bet he'll love this. Wow. This is not a laughing matter, gentlemen. A huge amount of money was poured into this over the past few years. The worst thing is that the equipment used to gas the villagers in case of emergency has already been procured. Our people must never learn about this. For such a plan to exist is scary enough, but if people find out about this equipment, the whole country will turn against us. On top of that, the cost to maintain this equipment is enormous. You don't really think it's being maintained, do you? Surely this whole project is some kind of money laundering scheme. What did they say anyway? If one girl dies, the whole village will go crazy at once? What kind of comic book is this? Exactly. Someone actually believes such a childish story and put a huge amount of money into it? Now that's crazy. What's truly ridiculous is that someone actually took these documents seriously. As he said that, he placed the documents down with an exaggerated gesture. Actually, I should say he slammed them down, because the papers ended up scattered all over the floor. You're too right. Ha ha. Excuse me. I need to use the bathroom. One of the men stood up and stepped on the papers. And they weren't the papers on the tatami mats, but the ones on the carpet. Right there, I can see my grandfather, filled with heart-rending sadness, yet he can't let it show on his face. Grandfather's expression didn't change, yet it seemed distorted to me. I could see the walls of my grandfather's study crumpling and twisting behind him. I jumped into the room. I grabbed onto the man's legs. I don't hate him. No, it's not whether I hate him or not. Sure, I hate him, but that's not it. I just can't forgive the feet stepping on my grandfather's article. Don't step on them. My grandpa wrote these. Please don't step on them. Uh-oh. Sorry. Those feet are still stepping on the papers. I tried to make them move, but they won't even budge, as though they've grown roots. So I begged as I grabbed onto his legs. I tried to pull the papers from under his feet. But I can't move his feet. I can't pull the papers. Don't step on them. Don't step on them. My grandpa's don't. Don't step on them. My sobbing echoed in that silent room, just like it did back then. Keep noticing the background's changing just a little bit. Grandfather's articles are trampled on. We have proof as clear as the pathogen causing Hinamizawa syndrome. So why can't they believe in its life cycle? Because they've never heard of that before? Because they can't imagine it? Because there's no way something so absurd could be true? Don't tell me that. I can't bring myself to care about the limits of those commoners' understanding. Why can't anyone believe the truth of my grandfather's article, which has been proven by the Erie Institute? Why do people continue to believe that humans are a special existence? Humans are simply a species of animal. When various parasites that control their animal hosts exist, how can people declare parasites that use humans as their hosts don't? Wait, this isn't the problem. Not at all, because everyone believed my grandfather's article up until now. Isn't that why the Ministry of Health and the Defense Agency lent me their assistance? But out of nowhere, they turned cold. In other words, every bit of their help was because Uncle Koizumi had my back. So no one actually read my grandfather's article? Did they just pretend to in order to make Uncle Koizumi happy? What is the meaning of everything I've done until today? I thought I had achieved something. But what have I really accomplished? I don't know what's going on, and all I can do is swallow in grief. The more I think about it, the more I no longer understand the meaning of my own life. Didn't Mio Takano devote her life to being useful to her grandfather? Then I haven't done anything for him at all. Count 3 with my grandfather, and I go on to count 4. What a crazy thing to say. No. If I let my mind wander, doubt about myself, and my life will slip in. So I'm just going to fill the gap in my heart with alcohol. Is it that strange to presume the existence of something that can influence human thoughts? It's true that Hinamizu syndrome isn't the actual cause of ideology. The best it can do is drive people mad. Socialism or capitalism don't originate with it. In my era, my grandfather was living. You couldn't talk about the world without ideology. The article came from that time and age, so some of its inferences may be exaggerated or biased, but that's no reason to deny its foresight. You can't simply say it's crazy and push it aside. Besides, the most important thing they ignored is the fact that Rika Fruity, the queen carrier, holds the fate of the village in her hands. My grandfather had predicted the importance and danger of the queen carrier since beginning his research on Hinamizawa syndrome. But the hypothesis of the infected community collapsing into madness if the queen carrier dies is a Pandora's box that can't be proven. It can only be confirmed after Rika Fruity's death, and if she dies, it'll be too late. I'm back. And no, I won't be editing that long silence out. But there's no mistake that Rika Furude is the Queen Carrier. And a very special existence. It's clear from the various experiments we performed that she has a special influence on the infected villagers. Her death really could trigger the collapse of the entire village. That's no mistake. My grandfather predicted it. To say all of that sounds like a comic book. It's just too cruel. For them to call the various preparations we made to protect her a fictional project that used to tunnel funds. What I'm doing now is simply what my grandfather was going to do. Therefore, insulting my research is the same as insulting my grandfather. According to my grandfather's article, the first thing that needs to be done when researching the syndrome is to protect the Queen Carrier. Yet they ridiculed that more than anything else. The more I think about it, the more their words stick in my memory. I can almost hear their voices, and I can't stop myself from covering my ears. I'm sure the members of the board of directors think I'm crazy. I was trying to petition for the Erie Institute to not be shut down, but it backfired. The members must think that Hinami's Allison was some kind of joke. I'm sure they'll push even harder now to put a stop to our research. If that happens, I would have to go back to researching as an individual. In other words, the same as what my grandfather did. There's a limit to what an individual can do. It's doubtful I could even be able to go back to researching individually. Once the Erie Institute is disbanded, everyone is obligated to keep it confidential until we die. I signed a contract to that extent. That's not just a simple promise. If I were to break it, a special unit like the Mountain Dogs would come after me to ensure that I keep everything confidential. Even if that doesn't happen, the Erie Institute is to be eradicate the syndrome within a few years and to bury every trace of it, including the results of our research. This isn't the normal process of research and treatment. They want to pretend nothing ever happened to begin with. I wanted to continue and complete my grandfather's work, but what's happened now will result in the complete opposite. I'm actually helping eliminate my grandfather's hard-earned research from this world. A treatment has been created already. Although Erie is as passionate as I am about developing a cure, he is not particularly interested in any other aspect of our research. I hate to admit it, but he has more experience and talent than I do, and I'm sure he'll come up with a plan for eradicating Hinamizawa syndrome within 3 years, as requested by the new board of directors. And that board of directors will provide just enough funds to bury the syndrome. Erie will do that happily, just like the time when he disposed of all the research data on test medicine H170 as was requested. All I can do is passively hinder them, just like they did me, while watching the Hinamizawa syndrome get eradicated. And when everything is over, I will finally complete an article which is destined to be destroyed. Should I kill myself with thoughts of it in my head, so I can at least present the article to my grandfather? He won't be happy even if I did that. On the contrary, he'll be disappointed for me in throwing the research he spent half his life down the drain. He won't embrace me, I know that for sure. I wanted to reveal Hinamizawa syndrome to the world. I wanted the world to acknowledge my grandfather's masterpiece. I wanted to carve his name in history and to promote him to a god. My grandfather waited, believing the day would come, and he must be patiently waiting, still even after entering his eternal sleep. But I ruined it. I wanted him to become a god. I was going to become a god myself, too. Then we'll be together forever, and I'll never have to be alone. If I become a god, God won't test me. There won't be any unhappiness. There won't be a sudden train accident. My grandfather won't go away, nor will Uncle Koizumi. I'll never have to go back to being alone. I am alone. I have no allies. I was just dancing in ecstasy on a stage without anybody watching. I had only just realized that there was no applause, but only ridicule. No, it's doubtful that there was actually anyone in the audience to begin with. My parents died, my grandfather died, and Uncle Koizumi died. 3 times had God toyed with me with their rolls of the dice. I thought I overcame each of those trials with my own strength, but I didn't. I was protected by a new guardian each time. And this time I have no guardians left to protect me. When I first arrived in Hinamizawa, I had every intention of challenging God and kicking him off his throne. But now, forget challenging God, I'm just a loser being played with. I suddenly can't find it within myself to care about anything, because if I cared, I'd be swallowed by sadness. Soaking my heart in alcohol is all I can do to forget about everything. A luxurious black car abruptly stopped next to me. I became sober immediately, as cars like that remind me of the time when I was captured after escaping from the orphanage. Suspicious-looking men in black suits and sunglasses got up from the car. I realized it instantly. They must have been sent by one of my clients. Being involved in the development of a biological weapon, being the main person responsible for it, and on top of that, being mentally unstable, they obviously don't want me walking around freely. They're going to abduct me, seal me in concrete, and erase my existence. Or so I thought. I expected them to grab me and shove me into the car, but surprisingly they bowed to me instead. Are you the vice administrator of the Erie Institute, Major Mio Takano? Normally, yes. I'm just a drunk loser at the moment, though. There is someone who would like to meet with you. Could you please come along with us? Even if I refuse, you're going to take me along anyway, right? I'll be killed anyway. I can't make my grandfather's wish come true, even if I live. Cynical thoughts like that run through my head. Sounds like you're suffering from Hinamizawa syndrome. Hinamizawa syndrome. Hinamizawa syndrome. Then the person in the back seat said, "We won't force you, but I'm sure we can help. I've never met this young woman before. She must be around my age. She knows about the Erie Institute, so she must be somehow connected to my clients. She's too young to be one herself. I bet a client who doesn't want to expose himself sent her. Even if I live, I can't make my grandfather a god. I can't be a god myself either. Who cares about where a loser like me gets killed anyway?" I made up my mind and got into the back seat. This better not be a Kane. As soon as I got in, the luxurious car smoothly took off, as silence filled the car for a long time. Hey, imagine if it's Chie. They're the ones that invited me. I don't have anything to say myself. Long time no see, though I'm sure you don't remember. We met in the past at Koizumi Sensei's funeral. Oh, we did? Sorry, I don't remember. There were so many people there at that funeral, I can't recall any of them. But why is what she's opening with? Does that mean she belongs to the Koizumi faction? Koizumi Sensei was very active as one of the opinion leaders during the post-war restoration. You can't begin to talk about the way the country is today without mentioning his accomplishments. When we were rebuilding the country from the burnt fields after the war, our nation's supporters were united, but unfortunately it's hard to say that now. As our time of peace grew longer and we started seeing the generation who didn't remember the burnt fields become key national figures, we saw a decline in those who understood the noble intentions we started with. As the final remaining member of those noblemen, Koizumi Sensei was the central pillar guiding us into the 21st century. After his death, the Koizumi faction quickly fell. As a result, other factions are extending their influence, leading everything to become quite a mess, right? I heard about these things from Jiro-san. It's really no different than the Sengoku era. When a lord and military leader died back then, the struggle to become its successor brought chaos to the nation. This country hasn't changed for hundreds of years. Exactly. Unfortunately, while we built peaceful Japan into a comfortable place to live, the noble intentions that guided us from the outset have been forgotten. Right now, various factions are fighting in Tokyo over the seat left behind by Koizumi Sensei. If Koizumi Sensei and the other deceased servicemen ever found out about this, they'd be so disappointed. What does that have to do with me? Aren't you the biggest victim of all this? I think you've had enough experience with sudden shifts in the wind, haven't you? It's true that our research began because of Koizumi-sensei's support, and the pressures we faced under the anti-Koizumi faction have been tempestuous and cold. Maybe for them, every project that Koizumi-sensei left behind is an eyesore regardless of what the project is. In other words, that simply means they rejected the research itself, doesn't it? Come to think of it, something like this happened to my grandfather too. Back then, Koizumi brought authorities from various fields to see him. They talked down to my grandfather despite the praise they'd given earlier. Koizumi-sensei told me that the masterminds were responsible for that. It's not too much of a stretch to say that your research into Hinamizawa syndrome is the #1 leader in terms of funding, organization, and so forth in terms of projects within the Alphabet Project. Therefore, it's been made into a scapegoat by those people who want to monopolize the interests of the project. A scapegoat. What I mean is that your research into the Hinamizawa syndrome isn't what they rejected. What's important to them isn't the content, but the faction leading the project. I wanted to tell you that today. In the end, I'm just a sacrificial goat put up for everyone to see, huh? It doesn't matter what I research. The only thing that I care about is that we belong to the Koizumi faction. That's correct. The faction in control is like the direction of the wind. Sometimes it's a tailwind, and sometimes it's a headwind. Unfortunately, once the direction changes, it's not easy to turn back around. So you're saying it won't be easy to bring my hostile clients back? That's correct. The Alphabet Project has been taken over completely. All of the directors have been replaced, and they're only interested in fulfilling their own desires. From the very beginning, they had no intention of listening to your explanation. I grasped my knees, remembering that humiliating day. Let me change the subject for now. What would you consider the objective of your research, Takano-san? That is to fulfill my intellectual curiosity. Isn't it the promise you made with the late Dr. Takano, who you looked up to as your grandfather? Well, that's surprising. Koizumi-sensei once told me that this fact could become a hindrance, so I've never told any of my clients about it. How did she find out? If they know that, maybe they know a lot more about us than I think. Where did you hear about that? Koizumi-sensei told me. What? We're not your enemies. Please relax. We're here to help you. I don't know who she really is, but I know she's here because she wants something from me. So what is it that she wants? She knows about our relationship between my grandfather and me, so I can't be careless. But in order for us to help you, we need to have you tell us the truth. In other words, we want you to be honest. I don't know what you're trying to say. What is your true purpose in researching Hinamizawa syndrome? To have my grandfather's masterpiece acknowledged for what it is, and to have him become a god. Isn't it to have the world acknowledge the late Dr. Takano's research, and to get revenge against those who trampled upon and looked down at the articles your grandfather wrote with all his heart? I'm reaching the limit of not letting my surprise show on my face. How much does this woman know about me? In the first place, who is she? How does she know everything I'm thinking? I can't admit that out loud in any case. I have appearances to consider, but while this elegant woman was wearing an angelic smile, she laughed with the devil's seductive whisper, several times better at it than I am. A simple smile and a devilish grin are completely different. An ordinary smile means goodwill, but a malicious smirk means the complete opposite. This woman can read my deepest thoughts, and while doing so, she's testing me to see how honest I can be with her. Whether I tell her the truth or not isn't the issue here. She's testing me to see if I can trust her enough to confess everything. If I've completely misunderstood, please forgive me. We'll take you to the nearest train station. That'd be the Gogora station, wouldn't it? Well, on the other hand, if what I'm saying is somewhere close to what you're feeling, I think we can help each other. What do you think, Mio Takano-san? I can't say anything in reply, but I think that simply remaining silent might also be an answer. I want to hear what she wants from me. I've always phrased my objective as some vague idea of turning my grandfather into a god, but she's just taught me what my true objective is. I want to get revenge for my grandfather's suffering. I want those people to fight over the right to read the article they once trampled on and mocked. I want them to believe, no, to worship every single word my grandfather left behind. That is my true objective. This woman has stated out loud that which I have only whispered within myself. She even asked me if she was correct. Is this woman an angel or a devil? If I'm human, is she in existence above me? Your misfortune was that you didn't understand your true objective. That's why you couldn't achieve anything. You set an abstract goal like uncovering the mysteries in Namisawa syndrome, which could never be achieved, so you couldn't help but to question the meaning of your own life. Isn't that right? Hee. That's wrong. Your actual objective, your earnest dream, isn't so abstract. Can you imagine? Just think of this scene. The true leaders of this nation are reading your grandfather's article while shocked at its contents. They believe all of it without even a hint of doubt. These people humbly read the article with footprints on its back. They express their respect at the insightfulness of his research and tremble in fear at its implications. What do you think? Were you able to imagine? This is my first time envisioning something like this, and yet it's been my dream all along. Your grandfather is the one who named it Hinamizawa syndrome, right? That name will echo in every corner of this nation, and will be carved into eternity. Carved into eternity for all time. Indeed, your grandfather's masterpiece will be remembered forever. Hee. Isn't that the dream you devoted your whole life to realizing? Are we speaking with Lambda Delta? Why does Lambda Delta own a car? Hee. My grandfather's masterpiece will be remembered forever. Remembered forever. And yet, those pigs who couldn't understand turned your dream into a sacrifice. They're simply because of factional conflicts of interests. They're even trying to trample it into the ground, just like how they kept trampling on your grandfather's article. See? Hee. You must be full of regret. The data you've worked so hard for is indeed the same as the article your grandfather did his best to produce. You can't forgive the people who laughed at it. You can't forgive those pigs who ridiculed your grandfather's masterpiece, right? Aren't I right? Oh, I know I am. But you didn't think about that because you're so kind as to not know how to condemn people. See? An indescribable emotion is filling me, making me feel like I'm suffocating. The sensation of being cautious and calm, of trust and mistrust are all blending together. My heart is beating fast and my fingertips are shaking. Why am I at peace? Is it because she reminded me of my true dream that I couldn't express with my own words until now? Is it because she made me aware of the anger within myself? Why am I hesitant? Is it because she reminded me of things I've never told anyone until now? No. Those are the things I've never even told myself. Hey, Mio-san? If what I'm saying isn't wrong, but is in fact completely true, I know I can help you with both your dream and revenge. What's the matter? Are you feeling alright? If that's the case, I shouldn't keep you. We'll take you to the nearest station. No! A small noise leaked pathetically out of my mouth, like a child apologizing for a prank. Did you say something? I know. She heard me. The woman smiled, trying to make me say it again. That's not it. I'm doing perfectly fine. I'm glad. Let's continue then. If that is in fact my dream, then what can you do? I'll help you with both of your vengeances. One is revenge of your grandfather. We will make those people who ridiculed your grandfather's article humbly take it into their heads once again. The one they violated. The other is revenge against the board of directors for trampling over your research, simply because of their factional conflicts. Revenge against the filthy pigs who try to stomp on not only your work, but on your life as well. Getting a revenge against the board of directors by having them read my grandfather's article. We'll be honest with you too. We're helping you because our interests are the same. We can't allow the project that Koizumi-sensei established for the sake of Japan's future be eaten up by these lowlifes after his death. If we had more power, we wouldn't have allowed that scum to become involved at all. However, the wind started blowing in a different direction. The project can no longer express Koizumi-sensei's ideals. It has become a pigsty for them to satisfy their own desires. Koizumi-sensei, who gave them the name Alpha Project, would not have wished for it to remain this way. The project should have been shut down the minute it deviated from his ideals. So you're trying to make the sacrificial sheep of the factional conflict into a wolf, are you? If you choose to keep your grandfather's article hidden away in your heart, then I won't force you. No, I won't let that happen. I don't mind falling to the ground myself, but at least my grandpa's article. Don't you want to make the article that represents you and your grandfather's lives into something that will last forever? Hee hee, after all, that's your dream, isn't it? That's right. That's my reason to live. We'll give you a chance to make your dream come true. On that night, I decided I was a loser and I drowned myself in tears and alcohol after being abandoned by... Why does this remind me of Griffith in the Bahalites? That, how it acts at the person's lowest. Mia's at the point where she's kind of broken. I met someone who could be an angel or a devil. Is this divine salvation or the devil's seduction? I fought with the board of directors regarding the continuation of our research, but that was completely off target. That wasn't my true goal. My objective isn't to continue researching Hinamizawa syndrome. It's to have the world acknowledge my grandfather's research as a masterpiece. Somehow the method for achieving that swept places with my objective and caused me to misunderstand myself. The purpose of my life isn't to continue my grandfather's research. It's to get revenge or repay them for my grandfather's suffering. That's what this woman is saying. She's promising to make my grandfather's research eternal. She's also promising an opportunity to take revenge against those who laughed at it. When Uncle Koizumi died, I thought God was playing dice with my fate. But my unshakable conviction gathered together a power stronger than God's die. So maybe this meeting happened for a reason? Curse you, God. You're testing me again. I will overcome the death of Uncle Koizumi. I will make my grandfather an eternal existence by taking revenge against the God who tested me. I will for certain. I will take my revenge. With this, do I have all the pieces lined up for 1983? It sure is a hard and exhausting job just lining up the pieces for the month of June. But finally I'm at the start line, beginning from zero at last. Yet seeing all these colorful fragments together, I realized just how many sentiments were intertwined around June 1983. I used to think that thoughts of people with no relation to me were useless. But I was wrong. Rika Furuta did her best to overcome the fate of June 1983. She did two things. One was to get in touch with the Erie Institute because she knew she would be protected there. Ironically, Takano from the Erie Institute was the one who wanted to kill her, but it was the best move for her at the time. The other was to ensure that Mabara family moved to Hinamizawa. It actually wasn't certain that Mabara family would move here. The first decided to move here when the father felt something sentimental at the sight of us on the day he came to view the properties for sale. Therefore, it was necessary for us to play in that field. It was the trigger for the Mabara family's move. It took me so long to find that out, though. After turning various conditions on and off repeatedly, I finally realized that meeting Keiichi's father at that field was the cause. Mabara Keiichi is a very important key for breaking Rule Z. One of the chains that was binding me. He is the fresh air that's powerful enough to break all the old evil customs in this village. He created many opportunities, but he also provided me with an important clue by letting me know that a strong conviction and the will to believe is what's important to standing up against a powerful fate. But I wasn't the only one who wanted him here. People in the Sonozaki family who wanted to wipe out the nasty traditions of the village also wished for him. Mion Sonozaki vowed to herself to protect Satoko and Satoshi because she was very much bothered by how irrational the treatment of the Hojo family was. And so on the night Satoshi Hojo disappeared, she exploited Oryu Sonozaki and voiced her true feelings. Oryu Sonozaki understood. Oryu herself had become to understand the wicked customs of the village and had been wanting to do something about it, but she didn't have the power to do so herself, so she entrusted it to the fresh air that was blowing in from outside. That was why the lots went on sale, and so the Mabura family could move in. Even if I danced in that field, if Oryu hadn't put the lots on sale, Keiichi couldn't have come. And Ren and Ryugu, who provided many important opportunities for Keiichi Mabura, was saved by returning to Hinamizawa after the deep emotional trauma of her parents' divorce sent her into terminal condition. Keiichi Mabura's wish to restart his life was the same as Riena's Ryugu had a year prior. Maybe that's why Rena was able to understand Keiichi. It's like the miracle where one can recognize a moment in a certain fragment from another fragment. If they can use the lessons learned from one fragment, then humans won't make those mistakes. The game pieces will make their best moves, and the chances of winning this game of June 1983 will rapidly increase. In other words, Ren Ryugu makes extremely important moves on this game board without realizing it. The mighty rule Z that surrounded the Hojo siblings was eventually smashed by their actions. Of course, Satoko overcoming herself was also a big help. Their hands met only because they reached from both sides. Keiichi and Rena are the ones who taught me that. Mion is the one who made it possible for them to move here, and she also helped them to become familiar with the village. That's not all. Eri is also an important piece with significant functions of his own. Feeling empathy for Satoko, he is the most influential piece on the board we call Hinamizawa Syndrome. His existence is capable of defeating Rule X. Keiichi and Rena's determination and subsequent awakening taught us that it's possible to fight against Rule X, but they didn't defeat it. Defeating Rule X requires the existence of Eri, who has a strong will to discover a cure for the syndrome. I didn't know Eri held this many thoughts within him. I always thought he was rather absent-minded, but he is in fact an important and powerful piece. So if we gather all this power, can we win against Takano's will? I've seen Takano's thoughts too. Sadly, her will is strong and can't be easily broken. It's no wonder our fate in June 1983 has been so hard to shake, no matter how hard we fought. The sentiments I've been turning towards is pale in comparison to how many she's brought into it. The weight of our game pieces are different, because I've given up on fighting while she has been risking her life to fight on. I've spent time sulking and drinking wine to escape from reality. I must be a very light piece indeed. I can't win against Takano with what I have so far. I need more pieces to be able to win. The officer Oishi once showed the possibility of becoming a strong ally, but he's under the misunderstanding that the Sonozaki family caused the death of his dear friend, so until that gets resolved, he won't be of any help. I don't know how I can resolve that misunderstanding, but I just have to believe in it and keep throwing the die. Just like Keiichi and Rena constitute a chance to change fate, maybe Akasaka has the power to create a chance as well. The curse of 1983 is tied to the curse of Hinamizawa. A curse can't be broken by inner power alone. It takes the power from outside as well. Both sides have to reach out, otherwise the hands won't meet, just like what happened with Satoko. Akasaka has never come to our aid, but Akasaka has never come to our aid. Even if he did, it was always too late. Too late. Far too late. But if I keep throwing the die, will Akasaka's game piece eventually appear? The final rule, Rule Y, involves the evil masterminds who are using Takano as their own game piece. To defeat them, I need a very strong opponent for her, and the only one I can think of is none other than a Kasuga from the police headquarters in Tokyo. There are more pieces who would lend me their power. I need to gather them all, otherwise I can't win against Takano. The preparation of the game board is complete, but I need more pieces. It's only the beginning. Okay. Well, that's enough for now. Thanks for joining. Bye.